How we doing? Welcome back to some of you, all of you, wherever. How are we? Um, Sarah P is here. Says welcome everyone. Thanks for joining. Please hit the like and subscribe and hit the notification bell on the way in. There you go. If you'd like to support the channel, best way to do so is through PayPal or Buy Me a Coffee. That's the best. Buy Me Coffee is always the best way. Just some links here. Subscribe to my sports channel, but I think everyone has done that. But Daz, nice to see you again, bud. Afternoon, bud. Nice to see you. Bex, I would lie if I said nice to see you again, but we see you for the second time. How are you? Hello, Lady Di. Nice to see you. We missed you this morning. We thought you might be popping in, but no, you were not here. Afternoon, but right, sorry, I'll just let you know, right? People were bad mouthing you in my last stream this morning. So they were saying you were lazy for not being there with the links and stuff. But I was like, no, it's fine. Tremaine, she's busy and whatever. So yeah, you skipped the stream, but that's fine. I didn't say anything negative whatsoever about you. Metri Sexy, yes. I have to have a fresh one because I have dry scalp, so I'm putting apple cider vinegar into my scalp now. So I need to try and fix it somehow. So they said apple cider vinegar. So hello, my darling. Bex, you're happy to see me, don't lie. Morning. There you go. It was Dalan. Dalan is the people. No. I was live. I was doing a walk and talk this morning. I'm back. I have a challenge going on. I've challenged myself to 100 miles to walk in April. So I liked the stream. It was a good stream. I enjoyed it. I showed a little bit of countryside. I'm not going to go streaming every single day, but I'll go streaming some days. On people who are around are around. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, but it's all good. What Beck said, liar. You weren't even there yourself, Mexi, liar. Oh, you might watch the replay, to be fair. I said to boycott you. It must have been too early. No, I think it was around 7:30 your time, I think. 7:15 maybe your time. And I stopped the stream about 9 o'clock your time. So basically you were around because you put the links up in this stream whilst I was live on the other one. So I stopped about an hour after you put the links up in this one. So good day, Dazzy. Hey, bad. Right. So yeah, it's noted Sarah P, Mexi, and Lady Di were not present, but that's fine. It's not an issue. It's fine. I know where I stand. Josie didn't get one either, she said, but she's still here. So I'm just saying, she was still here. I'm teasing you. It's all good, Sarah P. I don't give a shit who's here, who's not. I'm going live wherever happens anyway. So, and I know that's out of your time zones. That does not mean I will not stop giving you abuse, though. I love it. I did try and start speaking about some of the reasons why I don't put myself on screen anymore for now anyway. But I didn't really get into it too much because the chat distracted me too much, so I couldn't really talk about it. But it's to do with my OCD, and I'll cover it another time. But yeah. Okay. So yeah. And hey, Marky. And also, I'm doing apple cider vinegar in my hair, scalp, shampoo, and moisturizer to try and refreshen it. They say because I got there as well. Right. Let's put this trial on. We're not going to put it on super speed or anything. We're just going to skip the breaks and stuff. So this is the start. Daz, do you know what, Daz? I've not seen your messages yet. I've just seen another one. I've not seen them yet because I'm on my other one. I was loading some stuff, I will take a look now at your messages. So, right, let's get it on, people. let's get in here, and I'll be in chat as always with all of you over there. And when it comes to breaks and stuff, I will jump on and we'll zoom past the breaks. So there should be no interruptions. I do have to leave at one point for about 20 minutes because my father wants me to go with him to pick up his car. So he wants me to drive in there. So I will do that. So here we go. Ladies, gentlemen, Beck, Sarah P, Lady Di. Right. Let's go.
I had an opportunity to talk with the parties in chambers. I understand there's a few things we want to put on the record. So you may go ahead, Mr. Huebner.
Thank you. I don't plug my microphone, so let me use this one. That one's working. I guess I'll just talk really, really loud. The state and the defense have been talking about the conviction for witnesses. There is 2 citizen witnesses that will be coming up. One is Jamila Hitler. She has 2 convictions. That's a 23 CM operating a vehicle without owner's consent passenger and a 22 CM fleeing case. I do believe both are clearly, obviously relevant based on proximity and time. Therefore, her number will be 2. Additionally, Ms. Hitler is currently charged with harboring or aiding a felon. The negotiations regarding her disposition and criminal defense, obviously, it can be examined by parties in terms of her bias. So we'll be talking about both her open case and she will be instructed her number.
Is that open case related to this matter?
It is.
Yes.
Harboring or aiding this defense.
Okay. All right. Mr.
Right, Judge. So with respect to that witness, the number I think is 2. Also, I anticipate obviously discussions on the pending case because it's related to this would likely be grounds for cross.
Of course. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So that's fine. So she's being instructed. Her number is 2. I do find that both that 23 misdemeanor and the 22 fleeing or felony are relevant in time and proximity to what is happening here. So I think that is appropriate. And obviously the open case that is related to this matter, it will be, I'm certain, discussed by both of you, and that is appropriate.
Thank you. Additionally, there is another witness, Mr. Toombs. I have run him in inter-county query, juvenile and adult. He has no conviction.
Okay.
The only thing he had was a ticket. So his number is 0. No one will ask him about his number.
Right. A ticket is certainly not a criminal conviction, so it will not be counted. So no, that's fine.
Thank you. And then lastly, there is one other that we need to discuss. It's actually from yesterday. It is Matt Truman. He does have a 2010 OWI criminal conviction that has been disclosed to the defense. The defense is taking a position, and we talked to the court about this, as it being one. The state had asked for the position. I've taken a position that makes them 16 years old, that there's been no history between them. It does not involve any dishonesty, and the fact that based on Detective Truman's limited role, that conviction is not relevant as to credibility, and therefore we would ask that the number be 0. Court agreed.
All right. Mr. Jones, your
I
argument?
would have asked the number to be 1, Judge, and I'll leave it on that. The record is what it is.
All right. So that witness already testified. When I did my analysis and when I do my analysis, I'm guided in some way, shape, and form by the federal 10-year rule. I'm not bound by it. When we talked about Mr. Johnson, he had, I believe, 3 convictions that were all of a similar nature. They were all drug convictions, 1 from 2009 and then 2 from 2008. I ruled that the 2009 was too remote in time, even though it was of the same character. It had not been a continuing pattern during that intervening time. So I was not going to allow for the 2009 conviction to come in. His number was 2, and he answered to that. As far as Matt Truman, I think that it is an appropriate ruling to rule in the same fashion. That was just 1 year more recent than Mr. Johnson's conviction is 16 years ago. There is nothing else. There is no other pattern of anything or continued behavior of that sort. I think I am going to rule that the answer would be 0. In addition to the fact that he's not going to be asked about it, I think recalling him and even to say one, given the 16 years that have passed since that criminal conviction, as well as his highlighting it by recalling someone to ask them about that or entering a stipulation that discusses it, would unduly highlight it for the jurors. So I think that the answer should be 0 and it will not be mentioned. Again, he doesn't need to be recalled to even discuss that, because when the answer is 0 for someone, it just is never mentioned. So that will be my ruling as far as that is concerned.
That's all I'll state.
Thank you, Judge. That's it.
Okay, great. Then I think we are ready to go.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under the pain and penalty of perjury?
Yes.
I'm going to need you to, can you move closer to the microphone, please?
Yes.
You can move the chair up. That's going to be much easier than trying to lean forward the whole time. There you go.
Please state your first and last name and spell them both for the record.
Urban Toombs.
Good morning, Mr. Toombs. Now, I have a couple questions I'd like to talk to you about. Sir, I want to draw your attention to an incident, a series of incidents that occurred in June of last year. Were you present for some things that occurred on the area of 25th and Garfield?
Yes, sir.
How were you familiar with that area?
I was staying there with my grandma.
You were staying with your grandma?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just gonna kind of get that microphone there for you the best I can. Now, I'm gonna kind of show you, first of all, we have a Google map in terms of what we're referring to here, and I'm gonna zoom out just a little bit. So if we can see can you see the map from where you are? Let me move this screen so everybody can see it as best we can. If we're going to be looking kind of in the area of, let's make sure.
Judge, hold on just 1 second here. I can't quite see the witness. I know, so we're trying to position the court reporter, so.
Okay. She can't move. It is.
Move it all to his left.
Can you pick your chair up and just kind of bounce it over a couple of spots? Better?
Yeah,
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now, just returning to where we were, we're going to be kind of discussing, and, you okay, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, if we're going to be discussing what we're looking at, we can see Garfield, 24th, 25th. Is there kind of an apartment building on the corner of 25th and Garfield that you're familiar with?
Yes, sir.
And is that where your grandmother lived?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, were you staying with her at the time?
Yes, sir.
I want to kind of draw your attention to a series of fights that occurred out in the street. I want to talk about the day before the officers were killed. So the day before. Are you familiar with anything that occurred kind of in front of that residence?
Yes, sir.
And what did you see?
I seen a group of girls outside. And
I can't hear him.
I seen a group of girls outside, and they were arguing with the girls that was standing upstairs from me.
Now, sir, are you nervous?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
You don't want to be here, do you?
Not really, no.
Okay. Gonna be okay. Just calm down and try to speak up into that microphone, okay?
Okay.
Now, I want to draw your attention to State's Exhibit number 117. If we're looking here at 117, and I'm going to zoom out a little bit so we can kind of see what we're talking about here. And move it up. Do you recognize this intersection that we see here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This building that we're looking at in terms of here, is that the building that you were staying at your grandmother's with?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 126. You recognize that building?
Yes, sir.
What building is that?
That's my grandma's house.
Now, is it an apartment building?
Yes, sir.
And did your grandmother, did she live on the bottom floor or the top floor?
She stayed on the bottom.
Now, you mentioned girls that kind of lived above you. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Did you know them?
No, sir.
I mean, had you seen them around?
Yes, sir.
Did you know if there was ever a guy that lived up
No, sir.
there? Did you ever see a guy that kind of hung out over there?
Yes, sir.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
No, sir.
You eventually see a person that comes over to the residence with a gun.
Yes, sir.
You see that person in the courtroom today.
No, sir.
Could you please stand up and look around? You see him?
Yes, yes, sir.
Did you ever see him by that upstairs apartment as well?
I seen him probably like twice.
Could you please point to him and tell me where he's wearing, what he's wearing?
He wearing the glasses and the striped shirt.
Glasses and a shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay, does he have a tie on?
No, sir.
Can you describe what his hair is like?
It's like twisted.
Like a little twisted?
Yes, sir.
Can you point to him for me, sir? Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses both pointed to and described the defendant.
Any
I
objection?
think that's accurate, Judge. I do need to keep his volume up, though.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm not.
I understand. The record will so reflect, Mr. Toombs. I know you're nervous. I know you don't want to be here, but we don't want to have to prolong it by having to ask you to repeat everything. If everybody can hear you, just feel free to use your best outside voice and speak up, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, now, I want to get to before the defendant showing up. I want to stay on that first fight that occurred the day before. How did you see it? Like, how does it come to your attention?
I had just came from volunteering. I think I got dropped off, and when I got dropped off, it kind of was going on. Everything was taking place.
You said it was going on.
Yeah, it was like everything was going on. Like,
What's going on? What are you seeing?
girls arguing. Yeah, girls was arguing.
Were they fighting?
Not at the time, no.
Do you eventually see a fight that night?
Eventually, yes.
And can you describe the fight?
They was just fighting.
Did you stay outside to watch it?
Yes, sir.
Why?
I was curious.
Did that fight eventually end?
Yes, sir.
Where did all the girls go?
Wherever they went, they went their own way.
Now, I want to draw your attention to the night that the officers were shot and killed. The officer was shot and killed, another officer either. Were you present for the events that occurred there?
Yes, sir.
Was there something that, before we get to the shooting of the officers, I want to talk to you about kind of the events leading up to that. Were you present for the initial confrontations between girls?
Yes, sir.
How did you come across this? What brought it to your attention?
It kind of just played out how it did the first time. Yeah.
Where were you when you're seeing this confrontation between girls?
I was by my grandma's house, like right on the side. Like I could see everything.
Kind of in that little front porch area?
Yes, sir.
And so if we're looking here on the house residence, we're kind of talking about this area where we can see stairs and doors and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where was the fight occurring?
Kind of like in the street.
Now, this second fight that occurs, the girl that lives above you, did she have a guy with her this time?
Yes, sir.
And while you're kind of watching this altercation, do you take any videos with your cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Why'd you do that?
I was gonna post it.
You're gonna post it?
Yeah. Well, I was gonna send it around. Yeah. Post it. Yeah. Show people. You know.
I can't hear the answer, Judge.
Yep.
I was gonna post it and like send it to people that I knew. Stuff like that.
About girls fighting?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Maybe it would be easier if you pull your chair up a little bit more. There you go. Thank you.
Okay, now. Your Honor, I have State's Exhibit number 124 back in the computer. There is a folder entitled Video from Urban Tunes. Within that folder, there is a single audio-visual file that I am going to be opening with DLC Media Player. I will be playing and moving this video into evidence at this time.
Objection.
All right, received without objection.
Can you see the area and the video?
Yes, sir.
Did you take this video?
Yes, sir.
Is this the video from kind of the first fight that happens between the girls on the night of the shooting?
Yes, sir.
And I just want to kind of, what we're talking about here, we can see what appears to be what? It's kind of light out. It's not as dark as what we're going to be talking about later. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We can see here appears to be one group of females. Is that the group that lived above you?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to be playing from 0 minutes and 0 seconds into the recording. Pausing at 7 seconds. We could hear someone laughing. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Me.
And I want to draw your attention to kind of two different areas of the video. If we're looking kind of down the block, you can see 25th Street, you see the apartment building. Do we see kind of in the I guess in the distance, that other group of girls that was involved in this argument or fight?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to draw your attention to another individual. It's going to be this individual that we see here. See, he's got black top, some long dreads, red shorts. Was he this male that was associated with the group that lived above you?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who he is?
No, sir.
Are you going to notice anything about this individual?
No, sir.
Did he appear to be armed with anything?
Oh, yes, sir. He did.
What did he have?
He had a handgun.
And going to tools and filters, effects, video effects, geometry, interactive zoom, and moving over. Playing for a little bit, from 7 seconds into the recording. Pausing at 15 seconds into the recording. This individual that we're seeing, he appears to have kind of like a small backpack on his front. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And we can see what appears to be kind of a magazine of a firearm or a handgun in his short pocket or in his waistband or something along there. Did you see him at this point or during the fight between the girls ever pull the gun out?
Not to my knowledge. No. No, sir.
Did you see him intervene in the fight in any way?
No, sir.
Now, going back from effects and filters, going out of the interactive zoom, closing. I'm going to play the remaining portion of this video from 15 seconds.
Wait, get your messy ass off. You so
Oh, the cheat is going on Facebook.
Girl, come on.
Oh my God.
Turn the whole crowd on right now. Turn the whole crowd on right now, buddy. You didn't know this. That nigga got that eye. That nigga got that eye. Bitch, you the shit. You get no eye. You get no eye. Nigga got that eye. You cut through my eye. Yeah, you did. Bitch, you did. You really did. Oh, my mama. She beats him. Let her kiss her. Yes, that's the way I kicked you. Yes. That bitch, yes.
And pause me at 59 seconds into the recording. Is that a fair and accurate copy of that video you took?
Yes, sir.
Now, does the group with the guy with the short guy with the dreads and the shorts, red shorts, does that group of girls, do they stay outside or do they go back up into the apartment?
They eventually go in. They didn't stick around.
What about the other group of girls?
They kind of was just out there, like hanging out. Yeah, they said they wasn't leaving.
Okay, they said they weren't leaving?
Yeah.
At some point, do you see them joined by any individual?
What you mean?
Fair enough. Bad question. Does anyone join that other group? Does anyone show up?
Later on, yes.
Okay. How much later?
Probably like an hour later. Not even, yeah. I want to say like an hour later.
Who's this person that shows up to join that other group?
I guess I don't know who he is to them, but
You don't know his name.
I know who he is. Like,
Is that the guy you already identified in court?
yes, sir.
But you don't know his name or you didn't know him like that?
I didn't know him like that. No, sir.
Do you know how he's associated with the other group of girls that stayed around outside?
No, sir.
Now, when the defendant shows up and is kind of with this other group of girls, does he have anything with him?
Yes, sir.
What?
A long barrel rifle.
You had a rifle?
Yes, like a big gun.
Big gun.
Yes.
Was he wearing anything on his back?
A book bag.
And what's the defendant doing?
It was trying to get the guy to come outside.
How's he doing that?
He was walking around, pacing around. He was yelling, "Come outside. Come outside."
Now, do you go into your grandmother's house, or do you kind of still stay out?
I was kind of still on the porch, like watching everything.
Why are you watching?
I was curious.
Guy shows up with a big rifle, you continue to watch.
Yes, sir.
Now, at some point, while the defendant is outside in the street with this rifle, do you see him ever do anything with it?
He shot it in the air a few times.
Now, I want to, Your Honor, remaining on the same exhibit.
Okay.
124, same video exhibit, the flash drive. Now going to the video folder entitled Alicia Moore Garfield Video folder. There are the two videos we've already talked about, beginning and going to the first video that ends in 103521, opening with VLC Media. And going to effects and filters, video effects, geometry, interactive zoom, and kind of focus in on the area that we're talking about. Placing it on the big screen. Do you recognize the area that we see here, sir?
Yes, sir.
And when we're kind of watching this video and kind of seeing this area, is this that other group of girls that kind of been hanging out there for a long time, trying to get someone to come out from outside that apartment?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to play, while this is happening, you indicated that you were hanging out where?
On my grandma's porch.
On the porch?
Yeah. It's like a ramp.
The ramp?
Yeah.
So if we're talking about kind of, would this be this area that we can see with the stairs and the front porch area and then the ramp in the front?
Yes, sir.
And just gonna go back so we can kind of take a look at 126, so we can see the area that we're referring to. Are you referring to kind of this area that we see right here?
Yes, sir.
Now, before the shots, while the defendant is kind of in that area with that rifle, does he ever talk to you?
Yes, sir.
What does he ask you?
He said, "Did I see anybody? Anybody? Did I see another dude?
Did he
Did I see anybody with a gun?"
see anybody with a gun?
Yes, sir.
Playing from 0 minutes and 0 seconds into the recording.
What you talking about? Ain't no I don't need no niggas, no none of that.
Pausing at 10 seconds into the recording. This individual that we see here with the rifle, is that the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And does he come and talk to you and ask you whether or not you saw anybody with a gun?
Yes, sir.
Playing from 10 seconds into the recording.
No.
Pausing at 37 seconds into the recording. The video shows the defendant kind of going over by the area of where the porch or the front area is and pointing up. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Is he talking to you at this time?
Yes, sir.
If you remember. Now, playing from 37 seconds. Pausing at 53 seconds into the recording. Did you see him shoot into the air?
Yes, sir.
Was that the defendant saying, bring it outside?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to stay out there and watch?
Yes, sir.
Why?
I was curious. I wasn't trying to go in the house.
Your Honor, staying on the same exhibit in the same folder, video folder, now going to the second ring video in the Alicia Moore video folder. Now having the 2 minutes and 50 seconds into the recording. Later on, is this kind of the same area with the same group of people that we've already been discussing?
Yes, sir.
All right, now I want to discuss and kind of highlight and talk about another person that we're going to see come out of the video. Playing from 2 minutes and 50 seconds into the recording.
Yeah, everybody else got a smack. Bring them outside. I do here. If you don't pull out by the clock, I'm shooting you all three. You got 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes.
Focusing in. I'm going to zoom in even more. So without distorting. Can we see this individual? What appears to be a white top on, hands in pockets, who just came from kind of the area of where that porch is. Do you know who that is?
Yes, sir.
Who is that?
Me.
What are you doing?
Watching.
Observing?
Yes, sir.
Going back to the larger zoom and playing from 3 minutes and 6 seconds. In the pausing at 3 minutes and 39 seconds. So you now kind of come out. We see that there's The defendant is kind of there. Is he talking to you or is he just generally yelling at the apartment building?
He was talking to me.
Now, at some point, sir, you've seen the first shot. Do you see the defendant ever fire more shots while we're at this corner?
It might have. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, eventually, yeah. Yes.
Now, is there kind of some return fire? Can you explain what's happening?
So basically he kind of was just telling them like, come outside. He was basically just telling them like, come outside. Like he was giving them multiple chances to come outside and they didn't come outside. And after so long, after he kept saying it, the dude upstairs, he started shooting at him.
At the defendant?
Yes, sir.
So the defendant shooting and the man shooting back?
Yes, sir.
So kind of return fire on the second grouping of shots.
Yes, sir.
What happens to the group when this happens?
Everybody scattered.
And what did you do?
I kind of went that direction.
You followed them?
Yes, sir.
Why did you follow this other group?
I was just trying to see what was going on. I was trying to observe. That's all.
Now, which way does this group of girls and the defendant go? If we had, just so we can orient ourselves, if this is 25th Street, and this is your apartment building, we're kind of like video was looking towards the intersection right here, and we know that the alley that we're gonna end up is over here on 24th Place in Garfield. What direction do you guys take?
We kind of went back the opposite way.
So down Garfield,
Yes, sir.
away from your apartment building?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're walking down that area, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you eventually end up kind of in this intersection area of 24th and Garfield?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's happening when this group of individuals is over by the intersection of 24th and Garfield?
So like they was just talking for a little bit and like they was just kind of trying to decide what they was going to do.
Now, before we get to that, I want to just go back a little bit to the area of 25th Street in Garfield. I now have, Your Honor, on the same exhibit, it's exhibit number 124, within another folder. This is the video from Arkisha Johnson, the second video of that, which I'm now placing on the big screen. And playing at this portion at 0 minutes and 0 seconds into the recording. Do you recognize that individual that we saw there as I paused it at 5 seconds?
Yes, sir.
Is that the person you've already identified?
Yes, sir.
Can we see the backpack that he was wearing?
Yes, sir.
Can you see that kind of ski mask that he had over his head?
Yes, sir.
The gun that he had in his hand?
Yes, sir.
Playing from 0 minutes and 5 seconds into the recording. And pausing at 10 seconds into the recording. So I want to draw your attention. Same individual, ski mask kind of pulled back, backpack. You recognize this individual hanging back from the crowd with a white shirt and shorts on.
Yes, sir.
Who's that?
Me.
And is that the defendant with that gun, that backpack, and that ski mask?
Yes, sir.
Is the ski mask sometimes referred to as like a pushiesty?
Yes, sir.
That is it's like a famous rapper who wears it, right?
Yes, sir.
My kid's old. Now, in terms of what happens next, I want to draw our attention to kind of hanging out and move into this area, the intersection of 24th and Garfield. Are you still going to be wearing that white shirt and shorts that we've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I now have State's Exhibit number 184 in the video screen. It is the first video that is within the 2217 video. Getting the interactive Zoom ready. Playing from this portion at 1 second into the recording. We can see there appears to be kind of a big group of people by the intersection. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Group seems to go. Another individual catches up with them. And drawing your attention to the back, and we see a person with a white top kind of following at a distance behind the group.
Yes, sir.
Who's that?
Me.
Now, Your Honor, moving to the second video within that same exhibit, State's Exhibit number 184. And going to the big screen again. And playing from 0 minutes and 0 seconds into the recording. Pausing at 3 seconds into the recording. This individual, we can see that's got, appears to be some sort of ski mask on his head and the backpack. See that person in the video?
Yes, sir.
Now I want to continue. 0 minutes and 3 seconds, which is where I paused it. And pausing at 8 seconds into the video. We see an individual in white shirt, shorts, with his hands in his pockets. He's now kind of following behind him.
Yes, sir.
Who's that?
Me.
What are you doing?
Watching.
And what's happening at this point?
I guess they was trying to like gather their thoughts and come figure out what they was gonna do.
Now, at some point, does the group split up?
Yes, sir.
Where did the girls go?
I don't know. They went their own way.
Did you see where the defendant went?
Yes, sir.
Where'd he go?
He stayed posted in the same area.
Sorry?
He stayed posted in the same area.
Same area.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe the area that he's going to post or hang out in?
It was some cars over there. It was like some bushes.
Yep. Can you speak up?
It was some cars. It was some cars and some bushes, and it was pretty dark.
Show you what has been marked. It's exhibit number 34. You recognize this area?
Yes, sir.
Is this the area where the bushes and the darkness and the cars, is that where the defendant decided to told you he was going to post?
Yes, sir.
Does he still have his gun with him?
Yes, sir.
Still have his backpack?
Yes, sir.
Still have that ski mask, that touche?
Yes, sir.
And the girls have left.
Yes, sir.
Where do you go?
I had told him, I said I was going to just walk around just to check and see if there was any cops coming.
Do you think the cops are coming?
Eventually.
Now, when you leave the defendant, is he still in this area around where the cars and the overgrown weeds are?
Yes, sir.
So you're checking around in the area, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, you end up kind of back in that alley, a little further down towards your apartment.
Yes, sir.
You see anything?
Yes, sir.
What do you see?
I see, two cops, like, checking that area, like, looking looking in that area with their light.
So you saw you said two cops, two police officers.
Yes, sir.
How could you tell they were police officers?
Because they was flashing their light, and you could just tell it was cops.
What happens next?
Like when they got in the alley a little bit, like when they pointed their light towards the bushes, shots was just let off.
How many?
A lot.
See what happens to the officers?
Well, one of the officers hit the ground, and the other one was trying to run off a little bit, but he realized his partner was down, and he came back to help his partner.
You see where the shots came from?
It came from the bushes by the cars.
Came from this area?
Yes, sir.
What happens next?
I kind of just stood there for a minute, like I was kind of in shock. And I was gonna try to go help the officer. I was gonna try to help the officer, but his partner told me to stay back, so I backed up and went back the other way.
So you went to go check or see if the officer needed help, and partner told you to get back.
Yes, sir.
So you're that individual that came and talked to the officer who was over his car.
Yes, sir.
Where'd you go after that?
I went back towards my grandma's house.
At some point later in that night, did you see the defendant again?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
He had cut through some people's yard.
Did you talk about what happened?
No, sir. He didn't talk about it.
Did you say anything about who he thought it was?
Yeah. Yes, sir, he did.
What did he say?
He thought it was somebody else.
Thought it was dude?
Yes, sir.
What was your reaction to that?
I kind of just was like it was some cops. Like, that wasn't even nobody else.
Did he mention anything about something he was missing?
His bag.
And what you guys talk about whether or not he should go get his bag?
I said, skip that bag. We need to go. Just get up out of here.
Now, I want to go through a number of exhibits with you. First of all, it's going to be State's Exhibit number 242. But there coming time where the detectives asked to see if you could identify the person that you saw with the black rifle pistol. The person we're talking about, the bag and the gun that you saw shoot up in the air in 25th and Garfield.
Yes, sir.
Whose signature is that right there?
Mine.
And whose signature is that right there?
Mine.
Is this the form you went through with the police?
Yes, sir.
Did they show you a series of photos in a folder?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to identify the person that you saw that night?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state will move State's Exhibit number 242 in evidence.
I don't object.
Received without objection.
Show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 242. And in this particular instance, did you circle yes for the person in folder number 2?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 244. Flipping back, you recognize those initials?
Yes, sir. Me.
Your Honor, the state would move 244 in evidence.
I don't object.
Received without objection.
Is that the individual that you identified as being the person who saw that?
Yes, sir.
Is that your initials on the bottom corner of that photo?
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure I understand it. The person in this photo, is he the one that showed up with the backpack and the rifle and the ski mask on his head?
Yes, sir.
Is he the one that you saw shoot up in the air and by the house on 25th and Garfield?
Yes, sir.
Is he the one that you kind of followed around as he was walking around over by 24th Place in Garfield?
Yes, sir.
Is he the one that told you he was gonna hang out or post in that wooded area by those two cars?
Yes, sir.
When you left him, is that the person that still had that gun, that bag, and that mask on his head?
Yes, sir.
And is that the person that told you that he thought it was due?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you, Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach you?
Sure.
Mr. Toombs, I'm showing you what's been admitted as exhibit number 1. Do you see that document, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, it's not drawn to scale, but do you see what it's trying to depict here? The alleyway, North 24th Place, Garfield, right? Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
See where those two cars are depicted, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So looking at exhibit number 1, you can orient yourself to the evening with respect to that drawing. Fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you some questions about where you were on this drawing. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Before we get into the specific locations of that drawing, I'm going to ask you some preliminary questions about what you were doing that evening. First of all, you indicated that when you got dropped off at your grandma's place, the girls were already outside arguing and hollering. Yes?
Yes, sir.
And you were going to your grandma's house, what, to see your grandma?
No, I was staying there.
Oh, so you were living there.
Yes, sir.
So you get dropped off at where you're living, and you see an argument in the street with a group of girls, right?
Yes, sir.
A guy with red shorts with a gun,
Yes, sir.
right?
Right.
And you saw the gun that the guy with the red shorts had, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your reaction was to pull out your cell phone and start filming it
Yes, sir.
and to start laughing about it,
Yes, sir.
right? You didn't think to go inside?
No, sir.
You think to call police?
No, sir.
Were you worried about it escalating to shots being fired?
No.
Okay. But it ultimately, later on, someone shot in the air, right?
Right.
So things have escalated from screaming to shots being fired in the streets, right?
Right.
And then someone's actually shooting back from that apartment building, right?
Right.
And that's the apartment building you stay at,
Yes, sir.
where you're with your grandma.
Yes, sir.
Is your grandma home?
Yes, sir.
Did you want to go and check on her since shots are being fired in your neighborhood?
I
Or
didn't
did you
feel,
just want to keep filming it?
yeah, I was kind of trying to keep filming.
You just wanted to keep filming it.
Yes, sir.
Did you have any inclination to call the police once shots got fired?
No, sir.
Did you have any inclination to maybe go inside when shots got fired
No, sir.
or leave the area?
No, sir.
So you weren't worried about getting shot?
No,
Why?
because I wasn't thinking about that.
What were you thinking about?
Everything that was going on.
Well, what do you mean by everything that was going on? What does that mean?
How that was.
You think you might get good footage to post online?
Yes, sir.
For what?
For likes, views.
So you're videotaping this so you can post it online to get some views, right? To
Right.
get attention. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a gun with you?
No.
Now, you didn't have any relationship with these girls, right? You just known they lived in the building, correct?
Correct.
You didn't know the guy in the red shorts,
No,
with the
sir.
guns?
No, sir.
And you didn't know who you claim is Mr. Tremaine Jones with the long rifle either.
No, sir.
You didn't know any of these people.
No, sir.
And then when it escalates to shots being fired, you start following them around and hanging out with them.
Yes, sir.
Right. Were you trying to get involved in the crowd or what were you trying to do? Be important? What?
I kind of was just there observing.
Why?
I was curious.
What were you curious about? What did you think was going to happen next?
I don't know.
So you just said, I'm seeing shots fired in my neighborhood where my grandma's home, and I'm just going to keep filming it and hang out with these people, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't talk to Tremaine Jones or know who Tremaine Jones was before that day, did you? Other than you'd seen him.
Right. Yes, sir.
Right. You didn't have a relationship with him. You weren't friends with him, right?
Correct.
So when you see shots being fired, the shots being fired from the apartment building, okay, that was someone returning fire out towards the street, true?
Yes, sir.
That's the street you were out on.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were they firing at the guy with the long gun?
Yes, sir.
It makes sense. Guy with the long gun shoots in the air, guy from the apartment building shoots back.
Yes, sir.
You're standing near the guy with the long gun.
Yes, sir.
Again, you're not concerned about getting shot.
No.
You don't call 911.
No.
Now, if I understood your testimony correctly, the guy with the long gun shoots in the air once and then people fire at him from the apartment building, true?
Yes, sir.
It's only after he was fired upon from the apartment building that the guy with the long gun returned fire, true?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did you know if law enforcement was called or was on their way?
Eventually, yes, sir.
When did you learn that?
Once the shots was fired, I kind of figured somebody would eventually call the police.
Okay, so you figured police were coming since shots were fired.
Yes, sir.
And when police started arriving, did people scatter?
At the time when the police had came, nobody was around.
So by the time police came, everybody had already dispersed or scattered.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And which direction did you go? Where did you go when everyone scattered?
I walked through the alley, basically walked around the block.
You didn't go home?
No.
Okay. What direction did the girls go?
The opposite way of me.
Okay. On exhibit number 1, can you see where the girls went in relationship to exhibit number 1?
Okay, there's the alley.
Yes or no?
No.
So it's not on exhibit number 1 where the girls went.
Right.
What about on the second page? Now that you have 25th Street and Garfield. Is it on there where they went?
Yeah, they went back the opposite way.
Well, I don't know what the opposite way is. Which way is the opposite way? This is a little map. You can tell me where. Okay, let's break this down. Where were you?
I was on this side.
Okay. You were on where?
I can't really vision it like
You
that.
can't envision it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can't vision it like that.
So you can't really tell us where you were. All you know is that you were somewhere and the girls were somewhere else.
Correct.
What about the guy with the long gun? Was he with you?
I was near him.
Okay. So you kept following him.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you walk together? Did you talk? Did you run? What'd you guys do?
We was walking.
Walking where? You said around the block.
Okay. Okay, so when we walk down the block,
Towards what direction? Towards 25th or 24th Street?
back towards 24th.
24th Street, because be correct, there's 25th Street, 24th Place, and then 24th Street, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're walking towards 24th Street,
Yes, sir.
and the girls are walking towards 25th Street.
Correct.
Okay. You're walking with the guy with the long gun.
Yes, sir.
Were you guys talking
Not like that. No. No.
at all?
No.
Did you guys formulate a plan where you wanted to go?
No.
Were you just following him around filming him? What were you doing?
I just was following him
Why?
because I was curious.
What about?
I never seen nothing like that. That excited me.
You're excited.
Yes.
You want to be a part of the action.
No, I just was curious. That's all.
You thought it was smart then to follow a guy around and shot a gun off in the streets.
I didn't think it was smart, but at the time I was just doing whatever.
At some point in time, you say that you now see that the police arrive, right? And they start walking.
Yes, sir.
Where were you when you were watching the police walk towards that alley?
I was on the opposite side of the alley.
Yeah, I'm going to show you Exhibit 1. Now, I'm being very precise in my question.
Okay.
When you were watching the officers before they got shot, you were watching them walk around. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
Where were you, if you can tell us on Exhibit 1, either on the first page or the second page, where were you standing to be able to observe that, sir?
All right, so this was cars. I was like over here.
Can you mark an X on Exhibit 1 where you were? Okay. Let the record reflect the defendants put a black X on Exhibit number 1. You marked the X right there at the end of that alley, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when the police were walking around where you marked the X, you said that you saw the guy with the long gun go, I think you said post up or something like that? Yes?
Yes, sir.
And he told you, hey, I'm going to go post up.
Yes, sir.
What did that mean to you?
He was just gonna stay there.
Not take off, right?
Right.
I mean, he just shot a gun in public, right?
Right.
Walked around with a long gun in public. Yeah?
Right.
And he told you, I'm just going to wait around.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you're waiting where you are on the X. Where did he go?
He didn't move.
Where was he at the point you're at where you are on the exhibit number over the X? Where is he along here?
He was by the cars.
He's by these cars?
Yes, sir. You're at position where you drew the black X, and in fact, can you do me a favor? Let's just put your initials right next to that black X as well. What'd you write there? You wrote an ET, is that correct? Yes, sir.
Okay. Now with this blue marker, can you tell me where you believe the guy with the long gun was, where he said he was posting up when the police walked up? Can you write that on there? Put an X.
Hippie chick,
Then
lady
type-
dive,
can
spaces
you
they
put-
see, walking those streets all night. You go, ladies, come and see what's going on now. Let's go, girls.
LG for long gun. Okay, thank you. Let the record reflect, I'll show the state, blue X, and the initials LG in blue. So you're down the alley and you're saying that the guy with the long gun's where you indicated next to the cars.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to see the person with the long gun at that point in time?
No, sir.
So you're saying that you saw him go in that direction, but you don't know if he's staying there, waiting, you don't know if he's walked away, you can't see him at this point, fair?
Correct.
How long was it from the time that you were sitting at that position where you got the ET mark and when the shooting occurred with the officers, if you know? Ballpark.
Not even 60 seconds.
Pardon me?
Not even 60 seconds.
Not even 60 seconds.
Correct.
Okay, well, we know it was 13 minutes from the time that the police were dispatched
But
until the shooting with the law enforcement occurred. What were you doing for those 13 minutes?
I was walking around.
Pardon me?
Walking around.
Where were you walking around, sir?
I walked around the whole block.
Well, did you walk over by those cars? Or you just
Once-
LG?
Once I left that area, no, I didn't go back over there.
They left what area? Where the cars are?
Yes, sir.
So once you left the area of the cars, you could see what was happening over by the cars.
Correct.
You left the area of the cars when? Significantly before the shooting started?
Yes, sir.
So several minutes.
Yes, sir.
So fair to say, you don't know what's occurring over by those cars where you rode the LG for several minutes before the shooting of the officers occurred, correct?
Correct.
You don't know who's there and who isn't there, do you? You couldn't see it, could you?
Right.
Now, where you marked on exhibit number 1 where you were standing with the X, is that where you were when you saw the officers get shot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then your instincts at that point was to approach the officers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you approach the officers with your hands up?
I don't know, sir.
Were you filming anything?
No, sir.
You heard several gunshots, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't run in the opposite direction.
No.
And you're saying you were able to see the officer actually go down?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the dark.
Yes, sir.
Did you have a flashlight with you or anything giving you light?
No, sir.
Now, this is the part I'm really confused by. After the shooting, you walk up to where the officer was shot, right? And you get told, stay away. True?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go from there?
I backed up, kind of went back towards my grandma's house.
Did you stay within the visual area of the police officer? Or did you just walk away from him?
I seen, like, once I backed up, I kind of just was able to see everything from the alley.
Okay. So you get exhibit number 1 again. So this is after the shooting. So you see the shooting and you're where at the ET is in the black X, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Then you walk towards the officers, correct?
Correct.
And the officers are where?
Um,
On this map.
they
When
was
they got shot.
right there.
Okay. Can you mark a red X there? Put O or PO? PO. Okay. All right, so you put a red X on exhibit number 1 where the police officers were when you observed the shooting, correct?
Correct.
So I want to get this right. Your position where the black X is,
Mhm.
you see the police officers get shot and there's the red PO with the X, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you approach the police officers,
Yes, sir.
okay? Which means you obviously must come down the alley, right, and move towards the red X.
Yes, sir.
You then claim at some point that you talked to the guy with the long gun after the fact.
Yes, sir.
Well, where did you talk to him?
I was by my grandma's house.
Well, on exhibit number 1, is your grandma's house at all visible on exhibit number 1? On the first page?
No.
No. Correct. What about on page 2? I'll bring it to you so you can see it. Your grandma's house on page 2? What's the address?
2205.
2205. Well, you see 2203. You see 2512, right? You see where your grandma's house is. What's the corner that your grandma's house is on?
25th.
25th and what?
Garfield.
25th. Well, this is showing the intersection of 25th and Garfield, is it not?
Yes, sir.
So is your grandma's house depicted on there?
No, sir.
Well, is it in this area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're saying you walked back to your grandma's house, which is away from where the police officers were.
Yes, sir.
After you'd approached them and they told you not to move.
Yes, sir.
You circle back to your grandma's house and for some reason you encounter the guy with the long gun.
Yes, sir.
Did he have the gun with him?
No, sir.
Okay. Did he have his backpack with him?
No, sir. He
He
didn't have,
just came up to you after apparently shooting police officers and started talking to you.
he cut through some people's yard. Yeah, he cut through some people's yard. And I kind of just like seen him.
Okay, so now you're telling us that you, after the shooting, you go towards the police officers, yes?
Yes.
That took some time, fair?
Right.
And then did you run back to grandma's or what?
I just kind of backed up slowly.
You backed up slowly.
Yes, sir.
So now you back up at least a half a block, if not more, to your grandma's house,
Mhm.
right?
Right.
And you encounter apparently the guy with the long gun,
Yes, sir.
and he talks to you.
Yes, sir.
You said he cut through yards. Did you see him cut through yards?
Yes, sir.
Did you holler at the police, hey, there's a guy cutting through the yards?
No, I did not.
Did you alert anybody that you saw anybody?
No, sir.
After the shooting occurred, when you were interviewed by police, do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Were you interviewed that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you tell them what you saw?
Yes, sir.
And they knew who you were because you'd approached them in the white t-shirt right before.
Right. Yes, sir.
And you're backing up towards your grandma's house and you're saying that the guy with the long gun, was he running? Was he walking? What was he doing?
He was running.
He was running.
Yes, sir.
So he apparently is running and you're backing up and you happen to encounter him over by your grandma's house.
Yes, sir.
This guy who never met before, never talked to before, just volunteers information to you.
Yes, sir.
And you said you saw where the shots came from when the officers got shot, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where did the shots come from on exhibit 1? Can you point?
Right here.
So the shots, you pointed to the same spot where you had the blue LG.
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
So you saw, what did you see? You saw muzzle flashes? Did you see the actual person? What did you see?
I saw gunfire.
You saw gunfire or you heard gunfire?
I heard it and I saw it.
What did you see?
I saw somebody shooting.
What do you mean you saw somebody shooting? You saw a figure pulling a trigger? You saw a muzzle flash? You saw people react? What did you actually see?
I seen gunfire and then I just seen the cop hit the ground.
So you see gunfire, you see the cop hit the ground, and you run towards the police.
Yes, I wanted to help him.
Right? You didn't duck when you heard gunshots or run.
No.
In the lineup that you were asked about, this is,
Yeah.
242, it's exhibit 242. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is the instruction form they gave you to identify somebody, correct? We're asking you to identify somebody, right?
Yes, sir.
And they were asking you to identify somebody with the black rifle pistol, is what it says. True?
Yes, sir.
And you identified who you believe had that long gun earlier in the day.
Yes, sir.
That's what you were identifying and who you were identifying when you filled this form out, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're not able to identify or tell us exactly who did the shooting of the police officers because you didn't see the person, did you?
No, sir.
Or anything else?
Any redirect?
When you're identifying that individual, that's the defendant, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So he's the one that shows up on 25th and Garfield with that round.
Yes, sir.
He's the one that shoots the rounds off in you.
Yes, sir.
He's the one with the backpack.
Yes, sir.
He's the one that you then see him shoot towards the apartment.
Yes, sir.
He's the one that you then follow kind of along the streets.
Yes, sir.
He's the one that when we see in the video, kind of in that alley area, he's the one you're next to.
Yes, sir.
He's the one with the backpack.
Yes, sir.
He's the one that goes by the area of those two cars.
Yes, sir.
He's the one who says he's gonna post there for a bit.
Yes, sir.
He still has that backpack.
Yes, sir.
He still has that gun.
Yes, sir.
He still has that mask on his head.
Yes, sir.
And then when you leave, you never see him.
No, that was it.
And that's the area from where you last saw him with the gun and the backpack. That's where you see the shots coming from.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm just going here for one moment, state exhibit number 1. You said this was very hard for you to envision. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, you were saying like without the pictures and everything, you can't, it's kind of hard for you to see what's going on.
Yes, sir.
For example, when we were looking at the second page in terms of where certain things were, you said you couldn't see your grandmother's residence.
Yes, yes, sir.
Because there's just boxes with numbers.
Right.
Now, we can see on state's exhibit number 1, if we flip to the second page, and if we're looking at it, we can see that there's a 2203 that is on there. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Your grandmother's address is 2205. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. To show you what it's marked as 20, state's exhibit number 126. And we're seeing here, we can see 2205 right next door to 2203. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
So, as much as Detective McFadden is trying to kind of give us a generalization of where things are, is this hard to understand or kind of see how everything plays out?
Yes, sir.
Your grandmother's is the same building, 2203.
Yes, sir.
Now, going back to state's exhibit number 1. When you left the area, when you leave the defendant, who has the long gun,
Yes, sir.
are you starting to walk back towards your grandmother's house?
Yes, sir.
And the girls, they go the opposite way.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So again, you said that this was a little hard to envision and kind of trying to figure out.
Yes, sir.
If your grandmother's house is to the left from where we see the long gun person,
Yes, sir.
that would mean you were walking in the alley to the left,
Yes,
right?
sir. Yeah. I actually made a mistake because I meant to put it on that side.
Okay, so
Yeah.
just so we're clear, this should be over here.
Yes, sir.
In fairness, no offense to Detective McFadden, but we just got boxes with a bunch of numbers.
Right.
Would it have been better to have used an actual Google picture that shows you pictures and stuff?
Yes, sir.
Now, you're down the alley,
Yes, sir. Yeah.
and that's when you see the officers arrive.
Yes, sir.
And you see this individual here with the long gun.
Yes, sir.
That's when you left.
Yes, sir.
Now, in fairness, you didn't actually see the person shoot. Is that fair?
No, sir.
When you left that area, was there anybody other than the defendant between those two cars?
No, sir.
Did you ever see anybody other than the defendant with that long gun?
No, sir.
Did you ever see anybody but the defendant with that backpack?
No, sir.
Hold on. Nothing else, thank you.
Anything on that?
Yes.
Showing you exhibit 1. So now that you've been oriented to exhibit number 1, do you think where you put the black X in the ET should actually be on the left side?
Yes, sir.
Okay, on the far left side corresponding place?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's make a mark there.
Okay.
Flat. Put your initials ET where you were now and circle the ET, please. So now you believe that you were, for the record, he's put a black circle with an ET as I asked him to do.
Okay.
On the left-hand side now on exhibit 1. So that's where you were when you saw the shooting, correct?
Yes, sir.
Good. And that's, you said you'd separated from the guy with the long gun, meaning you went in different directions.
Yes, yes,
You
sir.
told the guy with the long gun you were going to look around to see if cops were on the way.
Yes, sir.
Why would you want to help a guy know if cops are on the way?
Because I don't want nobody to get in trouble.
Okay. So you said, hey, man, I'll tell you if there's cops coming along.
Yes, sir.
You never made contact with him again to tell him there were cops there, did you?
I didn't get the opportunity to.
Okay. Because for several minutes, you'd separated from him and he left in that area by the cars.
Yes, sir.
You hadn't seen him in that area for several minutes until the police shooting.
Yes, sir.
You didn't see him afterwards. You claim it's now over by your grandma's house.
Yes, sir.
Nothing else.
Anything on that?
No.
You may step down. You're all done. It's 10:10. I think we can take a morning break. You've been in for about an hour and a half.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God or under the pain and penalty of perjury.
I do.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell them both for the record.
Curtis Pelzinski, CurtisPelzynski.
How are you employed?
As a sergeant with the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
And how long total have you been with the Milwaukee employed?
PELC. Curtis Pelzinski, CurtisPelzynski.
How are you employed?
As a sergeant with the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
And how long total have you been with the Milwaukee Police Department?
In total, 16 and a half years.
How long have you been a sergeant?
About a year.
And prior to your promotion to sergeant, what was your rank?
A detective.
How long were you a detective?
5 years.
I want to draw your attention to your time as a detective. Where were you assigned as a detective?
For the first about a year and a half, I was assigned to the robbery division. And then for the last 3.5 years of my time, I was assigned to the homicide division.
I want to draw your attention to the investigation into the June 26, 2025 homicide of Officer Corder. Were you involved in that investigation?
I was.
Were you a homicide detective at that time?
I was.
Now, did there come a time when you were involved in speaking to as well as conducting a photo array with Mr. Urban Toombs?
Yes.
We'll show you what has been marked in State's Exhibit number 242. You recognize this form?
Yes, this is the photo array identification form I went over with Mr. Toombs that night.
Okay. And I'm going to draw your attention towards the bottom. Whose signature is that?
My signature.
Placing State Exhibit number 242 on the big screen, and I'm going to kind of zoom in towards the bottom here. Does this show us, therefore, your signature as well as your name?
Correct.
Now, when you went through this photo array procedure with Mr. Toombs, did you follow all the procedures that the Milwaukee Police Department has?
To the best of my ability, yes.
Were 7 and 8 blank?
Yes, they were.
Was 1 a filler?
After I was found out, yes, it was a filler.
Okay. And then the position of from 2 through 6, did you and were you involved in positioning or finding the placement for the target within that 2 through 6?
I created the array and I brought the 6 photos together, and then Detective Majewski is the one that placed them into the folders for me so that I did not know which folder contained any of the photos.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you a number of other exhibits here, beginning with State's Exhibits numbers 246 and 245. You had mentioned the, I guess, 6-pack. Is that fair?
Correct. That's one of the terms we use.
And then 246, does this show us the photos? All
Yes,
right. And then if we're looking at 245, are those the big photos of all the films?
correct.
Your Honor, the state would move state's exhibits numbers 245 and 246 in that.
Objection.
Received without objection.
Placing them kind of on the big screen so we can see the individuals in terms of that portion of it. Now, detective, did you read the form to Mr. Toombs?
I did.
You tell him that it was just as important to exclude the innocent as it was to identify the perpetrator.
Yes,
And to be clear, when you're asking him this question, you're asking him, is this the person you saw with the black rifle pistol? Is that fair?
correct.
This is based on kind of his description of what he had seen that night and who he had seen. This is what you were attempting to determine.
Yes,
Now, who was the target of this photo?
Mr. Tremaine Jones.
And do you see Mr. Tremaine Jones in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you please identify him by where he is and what he's wearing?
He's seated to my right at the defense table. Looks like a black and white plaid checkered shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the detectives identified the defendant.
Any- All right, the record will so reflect.
And when Mr. Toombs was going through this photo array procedure with you, I want to kind of talk about how it went through and what his reactions were on the photos and the folders. When he sees the first photo, what happens?
He just opens the folder, looks at the photo very briefly, hands it back to me quickly, and I asked him the question, is this the person with the black rifle pistol? And he said, no.
And then I want to kind of go through now what happens when you get to folder number 2. What does he say?
At first, he didn't say anything. After I handed him the folder, he opened it, looked at it, closed it, and handed it back to me and just kind of sat there, kind of like blankly staring down towards the floor. So I again asked him, is this the person you saw with the black rifle pistol? He kind of sat there for a few moments, and I said, I need a yes or a no. And then he very softly said yes, or yeah.
I'll show you what has been marked as state's exhibit number 244. Was that the person who was in folder number 2?
It was.
Is that the defendant?
It is.
Now, did you continue on showing him the remainder of those photos?
I did all the way through the last folder.
Did he identify anyone else?
He did not.
Did you then come back to this photo and ask Mr. Toombs to do it?
Yes, after we completed the entire folder array, I showed him the rest of the folders in the series. We completed the bottom of the form. I asked him to sign the bottom of the photo array form where it says that we completed the array. And then I asked him to initial the back of that photo that was in folder number 2.
Is this his initials right there?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor. What day did this occur?
The photo array?
Yes.
It would have been right around midnight, the 26th into the 27th.
And just to be very clear, so we kind of understand how police have identified, while police are doing the investigation, there's the backpack that has a name, and then there's also the 911 call where the name Tremaine is mentioned. Is that fair?
Yes,
There's a number of different information coming.
correct.
And then that night, as you're talking to Mr. Toombs, you do this photo array, and the defendant is identified.
Yes,
Thank you. And just to be clear, identify with your question, is this the person you saw with the black rifle pistol?
yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. You may step down. Can you call your next witness?
Your Honor, the state I will now call investigator Janelle. I get her name wrong.
Vitlatchel.
Yes. I get it. I'm down with it.
Name and penalty of perjury? Yes. Please be seated. Please state your first and last name, spell and vote for the record.
Janelle, Janel, Vitlatchel, Vyt, Lacil,
How are you employed?
T,
Spell and vote for the record.
Janelle, Janel, Vitlatchel, Vyt, Lacil.
How are you employed?
I'm a forensic investigator with the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
How long have you been with the Milwaukee Police Department?
Over 20 years.
How long have you been a forensic investigator?
I've been with the unit going 9 years.
Now, in terms of your assignment as a forensic investigator, what are your duties?
My duties currently, I'm assigned to our forensics lab. So I process physical evidence that's brought to us for prints, DNA, or whatever forensic evidence processing they need done with it.
In terms of this assignment, do you have to have any specialized training or experience?
We do go through training for lab chemicals and how to process using those chemicals, yes.
Is, for lack of a better term, in order to be kind of forensic investigator, it's kind of like an apprenticeship program?
So we started out, the forensic investigators started out as patrol officers. We get chosen and go through a testing process with a written and an oral interview, things like that. And then we go through a 120-hour program of training. And then we do field training, type training, and then we are on probation for a year. And then we have to do a proficiency test in order to actually get promoted.
And did you go through that entire process?
Yes.
Now, how long have you been a forensic investigator, forensic investigator from Milwaukee?
About 9 years. About 9.
Approximately, how much of that time have you been in the lab as opposed to going out on the street?
I'm going on 5 years.
And you may not be able to answer this, but if you have any idea, approximately how many items of evidence that you process related to
Thousands.
Now, you mentioned that you're trained in both processing items for DNA as well as fingerprints. Is that fair?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about that process that you go through. First of all, what is a latent fingerprint?
A latent fingerprint is a fingerprint that can't be seen with the naked eye, so we have to use some kind of agent such as dust or a chemical to develop that print in order to visibly see it.
Okay. If I touch an item, does that mean that my latent fingerprints are definitely going to be on that item?
No.
Why not?
It all depends on the texture of the surface. If the surface is layered with dust, if how oily or the moisture of your fingers, if your fingertips are completely dry, it may not leave a print.
Are environmental factors sometimes an issue?
Yes, rain, snow, smudging, washing it away, that'll also affect that too.
Increased heat, fire explosions, things like that.
Yes, it will destroy DNA and prints.
For example, that's one reason the crime lab doesn't test fired cartridge cases. Is that fair?
Fair.
Now, in terms of kind of what we're talking about, in order to process an item for latent fingerprints, what do you have to do?
There's plenty of different ways what we do in our lab. We do mostly chemical processing, and we have different types of processing that we go through. If you would like me to speak for this case in particular, I did 2 different types of processing.
Yeah, what did you do?
So one processing is the fuming method along with the dye stain method. So what it is we take the object, we look at it to see if there's any prints that we can visibly see, and if there are, we photograph it that way. But first we'll do a fuming treatment on it. So we'll put it into a chamber, and then inside this chamber, it takes a mix of humidity along with cyanide perlite, which is super glue. It turns into a vapor form and it fills up this chamber. And then it adheres to the moistures and the oils left behind for a fingerprint, and we'll start to develop it and make it more visible. With that process, we also do a dye stain process, which this one I use a dye stain called Argyrix, which is a neon yellowish dye stain. So we saturate it and rinse it off and let it dry, and underneath a certain wavelength of light. So in this case, it would be a UV or a blue light. It'll actually glow. So we can develop the print that way to actually visibly see it. The other process that I use for the evidence in this crime in particular is a wet wop solution. So what this wet wop solution is for the sticky side of tape or stickers and things like that. So what it is, it's a liquid that has powder suspended in it. And when you put it onto the surface, the powder that's suspended in the liquid will stick to the oils and moistures left behind in the fingerprint, and then the liquid is washed away and the print will be developed that way.
Now, additionally, you had mentioned that sometimes powder can be used. Is that fair?
Yes.
And when we're talking about powder to develop a print, how is that?
With just normal powder, we have 2 different kinds of magnetic and volcanic powder. We just use a brush, and we'll brush it on the surface, and it'll stick to the moistures and oils left behind of the fingerprint and develop it that way.
Is forensic investigator Kenneth Schill someone that you work with in your unit?
Yes.
He has all the same training and experience.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we talked about how you process items for latent fingerprints. Just because I touch an item, you indicated it doesn't always mean that my latent prints are going to be on that item. Is that fair?
Correct.
Are you familiar, and I know you do, actually, do you do the actual identifications of latent prints?
I do not.
That's sent off to someone else?
That is sent to our latent print examiners.
Okay, those are people with different trainings and different experience.
Correct.
Are you familiar, however, even though you don't do the actual identifications, are you familiar with what we sometimes refer to as sufficient quantity and quality of latent?
Yes.
In fairness, that's what they're looking for to make an identification.
Correct.
You don't do that, but is that kind of what you're looking for when you're trying to figure out whether or not you have a usable latent print?
Yes, we're trying to familiarize with looking for points of identification in a print. So the points, if it's a whorl, a swirl, an arch, what's called minutia, curves, things like that, any kind of detail that could be left behind from your fingerprint, that's what we look for a significant amount of that to determine if possibly there could be an ID made, and then it is sent off to them for actual confirmation.
Now, in terms of latent or kind of sufficient quantity and quality of a latent, ma'am, are there times that you are processing it and you see a latent print and you think it's got enough that an examiner is going to be able to do something with it, only to find out it was not usable for examination?
That's happened quite frequently, yes.
In fact, it happened in this case, is that fair?
Yes.
Now, you also mentioned DNA, processing items for DNA. What's the method that you use for that?
So when we process for DNA, we will do DNA samples from an item before we do the fingerprint processing because the chemicals in the dust can contaminate that. So what the process with that is, we'll take 2 sterile cotton swabs. One of them is moistened with distilled water and one of them is dry. We'll take those 2 swabs and we'll put them along the surface that we believe someone touched. So what we're looking for is touch DNA. So it's DNA that can't be seen, such as blood, saliva, things like that. So we're swabbing the areas that we believe that somebody may have touched to try to collect that. Those 2 swabs are then put into a glycine envelope, which is a wax paper type envelope, and then sealed inside another envelope that has case information on it.
And in terms of kind of examining or going through this process, are these the processes that you use in terms of your examination of a piece of evidence involved in this case?
Yes.
Now, again, do you do the DNA testing?
I do not.
Just because I touch something, does that mean my touch DNA is going to be on that item?
Not necessarily.
Could be for any number of the factors we've already talked about.
Correct.
Lastly, when you're looking at a print that you've been able to print, can you tell us whether or not it's a fresh or a new print or an old print or any of the stuff we see in TV?
I cannot.
Why not?
If I touch a surface, as long as it remains undisturbed, it can stay there forever. If there's a print left behind. It all depends on environmental factors, humidity levels, things like that.
So for example, if you touch an item that nobody bothers to handle it, your print could be there for a long period of time.
Correct.
Obviously, with more people to handle it, anything can happen.
Correct.
Now, I want to just continue and kind of focus in on now, in this particular case, were you asked to look at and examine a particular item of evidence important in this case?
Yes.
What was that?
I looked at, processed, and examined multiple firearms in this case.
And I want to start off with showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 263. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
And what is this item?
That is the Palmetto State Armory rifle that I analyzed and processed.
Were you able to process this item for both latent prints and DNA?
Yes.
I also want to show you what has been marked as both State's Exhibits numbers 238 and 239. Do you recognize these 2 items?
Yes.
What are those?
So one is a Smith & Wesson 40 caliber handgun and one is a Glock 40 caliber handgun. Those are 2 other firearms that I processed with the same methods that I used for the rifle for this case.
And were you able to process those 2 handguns for DNA?
Yes.
On the handguns, processing of the handguns for DNA, where did you take the swabs from?
So for all firearms, we take a minimum of 3 DNA samples from the firearm. So we take it from the grip of the firearm, because that's where subject will be holding the firearm while holding it the correct way. The trigger and inside the trigger guard of the firearm, and then any buttons, so the magazine release, slide left, back, take down levers, things like that. We'll swap those buttons, along with if there are sights on the firearm, we'll swab the sights. And then if there's a magazine, we'll swab the top of the magazine where you load the ammunition into it.
And in this particular case, were you able to do that for those 2 firearms?
Yes.
Did you also process and swab the rifle for DNA?
Yes.
And were those then given to detectives so they can, or processed and inventoried and then detectives can send it to the crime lab?
Correct.
Did you process the rifle for latent fingerprints?
Yes.
Did you process handguns for latent fingerprints?
Yes.
Did you find any latent fingerprints on handguns?
On the handguns, no.
Now I want to talk to you about the rifle. let's talk about the manner in which you kind of process this rifle for latent fingerprints. I currently have right now State's Exhibits numbers 320 through 327. I'd ask you to take a look at those for me and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I recognize these.
And what are those?
Those are photographs that I took of that rifle.
Did you take these?
Yes.
And do they show both the rifle and the manner in which you received it, as well as kind of some of the steps you took in order to see if you could find any latent fingerprints at any point on this rifle?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state removed State's Exhibits numbers 320 through 327 in evidence.
I do not object.
Received without objection.
All right, placing State's Exhibit number 320 on the big screen. I'm just going to kind of move this back a little bit. And do you see what we are looking at here?
Yes.
What is this?
That is the frame of the rifle, along with 2 magazines that are duct taped and rubber banded together. So it shows that is on that case number, and that is item number 67 of the case.
Okay, so we can see here the magazines that are rubber banded and duct taped together, as well as this firearm. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, now I want to kind of draw your attention to the end or the butt of this rifle. Was there anything you can see that was on that butt of that rifle?
Yes, there was a strip of white tape and then a strip of electrical tape wrapped around the end of that firearm.
And that's going to become kind of important for what we're about to talk about. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, now, I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 321. If we're looking here, State's Exhibit number 321, what does this show?
That's a close-up of the serial number of that rifle.
So if we're looking at this, we can see kind of this rifle, the lower receiver portion of this rifle, PA-15 multi with the serial number of 621842. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And if I just use for an example here, State's Exhibit number 290. We can see that this particular document is referring to a Palmetto State PA-15 receiver, multi-caliber, with the serial number of 621842. So that, just want to make sure we understand. Same serial number.
Correct.
Now, I also want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 322. Does that kind of show us, as we're looking at it, another photo of the close-up of the designation of this firearm?
Yes, that's the script on the firearm of the brand of the firearm.
Now, did you process State's Exhibit number 263? The firearm that we have here. Did you process this? And for the record, Your Honor, it's still been made safe by the sheriff's deputies. Nothing has changed. It's been in their custody the entire time. Did you process this weapon for latent fingerprints?
Yes.
How did you do that?
So the fuming and dye stain method that I explained earlier is a method that I use on the actual firearm.
And were you able to recover any latent fingerprints on that rifle?
On the actual firearm, no.
Does that mean no one ever touched it?
No.
It means you weren't able to find any latent prints.
Correct.
Now, investigator, I want to draw your attention to State's Exhibit number 323. What does it show us?
So this is a photo I take. So anytime I remove something from a piece of evidence, I make sure to document it via photos to show what I actually did. So this photo is showing that off the butt of that firearm, I took that white and that electrical tape off of it because I'm going to process the actual tape for prints.
Okay. I'm going to show you now what is the mark of State's Exhibit number 324. Does that show us kind of a close-up of what we're talking about?
Yes.
That up a little bit so we can see all of the tape. I also want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 325 and 326. What are those two photos show us?
So those are the 2 rifle magazines that are duct taped together. That's a close-up to show the duct tape wrapped around it along with the rubber bands.
And were you able to remove the rubber bands and remove the tape as well?
Yes.
Did you find, in regards to the rubber, or regards to this tape that we had on the magazines, Did you process that as well for latent fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
Now I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 327. As we're pulling that up, what are we looking at there?
So that is the close-up of the white tape and the electrical tape that came from the butt of the rifle. And the numbers indicate fingerprints that I recovered off of that. So it shows that I had one print off of the white tape and then 2 prints off of the electrical tape.
Okay. And just so I understand, in regards to the white and the electrical tape, was one on top of the other, or were they kind of next to each other? How were they situated on the butt of this rifle?
First, the electrical tape was there, and then the white tape was on top of it.
Okay. And how many total latent prints were you able to recover off of this particular weapon?
3.
Can we see their locations here?
Yes.
Okay. And then these latent prints, once you recover them, what happens? What's next in the process?
So we will take close-up photos of these prints along with that scale in there, and then those photos are looked at by latent print examiners.
And we have to wait for them to find out what if any we're able to determine.
Correct.
Okay. Now, just coming back to just another portion of this, you have worked with investigator Ken Shield, is that fair?
Yes.
And he was tasked with processing another portion of this case. Is that also fair?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the parties are stipulating that the items depicted in State's Exhibits numbers 201 through 205 were processed by investigator Shield for latent prints and for DNA in an appropriate manner. And one latent print was recovered from those items off of a single white cheddar Smart Food popcorn bag.
Is that true?
Yes, we do stipulate that they were processed correctly. In other words, they were collected and sent to the crime lab for analysis correctly. And we're not challenging that.
Okay.
And in particular, now just going and getting into State's Exhibit number 306. This number that we're seeing here, is this consistent with kind of the manner of finding and documenting and labeling the single prints that investigator Shield was able to recover?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I have no further questions of this witness.
Thank you. Cross?
Nothing, Judge.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Thank you. Call your next witness.
Thank you. Your Honor, State's going to call Chet St. Clair.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under the pain and penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell and vote for the record.
Chet St. Clair, ChetStClair.
You may go ahead.
Thank you. How are you employed?
As a latent print examiner for the Milwaukee Police Department.
How long have you been a latent print examiner?
A little over 8 years.
And how long have you been with the Milwaukee Police Department?
It'll be 22 years and about a week and a half.
Prior to being a latent print examiner, what was your role at the Milwaukee Police Department?
For the previous 10 years, I was a forensic investigator, similar capacity as the previous witness. And for the first 4 years of my employment, I was a police officer.
Now, I want to come to your attention and bring to your attention to kind of talk about your training and experience as a latent print examiner. In order to hold that position, is there any training or experience you need to have?
In addition to the training that the forensic investigators go through, once I arrived at this position, I went through what is a 6-month, essentially, module-based training course that is in accordance with the International Association for Identification Standards. That's administered by the department, and there's some training from outside agencies. Subsequent to that, I've gone through a number of trainings to achieve my international certification with the IAI, and that training varies, but it's administered through various agencies and private companies as well. Evolve Forensics, FBI, a number of other private agencies and government agencies.
Have you obtained your certification?
Yes,
And how long have you had that certification?
since October of 2021.
Now, have you testified as an expert in the field of latent print examination before?
Yes,
Approximately how many times?
closing in on 90 to 100.
90 to 100 somewhere?
About
Now, you may not be able to truly give us a full answer on this, but approximately how many latent prints have you looked at in your career in an attempt to make an examination?
around 35,000.
Now, I want to draw your attention to this, to the kind of what you're doing in regards to this. When we are talking about a latent print, if I touch something, does that mean my latent prints are going to be on that item?
Not necessarily.
Why not?
There are a number of factors that go into that. Primarily, the surface area is the big one. Anything that's not texture, that's not smooth, anything that has a texture, or any sort of inconsistent patterning over the surface will prevent ridge detail from being as consistent as it needs to be, and can also disturb detail that may be present, even if somebody tries, even if somebody makes an effort to leave a latent print on something that has a significant texture. It's unlikely that there will be enough data there for any type of comparative quality to be left. Environmental factors play a role. If it's too humid, there can be too much moisture, and that moisture can interfere with the ridge detail as well. The contrast becomes difficult to read. The area between the ridges or the area between the ridges, which is called the furrows, they can be overwhelmed with moisture and prevent the contrast that we need. If it's too dry, then there's not enough moisture for a latent print to be left behind sometimes. So it depends on a lot of factors.
And when you're talking about all these factors, can they often sometimes affect the usability of a latent print?
Yes.
When we're talking about latent print identification, are you familiar with what we refer to as the quantity and quality of a latent print?
Yes.
What does that refer to?
The quality is just, as it sounds, it's the quality of the detail that's left behind. There can be a lot of distortion that happens with the deposit of fingerprints and any subsequent contact, anything that disturbs it. So the quality is, if you look at your fingers and you see those ridges that flow through them, if you can imagine anything shifting that ridge detail, it's so fine that it can be enough to distort or destroy the available data. The quantity is the amount of detail that I can quantify. There are different types of detail that exist within latent fingerprints. And if there's not enough that I would be able to distinguish between that latent print and other potential sources, if I have the source of that impression in a given known standard, and there's not enough detail for me to look at those two prints and say that, in fact, this person is the source, then I don't have enough detail to render a conclusion. So then when we say insufficient quantity, that's what we're referring to.
Now, I want to draw your attention to State's Exhibit number 229. I'd ask you to take a look at this for me. Tell me if you recognize it.
This is a report I offered with respect to this case.
And in regards to this report, does this report reflect your examination of 3 latent prints that were recovered by forensic investigator Janelle Flesh?
Yes.
And in terms of your examination and your attempts to look at this, were you able to take a look and an attempt to come to determinations as to whether or not you're able to identify the identity of the latent print at 1, 2, and 3?
I was able to render a conclusion for 1. And that was number 3, but 1 left.
Okay, and now let's talk about kind of how we're talking. Are there times where a print will be unusable for identification purposes?
Yes.
What are the reasons?
As I described earlier with respect to the quality and quantity of the detail in those prints, if a print doesn't have that, if the print doesn't have quality and quantity that I require to draw a conclusion, then that is insufficient quality. And so those are prints that I'm not able to work with. I can't exclude anybody, I can't identify anybody. So when we talk about insufficient quality, that's what we're talking about.
Okay. Now, in terms of these 3 latent prints, were any of the latent prints unusable for identification purposes?
Number 1 was.
Lift number 1. So we're talking about between 1, 2, and 3. Lift number 1 did not have sufficient quantity and quality of the latent print.
Correct.
Did not make any identification as to who this is.
Correct.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with what we refer to as the APHIS system?
Yes.
What is the APHIS system?
APHIS stands for Automated Fingerprint Identification System. It's the way that we access databases with exemplars. So we have access to 3 databases: the Milwaukee Police Department, the state of Wisconsin, and the FBI. And the way that we interface with those is APHIS. So the identification portion of that acronym is a little bit of a misnomer because the system does not make the identification. It gives us candidates. So we submit our data. The system retrieves candidates that it believes are simpler. And that brings those back to us so that we can draw a conclusion based on the candidates it provides.
It's a candidate list, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, just so we're clear, the APHIS system does not make the identification.
Correct.
You do.
Correct.
Now, in particular, just so we kind of understand this APHIS system, there are any number of different reasons why people can be in the state. Is that correct?
Yes.
It can be due to an arrest, but could it be for example, on the citywide, you get a barcode,
Yes.
or a nationwide, like for example, when I was in West Point, they got my fingerprints. I can be in there for that.
Possibly, yes.
So there's the only conclusion is someone's fingerprints are.
Yes.
Now, regarding this particular examination, first of all, what day did you examine these latent prints?
June 27th of last year, 2025.
Now, when you ran the usable prints 2 and 3 through the APHIS system, were you given any results?
I was given results, yes.
And were you able to make any determinations as to?
Not through the database search.
So you were given kind of some, like a list of possibles, looked at it, weren't able to make any identification.
Correct.
Now, did Detective McFadden ask you to take a look at any individuals to see if their latent prints might be the person whose latent prints are at these locations?
Yes.
How many names did he ask you to look at?
2.
And what were those 2 names?
One was, I believe, Bryson Tyler or Taylor, and the other was Tremaine Jones.
Tremaine Jones, the defendant.
Correct.
Now, in terms of looking at and examining these 2 particular individuals, regarding a Bryson Tyler, was there and did you make any identifications of Mr. Tyler as being the person whose fingerprints were at positions 2 or 3?
No.
Wasn't it?
Correct.
Okay. What about Tremaine Jones, the defendant?
Yes.
And what conclusions, if any, did you come to?
I'll start with lift number 3. That's the one that I made the identification on. But lift number 3, I did identify as the defendant's left thumb.
Now, when we are going to be kind of talking about this, at lift number 2, what kind of identification did you make regarding Tremaine?
That was not an identification. It's what we refer to presently as an inconclusive result. So there were features in that print, in that living print, that were in agreement significantly with the rights of the defendant. But the exemplars that were available with the Milwaukee Police, with the state of Wisconsin, and with the FBI, all lacked the available detail I need. So in the same way that a latent print can contain insufficient detail for me, occasionally when exemplars are taken, they also lack the quality or the quantity in most cases that I need, and that was the case with this one.
So you were not, it had some of the same characteristics of Tremaine Jones, but weren't able to make a full identification.
That's fair.
What about print 3?
3 plus, I did identify lift number 3 as the defendant's left thumb.
And that is the defendant's left thumb, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you are looking at your report and comparing the latent prints, are you familiar with what we refer to regarding your identification in terms of a Tremaine Jones with an MPD number?
Yes.
And is this kind of called I guess for lack of a better term, a master number that's associated with individuals and their latent prints and their photos?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show in this place here, State's Exhibit number 246, and I'm going to zoom in on what we're seeing right here on that photo. What is the MPD master number associated with the Tremaine Jones, whose left thumb you identify as being on the print number 3?
564527.
So this links this photo to that left thumb that you found at that location. Is that fair?
Yes.
Does this report that we referred to at this point, State's Exhibit number 229, contain your conclusions as to the examination of the 3 latent prints that were recovered by the forensic investigator from the tape on this rifle?
Yes. Yes.
And just so we understand, number 1, unusable, can't make any identifications.
Correct.
Number 2, has some characteristics consistent with the defendant, can't make an identification.
Correct.
Number 3 is the defendant's left thumb.
Correct.
Nothing else, thank you. Oh, I would move to 229.
No objection.
Received without objection and cross-examination.
Thank you. All right, so let's talk about fingerprints here. First of all, frequently items are processed and fingerprints are not collected off of items. True?
True.
And in fact, guns themselves are resistant to fingerprints in a lot of ways. Fair?
Fair.
In this case, you have a lift at position number 1 that basically doesn't have enough quality and quantity, right, to be able to do anything with it.
Correct.
Meaning it could be anybody's print.
Yes.
Number 2 has some indicators, but again, it doesn't quite have enough information. It's inconclusive.
Correct.
So the only thing we could say is that there's a thumbprint at position number 3 that's Tremaine Jones.
Yes.
We can't exclude if somebody else fired or shot or touched this rifle, can we?
No.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Anything, any redirect?
The only latent fingerprint that you were able to find and be able to identify is that of Tremaine Jones.
Yes.
Okay.
That would make sense if he fired it earlier that day, right?
It could.
Thank you. Nothing else.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Your Honor, the state calls latent print examiner Matthew Wadley.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God, or under the pain and penalty of perjury.
I do.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell them both for the record.
Matthew Maudlin, Maudlin.
Are you employed?
The City of Milwaukee Police Department.
Are you employed?
The City of Milwaukee Police Department.
First and last name and spell them both for the record.
Matthew Maudlin, Maudlin.
Are you employed?
The City of Milwaukee Police Department.
And how long have you been so employed?
Approximately 24 and a half years.
What's your current assignment with the Milwaukee Police Department?
I'm a latent print examiner.
How long have you been a latent print examiner?
About 17 and a half years.
And prior to being a latent print examiner, what was your assignment within the Milwaukee Police Department?
I was an identification technician. They call them forensic investigators now. And then prior to that, I was a regular police officer.
In order to hold your position as a latent print examiner, are there any specialized training or experience you have to have?
Yes.
Can you briefly tell us about that?
Sure. To be a latent print examiner, first you have to be a identification technician or a forensic investigator for 2.5 years. And then after you go through a promotion process with a examination, we have a 6-month in-house training program for latent prints. Basically goes over like the history of fingerprints, the biology, how to actually make an identification.
And you have held this position for, I believe you said, over 17 years. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you testified as an expert in the field of latent print examination before?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
Roughly 40 times.
Okay. And in terms of your time as a latent print examiner, approximately how many latent prints have you looked at?
Probably in excess of 200,000.
Okay. Now, I won't necessarily go through the entire process of everything that we've already kind of talked about, but are you familiar with the term sufficient quantity and quality of the latent print?
Yes.
And in regarding the sufficient quantity and quality of the latent print, is that what you are particularly looking for?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, now, I want to draw your attention to what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 228. I'd ask you to take a look at this for me and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is my report that I prepared for the portion that I worked on this case.
Okay, and in regards to your involvement regarding this particular case, were you asked to take a look at a single latent print that had been recovered by an investigator, Kenneth Schild, off of the back of a Smart Food white cheddar popcorn bag?
Yes.
Were you able to come to any conclusions as to the identification of whose latent print this was?
Yes.
Whose was that?
Mr. Tremaine Jones.
Okay. And what print was that?
It was the right little finger.
Right little finger of a Tremaine Jones?
Yes.
And additionally, if we are looking at the right little finger of Tremaine Jones, is there a master ID or NPD number that is associated with that right little fingerprint that you identified as being consistent with the latent print that is on that popcorn bag?
Yes.
Is it in your report?
Yes, it is.
Could you read it out for us?
It's 564527.
And that lets us know that this individual we see in this photo is the person whose fingerprint was on that bag.
Correct.
Your Honor, the state would move the examiner's report, states exhibit number 228 in it.
Any objection?
To be
No.
fair,
Hold on. Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. Received without objection.
you don't know how long it's been on an item?
No.
Can't tell us how it got there?
No.
Can't tell us the circumstances of it?
No.
All you know is Tremaine Jones' finger is latent print on that bag.
Correct.
I'm not thinking.
You're not aware of the circumstances on how that bag was found, are you?
No, I am not.
Okay. So you don't know if it was found in a backpack with his name on it and his birth certificate and his social security card?
No, I do not.
I have nothing else.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state calls Anthony Malone.
Hope you got her under the pain and penalty of perjury.
I do.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell them both for the record.
Anthony Malone, AnthonyMilone.
How did what?
With the city of Milwaukee as police officer, now a police sergeant,
And when did you get promoted to sergeant?
in September.
Prior to being promoted to sergeant, what was your assignment?
I was assigned as a police officer to the Fugitive Apprehension Unit of the Milwaukee Police Department.
Sometimes referred to as the warrant squad.
Yes,
Your job on the fugitive apprehension unit is to look for individuals that are wanted or suspected in crimes.
correct.
Were you employed as a member of the fugitive apprehension unit on the night of June 25th or June 26th, 2025, into the early morning hours of June 27th, 2025?
Yes,
Did there come a time where you were asked to look for any individuals?
yes.
Who were you asked to look for?
Tremaine Jones.
Do you see this Tremaine Jones that you were asked to look for in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please tell me where he is and point to him and describe what he's wearing?
He's seated at the defense table wearing a white and black plaid button-up shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the officer is pointed to, described, and identified the defendant. It's accurate.
The record will so reflect.
Now, Sergeant Malone, what were you looking for the defendant for?
Regarding two officers being shot.
Now, to be fair, just so we understand, you're not part of the investigation, what detectives are doing, and anything in regards to that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Your job is simply to, you've been told he's wanted for a crime, to see if you can find him so that he can be arrested.
Correct.
Were you able to do so?
Yes.
All right. I want to talk about the process that led to you being able to locate and apprehend the defendant, okay? How did you find a location to go to?
It initially started a P.O. Matthew Link, last name spelled L-I-N-K. He found a connection to Mr. Jones between him and a Jamila Kittler.
And you said a Miss Kittler, is that correct?
Correct.
I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 317. I'm going to be kind of pulling this back. Is this Jamila Kittler?
Yes.
So this is the individual that you had kind of found a connection to with the defendant.
That's correct.
And in looking into Miss Kittler, what were you able to ascertain?
Her Wisconsin Department of Transportation address was listed as 5263 North 37th Street in the city and county of Milwaukee.
Did you end up going to investigate that address?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do?
Initially, when my partner, Officer Austin Domagowski, that's D-O-M-A-G-A-L-S-K-I, we drove past an address first and observed lights were on within that residence, and that was at approximately 1:30 a.m. on was now on June 27th.
Okay. So early morning hours, 1:30, driving past this residence. I want to make sure I understand. What's the address again?
5263 North 37th Street.
Okay. Is this location in the city and county of Milwaukee, state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
Now, you drive past, lights are on. What happens next?
The lights were on. At that point, we were also informed of another person who had been at the shooting scene with Mr. Jones, also was associated to that address.
And in terms of kind of going and getting this information related to this potential shooting, do you end up trying to make contact with this resident?
Yes.
What do you do?
I requested permission to knock the residence from Sergeant Jose Ramirez, who was one of my direct supervisors. I stated that we should knock the residence.
And in terms of indicating or knocking, what does it mean to knock a resident?
Knock the residence, talk to the occupants, see if we can conduct a warrant check within the residence.
So literally just knocking on the door.
Yes.
So do you get permission to go and conduct this, what we refer to as knock or knock and talk with this residence?
Yes.
You encounter anybody at the residence?
Yes.
Explain what happened.
First, when we knocked, a couple of females answered the door, and then the owner of the residence basically took the initiative to talk with us. Her name was Pamela Kelly.
And is that woman related to Ms. Kittler in some way?
She is Ms. Kittler's mother.
Did you ask if Ms. Kittler was present?
Yes.
And was Ms. Kittler present?
Yes.
Did she come towards and come out of the residence?
She did eventually, yes.
Now, were you asking if whether or not Tremaine Jones, the defendant, was at this residence?
Yes, I was trying to ask everybody there who we were talking to if he was there.
And did anybody tell you he was there?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, it goes as to what happens next, not offered for the truth of the matter.
I'll allow it. You may answer.
No one confirmed that he was there to us.
So nobody's telling you he's there, right?
Correct.
What happens next? What are you doing next?
At that point, we're trying to, because Ms. Kelly did grant us consent to check the residence for Mr. Jones, we're trying to get everybody to exit the residence so we can have possibly nobody or only Mr. Jones in the residence in order for us to check and clear the residence.
Trying to make it as safe as possible for everyone.
Correct.
Okay. How do you ask everyone out?
Yes.
And once, as far as you know, everyone is out, what do you start doing?
At that point, I started calling out to Mr. Jones, commanding him to come to the front door with his hands up.
Okay. Does it happen immediately?
Not immediately.
But does it?
Eventually, yes.
About how long would you say?
I'd say about 5 minutes or so.
Okay, so not a very long period of time.
Correct.
The individual that comes forward, where did he come from?
You talking about Mr. Jones?
Yes.
He came from a back door. There's a landing there to lead to the upper, and he came from the back door landing into the kitchen and then walked towards the front door towards us.
And was he able to be taken into custody?
Yes.
Was there any problems whatsoever?
No.
Cooperative.
He's quite with us, yes.
And that is the individual that you just referred to and have identified in court was taken into custody at the residence of the woman we see here in State's Exhibit number 317.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. I have no further, oh, actually do. Once the defendant's taken into custody, is it handed over for detectives for them to do what they need?
Yes, a couple other officers basically passed him back to the officers, and they took control of him and went to take him to booking and start that process.
And then detectives take care of the house and potentially.
I don't know if officers assisted, but I did not assist in the search.
Okay, thank you. Nothing else.
Thank you.
So I just want to be clear, when you came to arrest him, essentially he went without any sort of resistance, fair?
Fair.
No further questions.
Oh, anything on that?
No, thank you.
Can I step down?
Confirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under the pain and penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell them both for the record.
Casey Donahue, CASEY DONAHUE.
Detective, how are you employed?
I am a detective with the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
How long have you been so employed?
I have been in law enforcement for over 12 years.
A moment there. Now, I want to draw your attention to, actually, before I do that, what's your current assignment?
I am a detective with the Homicide Division.
How long have you been with homicide?
I have been with Homicide since June of 2022.
Now, in terms of your assignment to homicide, was there a time where you were asked to be a part of a search warrant at any location?
Yes.
In regards to that search, what address was that?
In this particular
In
case,
this particular case? Was it on 37th Street?
Yes, it was.
And just so we understand, this would be the search of a residence where both a Ms. Kidler and a Mr. Tremaine Jones were taken into custody.
That is correct, yes.
Were you present when either one of them were taken into custody?
I was not present while they were taken into custody, no.
Now, when you arrived on scene to conduct this search, are you looking for any particular items of evidence that you are trying to find?
Yes.
What are you looking for?
In this particular case, we were looking for electronic communication devices. We were also looking for any sort of weapons, firearms, ammunition, magazines. We were also looking for clothing that was depicted on video of the suspect.
Your Honor, I have State's Exhibit number 125 currently in the big screen. This has already been entered into evidence. This is a cell phone video. But in particular, Detective, I want to draw your attention to what we see here. You mentioned clothing, is that fair?
Yes.
So we're going to be talking about what I'm circling kind of what the individual is wearing. Were you looking for that particular sort of top with words "just do it" on it?
Yes, we were.
Okay. And also, were you looking for any pants that might be consistent with the pants that we're talking about?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 206 through 217. It's a lot of them, so just take a look at them for me and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I recognize these photos.
What are these photos all depict?
These photos depict all the items of evidence that I located in one of the bedrooms in the residence.
Okay. And in fact, you kind of were going through the residence in a number of different locations and looking for items of evidence. Is that fair?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit number 206 through 217 in evidence at this time.
No objection.
Received without objection.
Now, Detective, going through and placing it on the big screen so we can kind of take a look at what we're seeing here. And I'm going to zoom out so we can kind of see the entire of the photo. Do you recognize what we see here?
Yes.
What is that?
That is a photograph of the bedroom, and that is a picture of myself.
So this is you, like, in the kind of in this residence where Mr. Jones and Ms. Kidler were arrested, and this is going to kind of show us a number of different items that were found. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
I want to start off with State's Exhibit number 207. What are we seeing here?
Here you're looking at the bed, and several items of evidence are on the bed.
And let's just kind of focus in on some of the things that we're talking about. For example, in State's Exhibit number 208 and 209, what are we seeing here?
These items of evidence, you're going to have a piece of mail with Miss Kidler's name on it. You're also going to have a Wisconsin identification card with Miss Kidler's name on it and a cell phone.
We're going to kind of get up a little closer so we can see here. State's Exhibit number 210. Does that end up showing us? We can see Ms. Kidler and that address of 5263 North 37th Street.
Yes, that's correct.
And I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 211. Showing you that as far as what we see here. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, I'm going going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 256 and 258. I have them in my hands right now. I'm going to cut the top of it. And pulling out the 256, what do we see here?
That is a teal wallet with Ms. Kittler's identification card inside of it.
And is that in fact the, where we found it, where you found it within that bedroom?
Yes, that is correct.
Your Honor, State moves 256 in evidence.
You don't object.
Received without objection.
All right, now moving you and showing you an opening State Exhibit number 258. Is that the Department of Transportation that we can see in Ms. Kittler's name at that address?
Yes, that's the piece of mail. It's the Department of Health Services.
Your Honor, State moves State's Exhibits numbers 256 and 258 in evidence.
Objection.
56 is already in, 58 is now in without objection.
Thank you. Now, Detective, we kind of saw one of them in regards to the photos. Were there a number of cell phones that were recovered throughout the transfer?
Oh, there were, yes.
To show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 260, 257, and 254. Do these all have all the hallmarks to let us know that these are the three cell phones that were recovered from this residence?
Yes.
And were they found in kind of different rooms?
There were, I believe, 2 phones that were found in the bedroom that I searched, and then one would have been from a different area.
Okay. Your Honor, the State removed 260, 254, and 257 in evidence.
You do not object.
Received without objection.
Now, lastly, in terms of that little area, I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 255. Kind of saw it a little bit. Was there kind of a rose gold Apple watch that was also recovered?
Yes, I was also recovered on the bed.
Your Honor, State moves 255 in evidence.
Any objection? Received without objection.
Now, Detective, we kind of talked about and we're looking at and discussing some clothes. Is that correct?
Yes.
I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 212. Do you recognize what we see here?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is a Nike windbreaker jacket with the words "Just Do It" on the back.
So we understand when we are looking and talking about what you were trying to find and see if you could find as we go back to the cell phone video, this would be something considering would they just do it as well as those types of pants. Is that fair?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 213 and 214. What do we see there?
That is the Just Do It jacket that was recovered. It is marked as item 14, and that's myself holding up the jacket.
Now I'm going to show you what has been marked as 261, which I'm going to open up. Detective, what are we looking at here?
We are looking at the jacket that was recovered from the bedroom closet, the Just Do It windbreaker jacket.
This would be, just so we're clear, this is the residence that both this killer and the defendant were residents. Is that fair?
That is correct, yes.
Is this the Just Do It windbreaker that was recovered in State's Exhibit, in the photo as we see in State's Exhibit number 214?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I am now placing that back into State's Exhibit number 261. I would move 261 in evidence.
I don't object.
Received without objection.
Lastly, were you looking for pants that appear to be consistent with what you see in the video?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 262. Did you find them?
Yes, it was a black pair of sweatpants that were recovered inside of that bedroom.
Are these them in State's Exhibit number 262?
Yes, it is.
John, the state would move state's exhibit number 262 in evidence.
Received without objection.
And just so we can see there, I'm going to show you what has been marked in terms of the photos, state's exhibits numbers. $215, $216, and $270. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And lastly, kind of one last piece. Did you find what appeared to be a black Nike dry fit kind of shirt, extra large, also there?
Yes.
Is that here in the state's exhibit number 259?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, state moves 259 in evidence.
I don't object.
Received without objection.
Regarding the pants and the Nike Just Do It, do these appear to be consistent with what the individual in that cell phone video is wearing in 25th and Garden?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. I have no further questions on this witness.
Thank you. Cross?
None.
All right, thank you. You may step down. It's about 11:45. Do you have a quick one?
I don't know.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a little bit of an early lunch. Does 1:15 work for folks?
Yes.
A striped Oxford T-shirt. He's been wearing Oxford shirt. Go.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under the pain and penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last name, so on both for the record.
Sharon Polakowski, SHARON POLAKOWSKI.
How are you employed?
Sharon Polakowski, SHARON POLAKOWSKI.
How are you employed?
I'm a forensic scientist in the DNA analysis unit at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Milwaukee.
And how long have you been with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
I've been employed there since October of 1993.
Power went out, everyone.
Power went out.
Over lunch, so everything should be kicking back in. It just maybe needs a reset.
On the screen, I don't know. Anyways, just going. All right, so in order to hold your job as a DNA analyst at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, do you have to have any specialized training or experience?
Yes.
What is that?
I have training at the crime laboratory in body fluid identification, as well as 2 different types of DNA analysis that we have done throughout the years. I've been trained all along as we have changed some of our technologies and our statistics, so that we have ongoing training.
And to hold this position, you have to have any specialized education just to even get into the crime.
Yes.
What is it?
Our education has to include coursework in molecular biology, genetics, biochemistry, and when I was hired, it was either coursework or training in statistics, and now it is actually coursework in statistics.
Is there any educational degree or college requirement in order to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, we need a Bachelor of Science degree at a minimum in something that's going to have those courses in it.
And what is your education?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in recombinant genetics with a minor in chemistry.
Now, ma'am, you kind of mentioned when you were talking about your training and experience, you talked about bodily fluids and then 2 different types of DNA kind of testing that the crime lab has done. Is that fair?
Yes.
You have been with the crime lab again how
long? Over 32 years.
Do you go back to the days of when this was serology?
Yes.
Okay, so this is kind of, you've been there from the beginning, so
to speak, yes.
Okay. Now, how many times have you testified as an expert as DNA testing and identification, if you know?
I have testified for DNA analysis over 100 times.
And if you know, approximately how many items of evidence have you looked at in your career at the crime lab?
I don't know individual items.
Would it be fair to say in the thousands?
I think it would be fair to say in tens of thousands.
Yes. Okay. Now, what is DNA?
So DNA is a genetic blueprint. It is the information that makes each organism what it is. It makes a plant, a dog, and each one of us who we are.
And when we're talking about particular DNA, if I touch something or I handle something, does that mean my DNA is definitely going to be on that?
Not necessarily.
What is the reason why I like that?
So transferring DNA via touch, which would be skin cell transfer, has a number of factors that can affect, first of all, how much is deposited and whether or not enough is there for us to detect for our analysis. So some of those factors would be the surface that you're touching, if it's rough or smooth, how long you touch it or handle an item, what happens to the item afterwards, and the length of time between, say, the touch happened and then it's swabbed for to get the cells off.
Can environmental factors be affected?
Yes,
Heat, rain, water, dryness, things like that?
absolutely.
All of these can be factors that kind of tell us whether or not DNA may be left on.
Yes.
Also, are you able to look at DNA and say, this is fresh DNA or older DNA or anything along those lines?
No.
Why not?
There just isn't a way for us to age a stain or DNA that we see on something. We don't know when or how it was deposited on an item.
All you basically can tell us is whether or not you can come to any conclusions as to the probability of various things. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we're going to get into a lot of how your DNA testing works. I kind of want to walk us through kind of a number of different things. Can there be any time when an item may have been handled or touched by someone and the police department believes, they have something and they give you a standard or a swab from that item of evidence, and you just get no human DNA?
Yes.
Have you encountered that?
Yes.
The factors that you talked about, is that potentially some of the reasons why that may happen?
Those are some of the reasons, as well as how the sampling was done.
Now, additionally, can you sometimes get samples or swabs from an item of evidence in which there might be low-level DNA insufficient for testing?
Yes.
Can you explain what that means?
It means that there's some DNA present, but not enough to for us to get meaningful results from, and we base that on the validations we've done of our systems to see how much DNA we need to get a profile from.
Is it possible to find more than one person's DNA out of that?
Yes.
In fact, can that be fairly common?
Yes.
You see it a lot.
I do, yes.
And are you able to tell us, when we're looking at DNA mixtures, who left the latest DNA out there?
No.
For example, if someone had purchased an item and someone shipped it, and someone picked it up, and someone had it, all those people's DNA could be on there.
It could be, yes.
We have no idea.
No, we would not know in what order it got there.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about mixtures. When we talk about mixture DNA, is it possible to sometimes have mixtures that are too low level for you to do anything?
Yes.
Is that kind of for the same reasons you talked about?
It is.
Does the crime lab have kind of thresholds for analysis that kind of where you don't do any further testing?
We do.
Can you explain what that is?
So part of our testing process is to measure how much DNA we have in the samples that we are processing. And we do have a minimum amount of DNA that we need to continue on through the process in order for us to get some results that we can compare to.
Now, in regards to this mixture, can you end up with a mixture where you have enough human DNA? It's above like that threshold levels, but it's too complex.
Yes.
Can you describe what you mean by too complex a mixture?
Complex can mean a couple of different things. It can be that there are more than 4 people in the mixture, and we do not do analysis of those. Or it can mean that it is a mixture of several individuals. It might be 4 or less, but there's low amounts of DNA, and there could be information missing, so that it's hard to determine how many people are there, and whether or not we could get a decent comparison to it.
Are there times where you might be able to determine from mixtures whether or not someone is included potentially in that mixture?
Yes.
And that's kind of this probability thing we're going to spend some time talking about?
Yes.
When we have these mixtures, are we also sometimes going to see the expression at least 2 or at least 3 or at least 4 people?
We determine the number of contributors based on the data and our training and experience. So we don't use the phrasing of at least, except for the presence of male DNA, the numbers of males.
That's the part I was trying to get into. Explain what the difference is between those.
So the difference is we determine a total number of contributors in a profile depending on basically what we see there, how many types are present and at what ratios. We have markers present that we look at, that strictly look at male DNA, and those can tell us whether or not there's potentially more than one male or more than two. So at that point, we would say at least one male or at least two males, because sometimes they share. And so if two males had the same types, we would only see one type from each, and it might look like one person, but could be more.
And that's where you see it.
Yes.
Now, is DNA, I just want to make sure we understand, is DNA unique to a person?
Yes.
In terms of DNA, in order to kind of do this testing that we're referring to, do you have to have what we sometimes refer to as known samples?
Yes.
And that's kind of sometimes referred to as a buccal swab?
Yes.
What is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is taken from the inside cheek, and a standard is a sample taken from someone so that we know that the profile on that swab is from that person.
And so we can literally sit there and say, we know this swab came from this person, and therefore you are making comparisons to that.
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about when you get this buccal swab. Is it possible, when you get a buccal swab from a known person, to create kind of a profile or a known profile for that person?
Yes.
How do you do that?
We use the same testing process, and we just do it on the standard and develop the standard profile from that.
And are you familiar, I may get this wrong, not a great scientist at all, but STR profiles.
Yes.
What does STR stand for?
STR stands for short tandem repeat, and it is the type of testing that we do.
Short tandem repeat. Can you explain to us what that means?
So your DNA comes half from each one of your biological parents. So short tandem repeats are areas of DNA that we look at that have repeated sequences, and they repeat a different number of times in different individuals. If you think of your DNA as beads on a string, you get one string from each parent. So at one location, maybe your mother gave you 4 beads or 4 repeats, and your father gave you 5. At that location, your type would be a 4-5. Other people might have the same type there, and other people will have different types there. As we go along, we can differentiate people by those repeating types, with the exception of identical siblings. I should have said that earlier.
Now, in terms of when we're looking at this STR with these numbers 4, 5, 6, 11, whatever we're talking about, you're basically looking for the repetitive nature of something in these locations.
Yes, it's sequence that repeats, and just the number of times that piece of sequence repeats.
How many different locations do you use for this?
We look at 23.
23 different locations.
Yes.
And that gives you your STR profile.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you are kind of looking into or trying to come up with comparing a known STR profile to the DNA that's within a mixture, is there something we refer to kind of as like a probability or some sort of like star mix or something along those lines that you're using to come to a conclusion as to whether or not someone's DNA is in that mixture?
Yes, that's sort of the end of the process.
Explain what that is, how that works.
So the process is to develop profiles from items of evidence, and then we evaluate each of those profiles to see whether or not it meets the requirements for us to do further comparisons to it using standards. If it does, then there are, for mixtures especially, we use a particular type of software called STR Mix, STR Mix, to help us, it helps give a sort of a list of all the possible types of the contributors in that mixture. And the second part then, if we compare it to a known person, to determine whether or not they can be included in it.
And included within that mixture, is that right?
Yes, whether or not there's support for inclusion or exclusion based on the profile that's obtained.
Now, there's kind of 2 different, I guess, categories we're going to be talking about. Kind of both a verbal level of inclusion or exclusion, as well as a numeric. Is that fair?
Yes.
I want to talk about the kind of the verbal or the words used for inclusion or exclusion. What are the levels that you would end up having?
So the levels of inclusion or exclusion, levels of support would be, first of all, exclusion would be a likelihood ratio of 0, and then there'd be moderate support for either exclusion or inclusion, strong support, very strong support.
Is there then for inclusion, is there, we know we talked about there's an exclusion, like just you're gone, or moderate support, very strong support. Is there anything where you just say inclusion?
Well, we give supports for inclusion or exclusion. There's also an uninformative range where we can't make any determinations.
Okay, I'm going to come to that a little bit. So we have moderate support, strong support, very strong support for inclusion.
Yes.
Unlike the exclusion where we have it just straight up done, you don't do that in the inclusion. It's those 3 kind of verbal categories.
Right.
And then there's the inconclusive, can go either way.
Yeah, we can't make any determinations based on it.
Could be in, could be out, you have no idea.
We don't know.
Okay, now, when we are going to be talking about these kind of inclusion or exclusion portions, there's kind of a probability that goes along with it. Is that correct?
It is, well, it's the likelihood ratio, which is a ratio of probabilities, 1 for inclusion or 1 for non-inclusion.
Okay, and the number kind of corresponds to those verbal affirmations. Is that correct?
Yes, we use the verbal conclusions based on what the likelihood ratio number actually is.
Now, we talked about in terms of inclusion that the highest verbal or the highest word would be very strong support.
Yes, that's the highest level of support.
What's the highest, and I always get the term wrong, probability ratio, whatever, what's the highest numerical value that the crime lab puts out for a very strong support?
So, well, that's actually two different numbers, kind of. So we cap the likelihood ratio number that we report at 1 trillion, either for inclusion or exclusion. The very strong support for either inclusion or exclusion is anything above 1 million.
Anything above 1 million?
Yes,
And the highest level where you don't report any higher numbers is what?
1 trillion.
So between, was it greater than 1 million to greater than 1 trillion?
Well, we would report 1 trillion if it were higher, and we would report 1 million if it were 1 million. But the verbal equivalent there would still be very strong support.
Okay, I guess what I'm saying is that's the range, 1 million to 1 trillion in terms of the numbers you found. All very strong support.
Okay, yes.
Okay, good. There's other numbers for the other levels of strong or moderate or whatever.
Yeah, yes.
Now, sorry, just trying to make sure I asked the right question. I always don't get the science right. Now, I want to show you what has been marked as state exhibit number 328. I ask you to take a look at this for me and tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
What is that?
Exhibit 328 is a 7-page document that is a copy of the report that I issued in this case.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of the report that you issued in this case?
It appears to be.
And does this include your conclusions to testing on a number of different items?
It does.
Okay, and just so we can kind of go through them, we can see that you received 3 swabs reportedly from a palmetto. Is that correct?
Yes.
You received a toothbrush.
Yes.
You received a face mask.
Yes.
You received, we can see what appears to be 3 swabs from a Glock
Yes.
and 3 swabs from a Smith & Wesson.
Yes.
You also received a known standard from a Bryson Tyler.
Yes.
You also received a known standard from a Tremaine Jones.
Yes.
Now, starting off with those 2 known standards, were you able to create SDR profiles for both Bryson Tyler and Tremaine Jones?
Yes.
And were you able to use those for further testing?
I did.
Now, I want to kind of talk to you about the swabs from these weapons, okay? I'm going to start off with the swabs reportedly from the Glock 23. And just so we understand, again, make fully safe, it's number 238, the Glock 23 40 caliber handgun. How many total swabs did you receive from that weapon?
There were 3 sets of swabs.
Were you able to do testing on those 3 sets of swabs?
Yes.
Okay, let's start off with the first swab from that Glock 23 40 caliber handgun. Where was that swab from and what were your conclusions?
The first one on my list is from the grip.
The grip, that would be where you hold the gun?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be very clear, you're not present on any of these items of swab, right?
I'm not, no.
You don't know how everything plays out in the bigger investigation.
That's correct.
You get the swabs, you do your testing, you send it back.
Yes.
So from the grip of this Glock 23 40 caliber handgun, were you able to come to any conclusions as to the presence of DNA on it?
Yes.
What was that?
There was human and male DNA on it.
There was human DNA?
Yes.
And was it a single person or was it a mixture?
It was a 4-person mixture with at least 1 male.
So at least 1 male, 4 persons.
Yes.
Did you do any conclusions or comparative testing to determine whether or not Bryson Tyler's DNA was at this location?
I did.
And what was your conclusion?
So for the conclusion, it's a likelihood ratio, and that looks at 2 different explanations for the data that we obtain from any given evidentiary item, in this case, the swabs from the grip of the Glock. And so the two explanations would be that the DNA profile is seen because it's a mixture of DNA from a particular person of interest and 3 unknown individuals, or it comes from a mixture of 4 unknown individuals, not counting the person of interest. And so when we do comparisons to the standards, the person whose standard is becomes the person of interest in that explanation.
And in this conclusion, what was your determination for inclusion or exclusion of Bryce Tyler from the commission?
For Bryce Tyler, it was at least 1 trillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile from the grip of the Glock if it resulted from a mixture of DNA from Bryce Tyler and 3 unknown individuals than if it was from 4 unknown individuals.
Did you come to any conclusion, any very strong support?
Yes, it's very strong support for inclusion.
It's the highest number and the highest one.
Yes.
Now, in terms of Tremaine Jones, did you compare his DNA to the grip of this firearm?
I did.
Did you come to any conclusions?
Yes.
What were they?
Then it is at least 2,330 times more likely to observe the DNA profile on the grip of the Glock if it's a mixture of 4 unknown individuals than if it's a mixture of DNA from Tremaine Jones and 3 unknown individuals.
And so this would be support for exclusion?
It's moderate support for exclusion.
So it's excluding him, but it's like lower level.
It doesn't exclude him outright, but it is saying that the evidence is explained better by a mixture in which he's not present.
And just so we understand, we kind of compare what we're talking. With Bryce Tyler, it was very strong support for inclusion, with that ratios between those two hypotheses being 1 trillion is the number.
Yes, at least 1 trillion.
At least 1 trillion. Could be higher.
Yes.
And in this particular case, it was the two ratios for Tremaine Jones, the defendant, moderate support for exclusion. The number was again?
2,330.
And so this is support for him not, his DNA not being at that location out of those two hypotheses.
Yes.
Okay. Now, is there another location you got from the Glock handgun?
Yes, there were swabs from the trigger of the Glock.
Okay. Were you able to come up with any DNA conclusions as to whether or not there was human DNA at that location?
Yes, there is.
What was that?
That is also a 4-person mixture with at least 1 male.
Okay. Did you compare Bryce Tyler?
Yes.
What was your conclusion?
That is at least 1 trillion times more likely to observe that profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Bryce and Tyler and 3 unknown individuals than if it's a mixture of 4 unknown individuals.
Highest number, highest words?
Yes, very strong support for inclusion.
Okay. What about Tremaine Jones?
Yes, for Tremaine Jones, it's at least 18 million times more likely to observe the DNA profile on the trigger of the Glock if it's a mixture of DNA from 4 unknown people than if it's a mixture of DNA of Tremaine Jones and 3 unknown individuals.
So this would be support for exclusion.
It's very strong support for exclusion.
And pretty high number, not up to the trillion, but above the 1 million that you need to get into the very strong support category.
Yes.
Now, I want to draw your attention now to the last swab from that Glock. What was that?
Those were swabs from the buttons, sights, and the magazine.
And what were your conclusions?
That it was a 3-person mixture with at least 1 male.
And did you compare Bryce and Tyler?
Yes.
What was the conclusion?
That it's at least 1 trillion times more likely to observe that DNA profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Bryce and Tyler and 2 unknown individuals than from 3 unknown persons.
And what was the number again?
At least 1 trillion times.
So again, highest number?
Very strong support for inclusion, yes.
Highest word that.
Yes.
Okay. What about the defendant, Tremaine Jones?
The comparison for Tremaine Jones fell into our uninformative range.
Can't roll in, can't roll in.
Basically, we can't make any conclusions regarding the presence or absence of his DNA. Uninformative.
Okay. Now, I want to move to another firearm as it comes to conclusions. I'm just going to kind of bring this here. I'm going to show you and kind of move on to the Smith & Wesson. Did you have an opportunity to look at that weapon?
Yes. Well, not the weapon, but the swabs.
Right, the swabs. 3 swabs?
3 sets of swabs, yes.
Okay, and where was the first one from? Was it also from the Kirby day?
Yes, it was from the grip.
Did you come to any conclusions as to the presence of DNA?
Yes, there's DNA present.
And was it single or mixture?
It was a complex mixture.
What does that mean?
It means basically that there is DNA from too many people for me to do any comparisons to.
Can't do anything with it?
No.
What about the pistol? What about the trigger of this Smith & Wesson?
Yes.
What was that conclusion?
That was a 4-person mixture with at least 1 male.
Okay. Did you compare it to Bryce Tyler?
I did.
What was your conclusion?
It's at least 1 trillion times more likely to observe that profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Bryce and Tyler and 3 unknown individuals than if it is a mixture of DNA from 4 unknown individuals.
Very strong support for inclusion.
Yes.
Highest number designated.
Yes.
Okay. Tremaine Jones.
When I did the comparison with Tremaine Jones, his likelihood ratio again fell into our uninformative range, and so no comparisons can be made.
Can't come to any conclusion.
That's correct.
Now, what about the buttons and the magazine?
That was also a 4-person mixture with at least 1 man.
What were your conclusions?
For Bryce Tyler? Yes. That it is at least 1 billion times more likely to observe that DNA profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Bryce Tyler and 3 unknown people than if it is a mixture of DNA from 4 unknown individuals.
Very strong support for inclusion.
Yes.
Tremaine Jones.
Tremaine Jones' likelihood ratio again fell into our uninformative range and no conclusions can be made.
Can't make any conclusions one way or the other.
That's correct.
I now want to draw your attention to the palmetto. Were you provided 3 swabs from the palmetto?
Yes.
And I want to kind of go through those the same way we went through. What was the first swab?
The first were swabs from the grip of the palmetto.
The grip of the palmetto?
Yes.
And were you able to come to any conclusions?
No, while DNA was present, it was not suitable for comparison because of the limited amount of genetic information in the profile.
Couldn't come to any conclusions?
No.
Okay. What about the trigger of the palmetto?
That is a 4-person mixture with at least 2 males.
And were you able to come to any conclusions as to the presence of, let's say, Bryce Tyler in this mix?
Yes, when compared with Bryce Tyler, is at least 3,130 times more likely to observe that DNA profile if it is a mixture of 4 unknown people than if it is a mixture of DNA from Bryce Tyler and 3 unknown people.
Moderate support for exclusion.
Yes.
Okay. What about the defendant, Tremaine?
For Tremaine Jones, it is at least 1 trillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile from the trigger of the palmetto if it's a mixture of DNA from Tremaine Jones and 3 unknown individuals than if it is a mixture of DNA from 4 unknown individuals.
But the trigger of the palmetto with this mixture of individuals, the very strong support for inclusion of Tremaine Jones.
Yes.
And I want to make sure I understand this. What was that ratio number again?
It's at least 1 trillion times more likely to observe the profile.
That highest number.
Yes.
So we have seen very strong support on the pistols for Bryce Tyler and on the palmetto for Tremaine Jones.
Yes, on the trigger.
There's one last swab from the palmetto. Is that fair?
There were actually 2 others. Oh, no, I'm sorry. There was just 1 other swab from the palmetto.
And what is it?
The swab from the buttons and magazine.
And from the buttons and magazine of the palmetto, was there any human DNA?
There was.
What was your conclusion?
It was not suitable for comparison due to the limited amount of genetic information.
So not that there's too low level.
Yes.
Can't come to any conclusion.
No.
Now, I want to draw your attention specifically to a, what is it, for lack of a better term, a follow mask,
Yes.
holding out 278. Were you actually given swabs from this or the exhibit itself?
I was given the mask itself.
I'm going to show you what is in Marcus State Exhibit number 278. Can we in fact see the crime lab designations and letters and let us know that you reviewed and took a look at this piece of evidence?
Yes.
What did you do in an attempt to determine if you could find any human DNA on this?
I looked at the mask and did some swabbing from the, what I thought was the inside of mouth or eye opening area. I saw some whitish stains there.
And were you able to develop any human DNA from the parts of this mask?
No, there was a limited amount of DNA present.
So you attempted to, you just couldn't do anything.
Right.
Human DNA can't help anything.
Right. It didn't go into any of the rest of the process once I determined that the levels were too low.
Nothing you can do.
No.
Now, you were also provided a toothbrush reportedly from a backpack.
Yes.
Okay. And in regards to this toothbrush, where did you attempt to develop human DNA sample?
I swabbed the handle of the toothbrush and also the bristles and back of the head of the toothbrush.
Okay. I want to start off with the handle of this toothbrush. Were you able to come to any comparisons or conclusions as to the presence of human DNA on this toothbrush?
Yes, there is human DNA present.
What was your conclusion?
It's a 3-person mixture with at least 1 male.
3 people on the handle of the tooth?
Yes,
1 man.
at least one.
Were you able to come to the conclusion of Bryson Tyler on the handle of the toothbrush?
Yes, the likelihood ratio when compared to Bryson and Tyler fell into our uninformative range, and therefore no conclusions can be made.
Okay. Did you do any comparisons to Tremaine Jones?
Yes,
What was that?
that it's at least 1 trillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Tremaine Jones and 2 unknown people than if it's a mixture of 3 unknown people.
So very strong support.
Yes,
And what was the ratio number again?
at least 1 trillion times.
At least 1 trillion. So again, highest number.
Yes.
And how many other areas of the toothbrush did you attempt to develop DNA from?
I swabbed the bristles in the back of the head.
And were you able to find human DNA again?
Yes.
And what was your conclusion?
That is a single source male profile, so there's only DNA from only one person.
One person on the bristles.
Yes.
In terms of that one person on the bristles, were you able to come to any conclusion?
It was consistent with Tremaine Jones.
Looking at, just kind of making sure we've covered everything. We've kind of gone through all of the various items that you were asked to take a look at. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be fair, are all of these conclusions that we just discussed, are they included in your report here, State's Exhibit number 328?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state will move State's Exhibit number 328 into evidence. I have no further questions of this witness.
Any objection? No objection. Received without objection. Cross.
Thank you. It's Polakowski, right?
Yes.
Okay. I know that you said this already, but I just want to make sure that I understood correctly. DNA is not left behind every time, right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So
Well, at least not in a measurable amount.
In a measurable amount, correct. So if I reached out and touched my water bottle, it would be unclear if I left touch DNA on that water bottle.
That's correct.
Okay. And if there is DNA detected on something, sorry, I feel like I'm yelling. It's scientifically impossible to tell how long that DNA has been there.
Yes.
Okay. And tell me if this is right or wrong. Generally, on a general level, touch DNA is not as findable as, like, say, saliva, blood, stuff like that.
DNA that's transferred through touching something or wearing something typically is at lower levels than a body fluid. Body fluids typically have higher levels of DNA in them.
Okay, so you would generally expect there to be less DNA found in touch and more DNA found in, say, a lick or a speck of blood or something like that.
I'd say typically there are, if you repeatedly touch something or, you could deposit a fairly large amount of DNA on there.
And that was actually my next question. So generally you would expect the more something is touched or worn, there would be more DNA.
I would say yes, but in touching something too, you may deposit DNA and you may remove some DNA that is already there. So there have been a lot of studies done, and it's kind of, there's not a lot of, I don't know, they don't always agree on what they find.
Fair to say the amount of DNA that can be found is not an exact science.
Not for items that are touched, yes.
Okay. I want to talk about the difference between some of the items on the list of things that you tested. So the grip of the palmetto, that was not suitable for comparison because there was not enough DNA, correct? I'm talking about swabs 31A.
That is because the profile that was obtained was too low to make a meaningful comparison.
And that's different than, say, from swab 45A, where actually there was too much DNA.
Yes, that was a complex mixture, so that was would have been more DNA.
Okay, so continuing with the testing process can be stopped or can't continue because either there's not enough DNA or there's too much DNA.
Right, and complexity can also mean that not only that there's a larger number of people there, but maybe it's also at a lower level, and it's hard to determine the number of contributors. If I can't determine how many people are in that mixture, I can't run it through StarMix and get the profile that way.
I guess my point is those are, I guess, different versions of uninformative, right?
There are different versions of we just can't use it, yes.
Okay. I want to talk about the ranges a little bit. So when something is uninformative, it can actually be from like 0 up to 3, right? Or 0 to -3, right?
It's actually to 1,000. A likelihood ratio up to 1,000, either for inclusion or exclusion, is within our uninformative range.
And by I'm saying 3 or -3, I meant like to the power of, right? With
Yes.
that many zeros.
Yes.
Okay. So there is the math equation that you do with star mix does kind of put out a number, but it's in the uninformative range because it's somewhere between 0 and 1,000, right?
Yes, which is how we know it's in the uninformative range.
Right. And that 1,000 is still a number, but it's just not something that's sort of considered, I guess, good enough to make it into the next level.
For our purposes, when we validated the software that is StarMix, we noted a few instances where somebody would be included at a very low level that would fall into that range when they truly weren't a part of the mixture we were looking at. And so because there is a chance at that level of including someone who's not truly there, we went with an uninformative range.
So what you're saying is it's just not, the science at that level is just not quite good enough yet.
It's not that it's not good enough. It's just for our purposes, based on our validation, we didn't want to take the chance of having an inclusive stat for someone who truly wasn't there.
Got it. That's sort of like a crediting standard, kind of, or like a standard that your lab uses in certainty, kind of.
It's what we use as a laboratory and have decided to use based on our validation.
Got it. Thank you. No more questions.
Any redirect? All right, thank you. You may step down. I think we need to take a break to make sure our TVs are good. We had a power surge thing over the lunch hour, and I want to make sure that's up and running so we move smoothly. So I'll give you a break. Please do not research any information you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues.
State what the science really does say. It's not like the TV show CSI, where they can pull something up and you get a picture that pops up on the screen that says, yep, it's that person. It's much more nuanced than that. And as long as you can be honest about that with the jury, you protect the record of a case later on. If there is a challenge that says, well, the jury was told it was definitely that person, the science doesn't really mean what they said it means. That's why it might seem wonky. It might seem a little dry and boring. This isn't the most exciting part of the case for those jurors who've already been there now for 4 days this week, but it is an important part of the state's case, and that's why they're taking such time with crime lab expert Sharon Polakowski. She is the 29th witness so far in the state's case. As I've mentioned earlier this week many times, there are at least 170 witnesses listed as potential witnesses that could be called. We are not going to hear from 170. We're not going to hear from 100 witnesses. We're probably starting to round third base on the state's case here, at least approaching third base. They've gotten through a lot of material. It's not clear how much is left. I know ballistics is still going to be something, and we expect to hear from other citizen witnesses. The most likely one we expect to hear from, if they're able to, I would imagine she might be potentially a hostile witness. I don't know, but that would be Jermella Kittler, whose residence Tremaine Jones was arrested inside of. She is the woman who is believed to be having the affair with Tremaine Jones at the time all of this went down, started the fight between the two groups of girls. It's 2:06 p.m. Brian Polson, Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll take a break right now and come back with more. Take a look at what has happened so far, what is yet to come this afternoon on day 4. The trial of Tremaine Jones. This is in the shooting death of Milwaukee police officer Kendall Corder in June of 2025, and the shooting injuries to his partner, Officer Christopher McCrae. We'll be back after this.
What was your question? I know, Jonathan, because of my condition, which sounds like you all would not paint this or would not know anyway. I've missed some of the testimony, so I was actually coming on here to see what your thoughts were, Lady Di, because I know you're the only one really listening here. So what's been going on properly? Anything that we or what I need to know? Also, I have to mute him for a second because essentially thing. Who are you guessing? Katie's husband starts with an M. Starts with an M is all I'm giving you. Starts with the letter M. M. I'm not going to say any more than that. So I have missed a lot of testimony on this, obviously, but when it comes to things like DNA, it's obviously, touch DNA, you get nothing from that, It's not maths, no. Censoring comments, that's not good. It is. There you go. It's Mike. That's her husband's name. That's Katie's husband's name. Mike. So there you go. We wrapped it up very quickly there. All right, what's this guy saying? Beck says, my cunt. I need to find this back. Where's it gone?
Father of her child. She later found out through a paternity case it was another individual, but at the time she thinks that's the father of her child and that he's having an affair. She identifies this woman through...
That's my whole point. Ask basically anything from the victims match the defendant's DNA because I expected DNA to be on his own belongings. Yeah, because this was covered the other day. Essentially, they tested all the items inside the backpack, but they didn't test anything outside the backpack. So my spidey senses says, Lady Di, no, they wouldn't have matched. However, if they did, it's like, did he live with any of these people? Was he associated? How close was he to some of these people? But my guess is that he didn't. Their fingerprints weren't on there. Otherwise, why would the defense be so confident in a sense, saying, "You got nothing. You got nothing here." So, as in, how do you know it was him? They talked about the gun situations and stuff. I get what they're doing now. I mean, look, we all know it's 99% certain it's him, but is that beyond a reasonable doubt? There's no one seen him shoot so far. Lady Di says, okay, I didn't think I heard anything like that. I took off today, finally starting my period. Okay, was grocery shopping. That's fine. I was listening, but I think I hear. No, I didn't. But I have been in and out. I've been in and out as well. So I could definitely have missed it. And there's no point asking anyone else in chat because no one is listening. They're all talking about husbands' names and stuff. So, blood sisters. Back to discuss me.
This is not currently on the record, but as soon as it is called and the jury is in the room, we'll get you back out to the courtroom. It is the courtroom of Judge Havis in Milwaukee County. The trial of Tremaine Jones, the man charged in the fatal shooting of a Milwaukee police officer last summer, Officer Kendall Corder, and of course also a shooting that wounded his partner, police officer Christopher McCrae. It's 2:12 right now. This will probably be the last break for a while, and I'll be handing it over to Mary Stoker Smith for the rest of the afternoon to fill you in. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Let's take you back out to the courtroom now.
All right, Mr. Huebner, you may call your next witness.
All right, the state calls Tremaine Jones.
Raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under the pain and penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell them both for the record?
Jamila Kittler.
Spell it, please.
Jermela Kittler, Kittler.
So, ma'am, I'm just gonna kind of move this up so we can hear you, okay?
Spell it, please.
Jermela Kittler, Kittler.
So, ma'am, I'm just gonna kind of move this up so we can hear you, okay? I want you to lean in as best you can and try to speak up so everyone can hear you. Understood?
Okay.
Okay. Now, I want to start off by asking you if you know who certain individuals are. Okay.
Okay.
To begin with, do you recognize the person in State's Exhibit number 317? You can see right there behind you.
Yes.
Who is that?
Me.
Okay. Do you know an individual who goes by the nickname Maine?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please, to the best of your ability, point and describe where he is and what he's wearing?
He's to the right of the room, and you have on a plaid shirt.
Does he have a tie on?
No.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness kind of nodded with her head in the direction of the defendant and described the defendant?
I think it's adequate, Judge.
All right, that the record will reflect.
How long have you known the defendant?
Years.
I'm sorry?
A couple years.
A couple of years?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. What was your relationship?
Yeah.
Were you friends, acquaintances?
Boyfriend and girlfriend.
I'm sorry?
Boyfriend and girlfriend.
Boyfriend and girlfriend?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention to June of last year. Were you aware of whether or not the defendant was in a relationship with someone else?
No.
Did you later find out that he was?
Yes.
So he had been in a relationship with you and this other woman, is that fair?
Negative.
I'm sorry?
No.
He wasn't also in a relationship with someone else?
Yeah, but like he wasn't in a relationship with me.
Oh.
Okay.
Were you two talking?
Yes.
And talking is referring to not just, conversation, but sometimes can mean being intimate.
Yes.
Your Honor, not to interrupt, will the witness speak up? I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing her.
Sure.
I'll do the best I can.
Yep. We'll move the microphone as much as we can.
Best I can, okay? I want you, if you could, lean in a little bit, all right?
Okay.
Speak up as best you can.
No chance you're going to be too loud.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, does there come a time where this other woman contacts you or reaches out to you angry about the fact that you've been intimate with the defendant?
Yes.
Did you know her name?
No.
How does she reach out to you?
Social media.
Facebook Messenger?
Yes.
Okay. And is there any arrangement to do anything?
To fight. To fight.
To fight? Okay. Now, one moment. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 126. Kind of recognize that apartment building we see in State's Exhibit number 126?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Who lives there?
The girl I fought.
So she challenged you to a fight, right?
Right.
Did you, and talking about the day before the officers, whatever happened to them, we'll get back to that in a minute, but Before they died, the day before that, is that when she challenged you to go over and fight?
Yes.
Did you go over there?
Yes.
Did you go alone?
No.
Why not?
Because I didn't.
Did you bring people with you?
Yes.
How many?
Like 4, 3.
3 or 4 people?
Yes.
Were they all girls?
No.
Was there boys?
Yes.
Now, to be clear, so we understand this, during this first incident, this first fight, did the defendant go with you?
No.
Now, did you fight this other woman?
Yes.
Where did you fight her?
Outside her house.
In the street?
Yes.
Did your friends videotape it?
Yes.
Why are you videotaping fighting girls?
I am a girl.
No, why are you videotaping fighting another girl?
No reason.
Are you the only one that fights this girl?
No.
So she's fighting you?
Yes.
Do your friends jump in?
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
She got jumped.
Do you and your friends jump in?
Yes.
Why?
For the thrill of it.
Does the fight end?
Yes.
What happens?
We both go home.
I want to talk about the day after this, when your friends jumped this tree.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be the day the officer died.
Okay.
Do you end up going back over to this residence?
Yes.
Why?
To fight again.
Do you bring people with you again?
Yes.
How many people do you bring with you?
Same people.
Same people?
Yes.
Does it include a guy again?
Yes.
Same guy?
No.
Now, when you go over there, does this woman have her own friends?
Yes.
Is there a boy with the other girls group?
Yes.
Did you know this person?
No.
What happened?
We fight again. She got jumped.
So, again, you're fighting her, but not one-on-one.
No.
You start one-on-one, but your friends jump in.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Does this boy who's with her, does he intervene?
Not necessarily.
What does he do?
He likes to break it up or something.
Try to break it up?
Yeah.
Did he have a firearm?
Yes.
Did he use it to prevent this boy that was with you from jumping?
A little, kind of, but not really.
What do you mean by that?
Like he upped it to defuse them from jumping her.
So you saying he upped it, when he kind of pulled out his gun?
Yes.
Did he use it at this time? Did he fire it?
No.
Did that break up the fight?
Yes.
Were you mad about that?
Yes.
Why were you mad about
Because he should never up the gun.
it? He should never have upped the gun trying to protect his friends from getting shot.
Mm.
No? You shouldn't have done that? Yes or no? Should he not have done that? But you were mad that he did it.
Yes.
Did you call anyone because you were mad?
Yes.
Who do you call?
Tremaine.
The defendant?
Yes.
Now, are you, the people you're with, the group of girls that you brought, are any of them related to the defendant?
Yes. Family.
Or his cousins?
Yeah.
So, what do you tell the defendant that's just happened?
I don't remember.
How about the boy with the firearm?
I don't recall.
Can you repeat that answer? I'm sorry.
She said, I don't recall.
Thank you.
Why did you call?
Because there was another male there.
Can you repeat that answer? I'm sorry. I couldn't hear that answer either.
Yeah. Because there was another male there.
Any other man?
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant to bring a firearm?
No.
Did you think he would?
Yes.
Does the defendant tell you whether or not he's going to come over?
No.
Does he come over?
Yes.
How long were you waiting for the defendant to get there?
I don't remember. But
Long time, short time?
both.
Now, when the defendant shows up, what does he have with him?
Meaning,
Sorry?
what you mean by that?
Does the defendant show up carrying anything or wearing anything?
A book bag.
Book bag?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Did he have anything that he carried around in his hand?
Yes.
What?
A gun.
When the defendant shows up, the other girl and the boy with the gun who broke up the getting jumped, are they still outside or are they gone inside?
They inside their house.
So what are you and the defendant and the rest of your group doing?
Trying to get them to come back outside.
How are you doing that?
Like yelling and stuff.
Yelling at them?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Are you threatening them?
No.
Was the defendant threatening?
I don't remember.
Was the defendant saying, come outside or I'll shoot the house up?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I would like to show you what I have. State's exhibit number 125, currently in the computer. One more minute. Your Honor, I have State's exhibit number 125 in the computer. It is has the single video on it, which I will be opening using the move feature, movie feature. And when you see the TV, I know you got to crane your neck a little bit. We don't have real good placement here, but can you see behind you?
Yeah.
Okay, and I want to draw your attention to this individual that we can see right here. Who is that person?
Tremaine.
Tremaine?
Yes.
The defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And we can see he's got a weapon and this jacket that says just do it on it. And here to have some sort of ski mask or ski on his head. Yes? No?
You asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking.
Yes.
Playing from 0 minutes and 0 seconds into the recording.
They be doing this again. Be quiet. Be quiet. Be the fuck quiet.
What you want? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Pausing at 19 seconds. What's the defendant doing with this firearm while you guys are all outside this park?
Holding it.
And you stated he was saying, come outside or I'll shoot the house up.
I didn't hear it.
What are you doing?
Waiting on the girl to come outside.
You're gonna fight her again?
Yes.
Now, ma'am, best of your ability, if you could, and I now have State's Exhibit number 124 in the computer. 124 has a video folder, which is the folders from Markeisha Johnson. This is the first video within that video folder. And ma'am, I want you to take a look at the screen as you can while I play this. And pausing at 3 seconds into the video. Do you recognize those two people in that video?
I can tell from behind.
Can that activity be repeated? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Said she couldn't tell.
Got it. Thank you.
Playing from 3 seconds into the video. Keep looking there. And we're pausing at 7 seconds into the video. You recognize this group of 4 people that we see right there.
Yes.
Who is that?
Me and my friends.
You and your friends?
Yes.
What clothing are you wearing?
A white shirt with a scarf.
Is this you right here then?
Yes.
Okay. And who's this woman in the black right in front of you?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, one of your friends?
Yes.
You don't remember her name?
Mm,
No?
no.
Okay. Is she related to the defendant?
No.
This person right here, who's that?
My little brother.
Okay. And this person that we can see right here in the blue, who's that?
My friend.
Your friend? What's
Yes.
her name?
I have to say her.
Yes, ma'am.
Deasia.
Deasia?
Yes.
Okay. And who's this individual we can see with the backpack?
Tremaine.
Tremaine, the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Now, ma'am, how long are you and your friends and your family and the defendant out there trying to get this girl to come outside again?
I don't remember.
Does the defendant ever do anything with the weapon?
Yes.
What does he do?
Let off around in the air.
He let off a round in the air?
Yes.
Shot into the air?
Yes.
Okay. Then what happens?
We walked down the street from that area.
Now, I want to see if I can. I think I may have just misplaced this photo. Show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 315. And we're looking at State's Exhibit number 315. I'm going to kind of just move in and zoom in so we can see what we're looking at here. If we can see Garfield 25th, the apartment building that you're outside of, and then kind of going towards 24th place. Were you walking down Garfield?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the street you were walking down?
No.
How far did you walk down?
Like blocks.
Before you get down the block, you hear any more gunshots?
No.
You only hear Tremaine fire off one round at the house?
Yes.
Do you ever hear any other shots and the people inside the house return fire?
Yes.
Where are you when that happens?
Like down the street.
Down the street. You hear more gunfire down by the apartment?
Yes.
Does the defendant ever rejoin your group?
I don't remember.
What about, was there kind of a skinny guy in a white shirt that just kind of seemed to be hanging around watching what was going on? Lived with his grandmother down below?
No.
You don't remember seeing him?
No.
Now, show you another video. Our replacing states exhibit number 184, which is the video from 2217. And I now have the second video from 2217 currently on the screen. Can you see the screen from where you are? Guess that one's at a little bit, they're both at angles, I apologize. But I want to play here from 0 minutes and 0 seconds. And pausing at 7 seconds. This is your group here, isn't it?
Okay.
Who's this individual right here with the backpack?
Sorry.
This guy here with the white shirt, you even remember seeing him that day?
No.
Okay. Now, man, at some point, you guys are kind of, you mentioned you walk down the block and we kind of see you here by an alley. At some point, do you see a vehicle pull up that you notice?
Yes.
What about it? Make it stand out to you.
It was a police car with no lights.
How do you know it was a police car?
Because I know police cars.
Okay. What about it seemed to be policing?
The car.
Did it, when it pulled up, did it have its lights on or lights off?
Lights off.
Sorry?
Lights off.
Lights off.
Mm-hmm.
Say yes?
Yes.
When you see this vehicle pulling up, is that when you begin to move away from that intersection?
Yes.
And where do you go?
Down a block some more, I believe.
You walk down the alley?
Yes.
And who goes with you?
My group.
When you see this police car, this car you believe to be a police car, and it pulls up with its lights on, you say anything to anybody?
Yes.
What do you say?
I told them it was the police. So let's go.
Who do you say that to?
Everybody.
And who's all that?
The people you see on the video.
Was the defendant around?
Huh?
Was the defendant there?
Yes.
Now, when your group leaves, that group of girls and your brother that was going, does the defendant go with you?
No.
Do you know where he goes?
No.
Leaving, you go down an alley and you don't see where he goes?
No.
Tell you he's going anywhere?
No.
Where do you walk to?
Somewhere to call an Uber.
Okay. Did you get an Uber?
Yes.
Did you hear any gunshots at this point?
No.
Were you present when the officers were shot?
No.
Do you know anything about what happened in that alley after you left?
No.
Now, once you get home,
Right.
do you ever have any more contact with the defendant?
Yes.
Explain to us how that happened.
He called me.
Okay. What did he say?
That he needed some clothes.
Needed some clothes?
Yes.
Did you bring him some clothes?
Yes.
And how did you get back to where he was?
Oh.
An Uber?
Yes.
And when you get back to where do you end up meeting him, if you remember?
On 25th and Garfield.
In the area where this happened?
I guess.
Do you even know the streets?
No.
So you meet him somewhere over where kind of in the area, but you don't know exactly.
Right.
When you met him in that area, wherever that was there a bunch of police around him?
No.
Did you bring him that change of clothes?
Yes.
Did you ever ask him why he needed a change of clothes?
No.
Why not?
Why should I?
Now, I want to draw your attention to State's Exhibit number 261. Recognize this?
Yeah.
Whose is it?
I guess Tremaine's.
How to get into your house? Police found it in your house. How did he get there?
Y'all found Tremaine at my house.
Sorry?
Y'all found him at my house.
I understand. Was he wearing this when you brought him his change of clothes?
No.
Did you place this in your bag or his old clothes into your bag?
Yes.
Did you carry that bag then into your house?
Yes.
Now, when you go to meet him and you provide him the change of clothes, does he change?
Yes.
You never ask him why he needed to change?
No.
Does he mention, kind of a couple things I want to talk about. When you run into the defendant now, does he have his backpack on him?
No.
Does he have his gun on him?
No.
Does he mention where they are?
No.
Does he ask you to help him go look for anything?
Yes.
What does he say?
He dropped his book bag. Can we help him find it?
And when you go looking for it, do you see anything?
No.
Do you ever see police in the area?
Yes.
What is the defendant's demeanor like while he is there asking you to go look for his book bag after having you bring him a change of clothes?
Intoxicated.
What's he saying?
That he loves us
What else is he saying?
and that tomorrow wasn't promised for him.
Tomorrow wasn't promised for him?
Yes.
I'm saying he seems suicidal.
Yes.
Did he ever tell you what changed?
No.
Now, ma'am, you and the defendant go back to your house.
Right.
When you were doing all this, was anyone else with you besides the defendant?
Yes.
Who was that?
Deasia.
The agent? And do all three of you go back to your house?
Yes.
How do you get back?
Uber.
At some point during this transport, do you learn about officers being shot?
Not until we arrived to the house.
Did you realize it was in the area you just entered?
Yeah.
Did that seem suspicious to you?
No.
Did you ask the defendant about it?
No,
Did you think he was involved?
no,
You remember telling a detective that you put two and two together and you weren't stupid?
no.
Shortly after you got home, the police were there, right?
Right.
Did the police ask you if the defendant was in your house?
Yes.
Did you tell them the truth?
Yes.
Tell them he was in your house?
No.
What did you say?
I said I don't know.
But you knew it wasn't there. Right?
Yeah.
Why'd you tell him I don't know?
Because when they came, sorry.
Why'd you tell him I don't know?
Because he probably could have left out the house when I went out the front door. It was a back door or windows.
So you're saying the reason you said I don't know is because maybe the defendant had taken off?
Yeah.
Really, you were just hoping the police would go away.
Yes.
You weren't going to tell them what the defendant had.
No.
You weren't going to cooperate with the police.
No.
Last time you saw him, he was in your house.
Right.
You didn't tell him, well, I don't know, maybe he jumped out the window, but he was in my house in the back bedroom. Did you?
No.
You just said, I don't know.
Right.
The police did find him in your house, didn't
No.
they? He was arrested coming from the back.
Coming out the house.
They got him coming out.
Right.
He was there.
Yes.
Now, ma'am, have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes.
How many times?
2.
And additionally, ma'am, in terms of this process, you were arrested that night. Is that fair?
Right.
In fact, you were charged with harboring or aiding a felon.
Right.
You have an attorney who's actually seated right there.
Correct.
And you are scheduled to have a plea of guilty after this case.
Right.
In exchange for testifying, you will plead guilty to a harboring or aiding, and the state will recommend incarceration of the court.
Right.
You understand the judge can do whatever the judge wants to do.
Correct.
You're hoping that your attorney will be able to use this to get you some credit.
Right.
That was the negotiations.
Right.
In exchange for you telling the truth about what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a yes?
Yes.
Who you saw fire off that round outside that street.
Right.
Or who you saw come and bring the gun to that altercation.
Correct.
Over who you saw call and ask you to bring a change of clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a yes?
Yes.
And in each one of those situations, it was the defendant, right?
Yes.
The defendant had that right to that. Yes.
You asked me?
Yeah, the defendant had the right.
Correct.
He brought that gun to that location. Right.
Correct.
And in those videos, I want to make sure that we understand, the videos that we just saw, that individual wearing the Just Do It with the rifle and the backpack, every one of those cases, that was the defendant, Tremaine, right?
Correct.
Nothing else, thank you.
Thank you, Cross.
Thank you. Ms. Kittler,
Yes.
can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Just so I'm clear, you testified today that there was 2 fights with the same girl, correct?
Correct.
One was on the 25th?
Right.
Sorry, I should be more specific. One was on June 25th
Yes.
and one was on June 26th, right?
Yes.
Okay. That first fight on June 25th, was Tremaine Jones there?
No.
The second night on June 26th, he was not there originally, right?
Right.
You called him, right?
Yes.
And you told him to come because this time there was another male there, right?
Right,
And that male had a gun,
right,
and you said that male, I think something along the lines of upped that gun, right?
right,
And you were mad about that because now someone brought a gun to a fist fight, right?
correct.
Okay. Was the person who upped that gun, I know you said you don't know who it is, but do you remember what he was wearing?
A red jacket, I believe.
Okay, so he was wearing red.
Okay,
Okay. And you don't remember how long you were outside of this apartment waiting for this girl to come back out, right?
no,
Okay. And you testified today, you don't know her name?
no,
Okay. So you fought this girl 2 times, you received Facebook messages from her, and you never found out her name?
I didn't care to.
Okay. Do you remember being interviewed by Detective Jordan? I think it was on June 27th. Do you remember that?
No,
You don't remember being interviewed?
no,
Okay. If they wrote a report that said you were interviewed, would that be incorrect?
no,
Okay, so you were interviewed.
right,
Okay. If it said in their report you knew that female's name was Nira, would that be incorrect?
they said her name.
Can you repeat what you said? I'm sorry.
They said her name, I don't remember it.
They told you her name. Okay.
Right, correct.
You didn't tell them their name.
Right,
If it said in the report they did, would that be wrong?
mm,
Okay, so they must have just wrote something incorrect in their report.
probably.
Okay. I want to ask you something about what the prosecutor asked you about hearing a second round of shots. So you said Tremaine shot 1 shot in the air, right?
Correct,
You saw that with your own eyes.
correct,
Okay. Then you said at some point you heard a second round of shots, right?
correct.
Did you testify just now that it was someone returning fire?
Yes,
Okay, but how do you know that? Because you said you only heard it. You don't know. Okay, so my question is, did you see the shots or hear it?
here.
But you somehow know that it was return fire.
Well, he did not say return fire. He said, did I hear fires? And did I hear fire returning also? So did I hear 2 gunshots going off? Did I hear different sounds? Yes, correct.
Okay. So you could tell there was some return fire just by the sound.
Right.
Got it. But you didn't see it.
No,
Okay. At some point, an Uber picks you and your friends up somewhere around, I think we see it on the video, around the mouth of that alley, right?
correct.
You don't know what happens to Tremaine after that.
No,
He's not in the Uber with you.
no,
You don't see or hear nothing.
no.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Redirect?
Nothing, guys, thank you.
All right, thank you. You may take Ms. Kettler down. Do you have you can call another witness? It's a little early for a break. What do you think?
I have, if it's okay with the deputies, I can keep going.
Okay, that's fine. We'll just get her out of here.
State calls, Detective Nadiva Malata.
Okay.
Recall, Detective.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God under the pain and penalty of perjury.
I do.
Student, please state your first and last name and phone bill for the record.
First name is Indiva, spelled Ndiva. Last name Malafa, Malafa.
Detective, I want to draw your attention to another aspect of this investigation. Were you involved in a subpoena for cell phone records?
Yes, I was.
Now, hold on, just bear with me. Detective. All right, I'm moving between each other, so let me pull this up real quick. When you are subpoenaing the phone records, in particular, whose phone number are you attempting to subpoena?
For this particular incident, it was Mr. Jones.
Okay. And I want to just kind of make certain that we know this. Just one moment. One moment. I've misplaced everything.
Everything. Okay. We'll give you a minute.
There we go. Thank you. Now, in terms of searching or subpoenaing a phone number, and one moment. What is the process that you use in order to obtain that phone?
The first thing that we're going to do is identify a number that's associated with the suspect, in this case, Mr. Jones. We were able to identify the number of 414-334-6658 through a custodial interview of Janira. Once we verify that number, we verify the phone company that the provider is. In this case, it was T-Mobile. And then we draft a search warrant, which has an affidavit, and which is a probable cause statement that is reviewed by the district attorney's office and then approved by a judge.
And what I want to show you is, just so we have it, this is where I was trying to go, State's Exhibit number 290, in regards to this particular phone, that phone number that you ended up looking for, do we see it on this, in fact, this receipt?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And now placing this here on the big screen, show you what we have there, and going to zoom in terms of what we are talking about. We can see that the customer name on this receipt for the firearm receiver, Tremaine Jones, 2203 North 25th Street, and then that phone number that you're referring to, 414-334-6658.
That's correct.
Okay. And when you're attempting to find these phone records, is there any particular information that you're requesting in an attempt to see if it can be used for further investigation?
Yes, in particular, we're looking for communication records maintained by the phone company, as well as any other information like subscriber information to identify who that phone is subscribed to.
Okay. And when we're talking about some of that cell phone information, are you hoping to get what's referred to as cell tower records?
That's correct.
What are cell tower records and why are you asking?
So in essence, whenever your phone is being utilized, it also has to use the cell tower itself to communicate with other devices, or in some cases, even data. So what we do is we ask T-Mobile to obtain any historical data associated with that device in particular, to see any location information that device utilized when communicating with other devices.
Thank you. Now, I had it on one of these exhibits. I'm curious which place where I put it. If the court will just bear with me. I apologize. It's on a CD that I've not yet moved in evidence. That's my fault. It's on another piece of evidence that I originally planned to bring in earlier, and I'm going to be bringing that in right now. Will just bear with me 1 minute.
Sure.
I'm going to place State's Exhibit number 329 in the computer. Now, detective is going to be pulling this up very quickly. In terms of these cell phone records and the cell tower data that we're going to eventually just kind of taking a look at, was a warrant done for those particular records specifically for that phone number we just discussed?
Yes, it was.
And when we are going to be kind of going through and referring to and looking at some of those informations, I want to just take a look at, I have, Your Honor, State's Exhibit number 329. There is a folder entitled Tremaine Jones Cell Phone Return. Within it, it contains a number of different PDFs as well as Microsoft Excel spreadsheets. I would move those into evidence at this time.
I don't object.
Proceed without objection.
Thank you. Now, detective, sorry it took me so long to find it, but in terms of what we're seeing here regarding this first page, is this what's referred to as basically a letter, authentication letter by T-Mobile that is letting us know that these records that we have requested for a specific time regarding timing advance, cell tower, and other data are true and accurate business records?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you receive those records from T-Mobile regarding this phone number?
Myself and FBI agent George Inus received them.
And did you then turn those records over to or did the Milwaukee Police Department turn it over to FBI agents, Special Agent George Reiner, so he can do his math?
That's correct.
And then lastly, just so we can kind of have a good look at everything we're referring to. And as it's coming on, we can end up seeing within these are a number of what we refer to as cell phone records, cell tower records with various different points of data. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Now, you yourself are not a person trained involved in cell tower math. Is that true?
To this extent, correct.
So you get that and you just hand it over to the special agent.
That's correct.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. No further questions.
No questions.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Your Honor, can we take a little break while we get ready for the next witness?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, do not research any information you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented or investigate this case on your own. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, or any other electronic application about this trial. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use any electronic device to share any information about this case. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. Enjoy your break. We'll get you back probably 10:15. Thank you.
I need a better back. I need to go to the chiropractor.
These benches.
No, my legs are fine.
My brain is exhausted from this, so I'm just.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to the Wisconsin Live Desk here. You were in the courtroom there. We are listening to all of the testimony in the Tremaine Jones trial. This high-profile trial here in southeastern Wisconsin is continuing here on this Thursday. And we are hearing testimony, as you had seen there, since I have taken over from Brian Polson here in the last half hour, from the girlfriend or former girlfriend of Tremaine Jones. They wanted to not only examine her, but then cross-examine her about different things, as you heard about, was there a change of clothes? Did you ask why Tremaine Jones, the man on trial for the murder of Kendall Corder and shooting of his partner, Christopher McCrae, who did survive that shooting last summer, they were asking why the change of clothes, and did you know about that? And then they also she seemed to have a little contradictory statement there, where when police came to the house to ask, is Tremaine Jones here, she had said no. And then I thought she had said, they said, was that truthful? And she said, well, something about he went out the window. So it sounded like was walking back statements to say, no, I was accurate in saying he wasn't here because he went out the window. But the probability here is that she had known his location, or at least perhaps the area of his whereabouts. And so she was again cross-examined there. We heard from a detective very briefly after her testimony, and that's when we took a little bit of a pause. The camera did pan over at the end, right before we took the break there, to Tremaine Jones, who seems to have, from what we are seeing on camera, as you see there, very little emotions. Sometimes he's wearing glasses, sometimes he is not. But again, we've seen just very little emotion coming from him as we have been following this case here and following the court hearings here over the last several days. Jones, as you know, is accused of killing Officer Corder, wounding Officer McCrae, who took the stand yesterday. When Christopher McCrae took that stand, we saw body camera video, horrific body camera video, the emotions coming from that body camera without even seeing it, just hearing his cries for help as he responded to his partner that night, Officer Corder, who was laying on the ground, and he was trying to get a pulse and was not able to do that. We heard Christopher McCrae pleading with him to stay alive, to cling to life, to please keep going, and to, I think in his words, not do this to him, as he saw him laying in that alley, presumably at that point knowing that perhaps he had passed away, or this was a very grave situation. It was an emotional day because of not only the audio from that body cam, but also the visuals. And we saw jurors at that point getting very emotional listening to that body cam video. We had our legal experts on Fox 6 last night, and I asked specifically our two legal experts about the change in dynamics, the way that body camera video has changed the complexion of the way that cases are not only heard, but prosecuted. So without hard evidence, without there being an actual, yes, I saw the person pull the trigger, just in any case, to hear that body camera, to see that body camera, sometimes can really paint the picture that we didn't have not that long ago. So the jurors will have to make, obviously, a decision based on their decision. A lot of it could be based on that body camera video. The testimony, as you know, continued today. And we are right in the middle of that testimony. At 2:52, we heard, the last person we heard from was the detective Malafia, who provided testimony earlier in the trial. He returned to the stand and he testified about a subpoena for Jones's cell phone records. We heard about those. Detectives learned Jones's cell phone number from somebody that he knew. The detective there said the subpoena was for information from the specific device, as well as data from cell phone towers that the device may have been used. And of course, that would help the jurors to determine exactly where he was, the proximity to, obviously, the body of Detective or Officer Corder, because the case, of course, the defense is basically saying that, hey, listen, it wasn't him. And the prosecutors have to say, but look at all the evidence found at the scene, the cell phone records, and people identifying him as having somebody in the gun, Jones having a gun earlier, not that long ago, in the vicinity of where this happened. So much to get to. We're going to wrap again when we come back. We're going to take a quick break. No no way to determine exactly how long this break will last. Sometimes they're 10, 15 minutes in the courtroom, but we'll take you back to the courtroom as soon as they resume. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox Local, recap again as we continue to follow the trial of Tremaine Jones. Glad to have you with us this afternoon on this Thursday. We'll be right back. We'll also have a check of your weather. Stay with us. More wind. We've got wet roads. The rain was coming down a little earlier. I got to tell you, my ride in today, there were, there's so many potholes right now, right? Because we're coming off of this, winter where pothole season in Wisconsin. So you see these huge puddles and there's nowhere you can go. So cars were just hydroplaning, including mine. And I had a pretty heavy ride. So it was just, almost, I don't want to say dangerous, but it was pretty difficult to navigate. We're going to get it over to weather expert Holly Baker because I'm looking around the area right now and it doesn't look as though we are going to get any break at all. Holly, we can't see you, but we can hear you. Tell us exactly what we're in for tonight because we also have some really severe weather, correct?
Correct. Now, as much as I would like to say that we're in for a sweet treat, I won't say that this is a sweet treat, but we're in for some type of trick tonight. I'll tell you that. And really, it's been going on all day today. This is a look at just the current conditions. We're at 41 degrees here in Milwaukee. Feels more like 36. Wind is from the southeast currently at about 7 miles per hour. Now, something to pay attention to is those current visibilities. Visibilities are pretty low. So for the people that are going to be headed out, just know that we do have a lot of fog mixed in with the rain that's coming down. This is just a look at the visibilities across southeast Wisconsin right now. And we have more to even talk about. This is just what's going on right now. A little bit less or denser fog, I should say, especially by the lake for Milwaukee and even Racine counties. Now let's get to those current watches. We do have a tornado watch that is in effect from now until 8 p.m. tonight. So that just means that we're on a watch for tornadoes to be possible because in these particular areas that are highlighted in the yellow color, that means that we have some conditions that could be favorable. So we are on a watch for tornadoes. Here's a look at the current satellite and radar and what we're tracking right now. We are starting to see some clearing happening. And if we have more of that clearing, that is going to make our environment become a little more unstable, especially as we head towards the evening with temperatures getting a chance to heat up a little more. But right now we are just watching a little bit more of that rain, some heavier rain in spots, especially closer to the Illinois state line border with Wisconsin. That's where some of our heavier rain is. We take a bigger look at the picture here. We are all pretty much, this is a massive storm is what we're looking at. A little bit more of the ice and snow just to the north of our state. As far as getting closer to home here in southeast Wisconsin, we are seeing some thunderstorms and really some lightning that could be involved with this as well. All of this is associated with the warm front. Now, the more that warm front continues to shift, that is going to bring the availability for more of the unstable environment. That brings us to looking at our severe thunderstorm outlook. So the risk for today, here's a look at that. We are under an enhanced risk for majority of southeast Wisconsin. We also have some areas that's going to be at the slight risk and a little bit more in the marginal risk the further you go to the north. Now, what does that mean? That typically means that we are going to see all threats are going to be on the table for today. Tornadoes being a threat, wind being the biggest threat. And then also, too, we could see hail. We could see ponding on the roads, just depending on where you are. Mary already mentioned some potholes out there. And with the water filling that up, definitely be using the caution when you're on the roads today, because we could have a little bit of some flash flooding in some spots, especially where those heavier downpours are. Now, I know you're wondering, how long will all of this be in our area? I'm going to walk you through our Sky Vision Plus so you can kind of get an idea of how long this will last, but definitely the rest of this afternoon and evening will be very soggy. Heading throughout the rest of this afternoon after 3 into closer to 6 o'clock, we will start to get a little bit of a break, but it's still going to be something that we start to ramp up a little bit more, keeping wind from the south. So that's going to continue to bring in a lot more of that moisture, wind speeds, especially closer to Racine County and Burlington, as well as even Kenosha could see even more of those heavier winds. As we go throughout the rest of the evening after 8 o'clock, closer to midnight there, but not at midnight yet, we will start to see a little bit more of the clearing in skies. So heading overnight, it will begin to be a little bit quieter. Starting Friday off, we will be a little bit more on the cloudier side. So a very overcast day for Friday, and we get a second round of rain, you guys. And we're going to be in a marginal risk for this. That's just where highlighted for green, mainly for those areas out west. So this is going to be for Friday night into early Saturday. This is what we're looking like. It's going to be another soggy evening for Friday, and this will carry over into Saturday's forecast. This is overnight Saturday. We'll see a lot more of that heavier rain, or this is Saturday morning, excuse me. So Friday night into Saturday, we'll see a lot more of the heavier rain that's going to be in our area, and that really will continue throughout the duration of the morning. Now, it will slack up as we head throughout Saturday morning, and then as we go throughout the day of Saturday, we'll really be left behind with a lot more of those clouds, but we won't necessarily see a lot of rain by the time we make it to noon. We kind of bring it back closer to home here with those temperatures and what we're dealing with right now. And what we're seeing is a mix of temperatures. We're seeing cooler temperatures just off really from Milwaukee and north in the 40s. We do got some areas just south of Milwaukee in the 50s. That is Janesville at 54, 48 in Kenosha, and that is right where the warm front is. So those are going to be the areas that are going to be really prone to seeing a lot of the severe weather that we are expecting throughout the rest of this evening. And let you look at the 6th day here. Ignore the icons there. We know Good Friday is going to be on Friday. I just have to move those. And even Monday, that Happy Easter needs to be moved to Sunday. Otherwise, though, when you pay attention to how much more rain we're going to be receiving here, Mary, we got storms on Friday night into Saturday. Saturday, a few showers. Temperatures will be dropping to the 40s by the time we make it to Sunday. Sunday's looking to be pretty dry, but then we come back in with a 1-2 punch on Monday. We got a chance for a wintry mix. That's going to be for both Monday and again on Wednesday. Temperatures do dip down on Tuesday, being our coolest day, back in the 30s. So we are in for a roller coaster ride with temperatures, Mary, as well as the precipitation that we are going to be seeing in our area. Now, I'll bring it back up where we can look at that satellite and radar, because I've heard just outside here on our weather deck some wind gusts, as well as seeing a little bit more of those showers kind of downpouring. You can hear the rain outside here. And as we look, we do still see a little bit more of that rain here for the Milwaukee area, and we do hear a little bit more of it outside. We also get a little bit of some opening up and clearing just near Fort Atkinson, even some areas near Waukesha and Watertown. They're starting to have a little bit more of that drier time. And then also too, in Monroe, you're also seeing a little bit more of that drier time as things are clearing. And that again is going to open up some unstable conditions for us as we head into the evening. We're going to keep a watch on this though, especially as we head throughout the duration of this evening. We do have Chief Meteorologist Rob Haswell. He's going to be coming in, and we're going to be tag teaming this and watching it all throughout this afternoon and even the evening.
All right. Well, yeah, you guys will be all over it. We will continue to monitor. And of course, our Fox 6 mobile app is just so convenient, when you do the hour by hour. So, glad to see at least this will be dissipating somewhat for the weekend, but it looks like it's going to be a soggy Easter egg hunt, no matter what, with such high saturation, Holly, for people wondering what to expect this holiday weekend.
I know it's going to be very, very soggy, and temperatures, we will be kind of warmer in the 50s, but that's going to also, with the cold fronts that's going to be moving in, temperatures will be dropping pretty quickly, especially as we head throughout the evening. So this weekend is going to be soggy for sure. I hope people were able to take advantage of how nice last weekend was, because that was when you could have done a little bit more of the Easter egg hunting. But hey, I will say this, even though you can't do the Easter egg hunting outside, maybe result on doing it indoors. Don't cancel the Easter egg hunt, but maybe find another option, maybe doing it indoors and setting it up so that the kiddos could still have some fun.
Yeah, exactly. Well, last thing before we let you go real quick, are we going to see any peaks of sun by Sunday or Monday?
We could see maybe a little bit on Saturday afternoon and again on Sunday afternoon. Otherwise, we're going to be overcast. So we will have some time where it's dry and we can hope for a break in the clouds. So those are some times where we could be hopeful for Saturday afternoon and Sunday afternoon. Otherwise, we are going to still see majority clouds in our forecast.
All right, Holly, thanks for the update there. We appreciate it. All right, we'll let you get back to work there. Well, we are continuing to follow, of course, the testimonies and the evidence trial now in the evidence phase of the Tremaine Jones trial. The testimony has really been compelling, and it's gleaned a lot of insight into exactly what happened the night last summer when Officer Kendall Corder was shot and his partner, Christopher McCrae, also wounded in the area there of 25th and Garfield, where all of this started. We have continued to follow the live updates, and today we have been hearing testimony kind of across referencing this. We heard the testimony from Jamela Kittler, and that's the ex-girlfriend of Tremaine Jones, and talked about exactly what started all this, what led to this fateful evening. And it was just a fight between her and another woman. There were some allegations there about cheating. And so it started as a fight between two young ladies, and the fight continued. And that's where Tremaine Jones came in to the area where all of this started with a gun. Neighbors called 911 to report several times, in fact, gunshots fired. Apparently, Tremaine Jones had fired the rifle into the air. Neighbors were very concerned, called, and that's when Corder and McCrae, both officers, responded to that scene. And from there, that scene led to an alley, and that led to the fateful events that happened that night. We heard the heartbreaking testimony from his partner yesterday, of course, Christopher McCrae. We saw the body camera right here on Fox Local, and we heard the heart-wrenching audio from that body cam. Another witness has taken the stand now. They just took a quick break and they're back. We're going to continue to resume this trial, so let's listen in.
I'm currently a supervisory special agent with the FBI here in Milwaukee.
How long have you been with the FBI?
Just over 11 years.
And how long have you been in Milwaukee?
Milwaukee going on about 4 years.
Now, are you familiar, sometimes I get this kind of wrong, but are you familiar with what's currently referred to as the CAST or the CIST?
Yeah, so CAST is the unit which I am actually a part of. It stands for Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
What does that team do, and how long have you been doing that?
I've been doing that. I got certified in 2018, so just over 7 years. It's the unit within the FBI that's made up of special agents and task force officers, about 100 across the entire U.S. And we specialize in analyzing historical called detail records, so phone records and other locational information.
And have you been doing this, I guess, for what we're talking about, this cell phone or cell site analysis in your capacity as a Federal Bureau agent since you've been certified?
Yes, and even before I was certified as well to prepare for certification.
Now, kind of want to understand what we're talking about. What is this cell site analysis?
So cell site analysis in this case is taking your cell phone records, and your phone is a modern day two-way radio. So as your phone interacts with the cellular network, records are maintained by the provider of that activity. They could be in the form of, for example, you make a phone call to your sister in California. That information is recorded, including the date, time, number, and the information which you wouldn't see on a bill that we have gotten is that unique cell tower or that identifier of that antenna that used to facilitate that call. Each one of those is documented as to an exact location as to where that antenna is. So based off of that example of calling your sister using this cell site, can then identify the geographic area that that device was in when it made that activity.
Have you, in your capacity as an FBI special agent, conducted cell site analysis in your career?
Yes, I do it nearly on a daily basis, over 1,000 individual cases and thousands of records.
Have you, in fact, used it to locate wanted fugitives?
I have.
Have you testified as an expert in historical cell site analysis before?
Yes, around 61 times previously across 7 different states and about 22 different courts.
Does that include Wisconsin?
It does.
Does that include both state court and federal?
It does.
Okay. Now, I want to just kind of briefly talk a little bit about how cell phones work and things like that. But again, kind of using that example where you're calling your sister in California. When your cell phone reaches out to a cell tower, what's going on there? And is it going to the closest tower or the strongest tower? Can you explain that for us?
Yeah, so as my phone would just be, if I have my phone sitting right here, your phone's always looking for that best signal, even if you're not making a phone call. And that best signal is not necessarily the closest. Think about it as it works best in line of sight technology. And I use the example of you're standing at the entryway to a 20-story building. You have an antenna located on the roof of that building, but you have one that's, say, a half mile away. Theoretically, you are closer to that one that's right on top of you of the building, but your phone can't see that antenna 20 stories up. So in that case, you don't necessarily use the closest one, but I'll use the one that I have the best signal from, which maybe, in just that example, a half mile away.
Now, when we're talking about kind of an urban area like Milwaukee, are there a lot of cell phones?
There are. Generally speaking, in a more urban area, you have a higher concentration of cell sites and antennas. And as you would move out west to a more rural area, let's say going west on 94 towards Waukesha, they'll be spaced farther apart and have a less concentration.
What's the effect, I guess, then in an area like Milwaukee that has a number of cell towers kind of close to affected? What's the effect in terms of your cell tower analysis or cell site?
So it would depend on the type of records I have. So if you just stick with the example of calling your sister, for example, and using that cell site, the coverage area of the tower in Milwaukee is going to be a lot smaller than you get out to a more urban area where they're spaced farther apart. So that geographic area, just using a cell site alone, would be smaller, generally speaking, in Milwaukee versus as you get out into a more rural area.
And you've got some mapping that's going to help us kind of visualize some of this. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Are you also familiar with what we refer to as timing advanced data?
Yes.
I think you kind of were originally maybe hinting at talking about this when you talked about your cell phone was always constantly searching for the closest tower.
Oh, the best signal.
Best signal. What's timing advanced data?
So timing advance isn't necessarily, best signal, but it's an engineering type measurement. It's keeping record of your phone just interacting with the network and all the towers. It's the engineers will use it to manage, optimize, and troubleshoot their network. But what it does in terms of the analysis piece is, in addition to telling me what side of which tower was used, it will give a approximate distance the device is located from that tower. And timing advance isn't dependent on you make a phone call, receiving a phone call, or doing anything on your phone. Your phone could just, again, my phone could be sitting here, and I could be getting a bunch of measurements. And let's say I can touch multiple towers, and the distance will be provided. And as you overlay those, you refine that area where that device would be, because I'm getting that distance the device is located.
Now, I want to just, before we get into your report and a couple of your actual conclusions that you were able to come to, I want to just be very clear. When you're looking at these cell tower records, can you tell us who's got the phone?
I cannot.
Can you tell us exactly what they're doing?
I cannot.
Can you tell us if it's a phone call, what they're saying?
I cannot.
Can you tell us if it's in a pocket or in a backpack or they're holding it in their hand?
I cannot.
Really, all you can do is basically give us a visual representation of what these records are telling us.
I can tell you where the device is based off analyzing the records, and that device would correspond to a phone number.
And then, just so we understand, this is data that's not kept by the government, right?
No, this is provided, in this case, it was by T-Mobile, so one of the major cell phone providers, that they maintain their normal course of business, and that they are then able to provide that information with validated process.
And in this particular case, the Milwaukee Police Department developed a phone number, did a search warrant, and got that data.
Yes, and they provided that to me.
And so we understand, this is really just T-Mobile, as you indicated, keeping all of this data for various different purposes.
Yes, the main purpose, whether it could be billing or troubleshooting, managing, planning, just building out and their entire network.
And as a result of the cell phone companies keeping these records, law enforcement has learned that there's valuable data that can assist in investigation.
Yes, law enforcement is just one example where you can identify where a device is using these records.
Now, I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 330, and ask you to take a look at that for me and tell me if you recognize
it. This is the report that I created for this case.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate copy of that report?
It is.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit number 330 in evidence.
I do not object.
Now, Detective, I'm just going to place your report on the first page and kind of just pull up so we can see the entirety of the report. Get kind of the center of what we're looking at. And zooming in. Did the Milwaukee Police Department provide you the cell phone records for 414-334-6658?
They did.
Did it have information that you were able to use in order to perform a cast or a cast analysis?
It did.
I want to move to the second page of your report and just going to kind of zoom out so we can kind of see what we're looking at here. What does this page tell us and what's going on?
It's a lot of words, but it summarizes a lot of what I just mentioned. The top just talks about how I was originally asked to analyze these records, the dates that I was given, activity on June 26th and 27th, 2025, the addresses I was provided, which included 2454 West Garfield Avenue in Milwaukee, as well as 5262 North 37th Street, also Milwaukee. And then all the rest talks about taking these records, looking at them in the spreadsheet format, identifying which towers they utilized, mapping those, and then visually depicting all that information on the map to then draw conclusions about the location of that device.
Now, going to your next slide within here, could you explain what we're looking at here?
Yes, these are just examples of cell towers that are out there. These are not ones used in this case. This is just meant to illustrate they come in multiple different styles. You can have on the far right a large pole, which you may see along the freeway. You could have them, something you may see more commonly in downtown Milwaukee, on tops of buildings, church steeples, things of that nature. They can even be hidden inside of objects, such as there's one actually inside that flagpole.
Now, I want to show you and kind of go to now page 4 of your report. What are we seeing here?
This is one thing I had not talked about yet, but when I talked about that tower that was used, the other piece of information you get is the side of the tower. So generally speaking, each tower is divided up into 3 sides, and each side covers approximately 120 degrees. So going back to your sister example, you calling your sister or the timing advance record, you're not only getting the tower, but I'm getting the side of the tower. And then you combine that with timing advance, I'm getting the distance. So then that will create a wedge, and you'll see some illustrations illustrating the direction of the signal and then that corresponding distance.
And when you're getting these records, do the cell phone records have both the tower number as well as that sector number in it?
They do.
Do they also provide you, in terms of these records, the orientation of what every one of those sectors are?
Some of the records will have orientation, others do not, but the providers will maintain what's referred to as a tower list. So for example, in T-Mobile, they have a listing of where every tower throughout the entire US is located. So we'll find, for example, tower 1, 2, 3 that was utilized. You find that in the tower list. They give you the latitude and longitude coordinates of that tower. They tell you what sector, and they will tell you the orientation. Not every sector is oriented that exact same way. That's just a visual depiction of what 3-sector tower would look like.
Okay. Now I want to show you what has been marked and looking at on the same exhibit, page 5. What are we seeing here?
That is an example of the timing advance measurement that you're going to see on the maps and that's displayed. So at the bottom, you see the tower, the sector, and that shaded area at the bottom doesn't denote a coverage area, it just fills out that wedge so you can see it on the map. And then the distance provided would be the start of that arc, and then you'll see kind of that arc at the top illustrating that information, the timing advance record. So you will see those displayed on the map based on the orientation information of the records.
And when we're kind of looking at this kind of, I guess, shaded area, are you ever able to tell us exactly where within this shaded area a cell tower is based on timing advance?
The device, so I cannot tell you exactly where the device would be in that band based off that access distance.
But you do have the tower, you have the sector, and then you have the distance.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I want to move forward just a little bit in terms of what we're looking at, going to the next page on your report. What are we seeing here?
It's just another example of what that would look like on the map. The main thing here is the call-up box on top. So in addition to that timing advance illustration, you're going to see a call-up box that denotes the information about that event. But in the top, it gives you the cell identifier. So in this case, it was 25940. That 120 degrees shows you the center point of where that sector was oriented. The distance, you can get more than one distance off a sector of the tower. So in that case, it was 0.48 to 0.53, and the time. So between approximately 9:33 and 9:36, that phone would have measurements between 0.48 to 0.53 miles.
Now, looking at page 7 of your report, I'm just going to kind of move up so we can see everything that we're looking at. This appears to be a map of Milwaukee with a lot of different things noted on it. Is that fair?
Yes.
What are, and just start off with these little green dots that we're seeing all over your map.
Those green dots are all the different T-Mobile cell sites or antennas throughout that pictured area. As you can see, we have a lot more dense concentration right down here in downtown Milwaukee. And even as you go out just north and west, they're less dense. But each one of those denotes a different antenna and cell site that a T-Mobile could phone as they travel throughout Milwaukee.
Now, Special Agent, we asked you to take a look at the phone records for this phone in regards to kind of 2 different locations and 2 different times. Is that fair?
That's correct.
To begin with, we gave you and asked you to take a look at the location of 2454 West Garfield or 24th Place in Garfield. Is that denoted anywhere on this map?
It is the red box with the white CS lettering in it.
Okay. And then regarding an address where the defendant was taken into custody, 5262 North 37th Street, was that address also depicted somewhere on this map?
It is. It is right up there towards the top part. I believe it's purple, with the shading, right there by Eastbrook Church.
Okay. Now, were you able to take a look at cell tower records and the timing advance records regarding 2 kind of specific times?
Yes, and you will see only the timing advance records mapped on those 2 sites.
Okay. To be fair, though, you took a look at a lot of different times.
Yes, as I'm looking at it, after given the records, and when I talk about those 2 dates and locations, that's the other piece of information I need to conduct my analysis. So the requested dates, times, and locations. In this case, I was only asked to look at those 2 locations at 2 different times. But as I conduct my analysis, I'll look around there as well, the times immediately before and after.
Okay. Now, in particular, I want to now go to page 8 of your report. We see a lot kind of on here. Now, let me move the report down just a little bit so we can understand the timing that we asked you to take a look at. We wanted to know the kind of what this device was doing on June 26th of 2025 in the area of 9:31 p.m. to 9:39. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay. So what are we looking at, and see if you could explain it for us?
Yes, so early on in that time frame, there are 2 towers that the phone is interacting with. Just start with the earlier time frame, right there on the right. May I spend it?
Absolutely.
So starting in the early time frame between approximately 9:31:03 and 9:31:58, the cell phone is using this tower with distances between approximately 0.58 and 0.68 miles. And that's these arcs right here. Also in that time, between approximately 9:33:24 and 9:36:45, it's getting measurements of this tower with those 2 distances. Both during that time are consistent with the geographic area of the crime scene around those times.
And just so we understand, when we're looking here from 9:31 to 9:33, we're seeing the crime scene as well as, quite frankly, 25th and Garfield, 24th Place in Garfield are within that kind of area where we see the overlap.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you when we're looking at those 2 towers and those 2 sectors regarding that time in advance. From 9:31 until 9:36, we're seeing time in advance data consistent with in the area of the crime scene.
In the geographic area around, yes.
Geographic area of the crime scene around there. I want to talk to you about what we see happening at 9:39:27, or after the time period that the Milwaukee Police Department has this homicide occurring. Do you notice a difference in the device?
Yes, at 9:39:27 p.m., measurement of that same tower, but a distance that is farther south from that location, 0.48 miles. So that is consistent with this piece, and then the additional information I looked at was moving away from the crime scene after that time.
So we have, if we're talking about in terms of the tower, time in advance information that you have, prior to the shooting, this phone is connecting in consistent with the geographic area of the crime scene.
Yes.
After the shooting, this phone begins to move south.
Southwest, yes.
Okay. Now, did we ask you to take a look at whether or not this device was consistent with the arrest location of Tremaine Jones?
Yes.
But now take you to page 9 of your report. What do we see here?
So I was given, the time frame around approximately 1:12 a.m. through 2:15 a.m. But looking in that period, I only had a couple of time advance measurements to illustrate. The first would be at approximately 1:12:03 a.m. off this cell site, and then approximately 1:13:26 of this cell site. Both those consistent with the geographic area of the location denoted by that icon.
Do you know why you're getting less time in advance during this period of time as opposed to during the time around this last?
Yes. So even though this time frame is larger, I put it out up here in the upper left portion of the slide that between approximately 1:13:26 and 2:15 a.m., the phone did not have records on the network. There was indications that the phone couldn't, or the network could not locate the phone during that period.
There could be any number of reasons for that, is that fair?
That's correct.
One could be the phone is off.
Correct.
Another could be it just isn't connecting to the network.
There would be something, for example, maybe airplane mode or things of that nature.
Okay. So what we do know in terms of the 2 periods of time that we are interested in regarding this device, the device is at the time right prior to the homicide in an area of the homicide location.
Right, in the area of that time, yes.
After the homicide, that phone begins moving south.
Yes, the southwest location from where it previously was.
And then eventually it ends up in this location at the arrest scene as we talked about.
Yes, in that area, yes.
Is this an accurate depiction and visual representation of what you were able to determine from looking at those cell tower, historical cell tower and time advance records?
It is.
Is everything included in the state exhibit number 3 correct?
That I was asking was, yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Thank you. How you doing, Special Agent?
Good, sir.
You can see and hear me okay?
I can.
Good. So let's just back up a second. When you say that in the time frame from I'm going to say 9:31 to 9:39, 9:40, right? That's that first time frame.
Yes.
In that time frame, you said the phone's in the area of the crime scene, right?
That is correct.
And that's measured by the number of times that the phone essentially is communicating with the network.
It's determined by the records that are showing from the network. So the distances from the tower and the times, and in totality looking at that information.
Right, but that's because there's an event that the phone is communicating with the network in some means.
Yes, that was recorded on that time of advance report.
Right, and that could be recording passively or actively. And what I mean by that is my phone's, even though I'm not on my phone right now, right, it's still obviously always pinging for notifications and things like that.
Correct.
Right, so that isn't just because there's phone activity like phone calls being made.
Right, it's not indicative. I can't tell you if something was being done on that side. I'd have to look at the call detail records to see if a phone call was made, but just timing events in general, it's that interaction that you noted. It could be completely passive.
Right, and it isn't, there isn't constant notification, but there is relatively frequent. Is that a fair statement?
There's a lot. I mean, the main purpose of timing advance is to keep your phone synchronized with the network. So
Right.
you're always communicating.
Right, but it's got to send the signal and come back to it. It's sending multiple signals, maybe in a minute, sometimes every 5 minutes, but it's not a constant stream.
Yeah, it may not be, continuously running, but yes, there's going to be at some interval, there's going to be records, and it can depend by the provider.
Right. So now when you say that the phone's in the area, right, that was the language you used.
Yes, sir.
Define what you mean by in the area.
It goes back to, I can't give you that exact latitude, longitude by saying you're standing at the southwest corner on this concrete block, like you could with pure GPS. So the area would be, going back to that slide, generally where you're seeing all those arcs intersect around the crime scene.
So what kind of area are we talking? Within a half-mile radius or?
Just, can we put that slide back up?
Yeah,
I can do that. I got it.
This is the slide we're talking about, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we have this intersecting vectors, right? What's that area in this slide? You can tell us.
Just for easy math, each one of the width of those arcs is about 78 meters. Just
How long?
78 meters.
78 meters.
Yep. So just to make math easier, we're going to say 80. Okay. So we have 3 arcs, so 240 meters, and then 2 arcs would be 160. So just for numbers, let's say around a 160 by 240 meter area.
Okay, 160 by 240 meters. Okay, you know what that is in feet?
I don't.
Meters just what, a little more than 3 feet?
Yeah, it's around there. Yeah.
I mean, just rule of thumb, if we say 3 feet, that's the empirical way, right? Nothing's precise.
We can get close.
Okay. So it's between, you said 100 and...
Around 160 by 240 meter areas when you look at the 2 arc and 3 arc area.
So 500 to 800 feet, if I did my math right. 160 times 3, what puts us at about?
Yeah, that's
350, 400 feet, somewhere in that range.
What 60 times 3 would be 480?
480. I got assistance here from my calculators. Perfect.
She has a calculator out.
Perfect. So 480 feet, right, is the 160. Okay. Now, I also noticed that you had 2 locations that you were asked to look at, right? One was the crime scene area, true?
That is correct.
The other one is the arrest location of Mr. Jones.
That is correct.
You'd agree with me, geographically, the arrest location is north of the crime scene location, true?
That is correct.
But you did say that you indicated that you saw a movement originally south-southwest.
Correct.
At about 939, 940.
Correct.
And that would be in the opposite direction of ultimately the arrest location, true?
During that initial period, yes.
Right. It then ultimately moves up north, obviously.
It does.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
No, you're gonna thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're gonna stay calls. Dr. Kelly.
You don't have any.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under the pain and penalty of perjury? Please state your first and last name and spell them both for the record.
My name is Doug Kelly, DougKelley.
Dr. Howard, what?
I'm the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner with the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office.
And how long have you been serving?
Over 8 years.
In order to hold your position as the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner of Milwaukee County, you have to have any specialized training or experience.
Yes.
Could you walk us through your education and your experience prior to joining Milwaukee and these offices?
In order to be a forensic pathologist, after college, you go to medical school. So I did 4 years of medical school with Southern Illinois University School of Medicine. Although it's not required, I then did 2 years of internal medicine with the same hospital group. When I decided to be a forensic pathologist, I then did my pathology residency with St. Louis University and followed that with a forensic pathology fellowship, which is a subspecialty fellowship, which I performed with the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office a long time ago. I stayed with the Milwaukee office on staff after my training, and I've been in several offices since then.
And when did you come back to the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office?
Actually, end of March of 2018.
And are you duly licensed to practice medicine in the state of Wisconsin?
Yes,
Have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology before?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
I couldn't even tell you many.
Okay. Approximately how many autopsies have you performed in your career?
About 7,500.
Now, what is forensic pathology?
Well, pathology is the field of medicine that involves the study of disease and injury in the human body. Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of that. In forensic pathology, to make it simple, forensic pathologists look at deceased individuals and try to determine how and why they die. So it's a medical legal field in the sense that it's forensic pathologist's responsibility as a medical examiner to sign death certificates, which are legal documents, and those bear the cause and the manner of death in the cases that we get involved in.
Now, you mentioned cause and manner of death. Is that, for lack of a better term, kind of what we're looking at in forensic pathology?
Basically, yes.
What's cause of death?
So cause of death is the why somebody dies. So that involves all kinds of different medical and traumatic issues, anything from heart attacks to gunshot wounds to blunt force trauma in motor vehicle crashes. That's the cause is basically whatever leads in an unbroken chain of events to a person's death. So that's cause of death, the why. I mentioned manner of death. Manner of death is the how somebody dies. And for manner of death, our profession divides that into 5 categories. It's natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and then an undetermined category. So when we're evaluating and examining people and investigating their death, that's basically what we're working towards, finding out what the cause and the manner of death are.
Now, you mentioned those 5 manners of death. I kind of want to just go through those real quick. Natural. What is natural death?
Natural death is a death that's the result of any kind of natural disease process.
What about accidents?
Accidents are anything that causes somebody's death that's not a natural process, but is not an intentional act.
For example, falling off the ladder or getting hit by a car, something along those lines.
Correct.
Now, what about suicide? I know it sounds question, but dumb question. But what is suicide?
Well, suicide is simply put, it's death at the hands of one's own hands. So the intent of the person who dies is to end their life.
Homicide, is that death at the hands of another?
Correct.
I want to be very clear. When you are ruling something a homicide, you're not making a legal determination. You're making a medical determination.
That's correct.
Okay. And then lastly, you said undetermined. Why might you come to an undetermined outcome?
Undetermined is a category that we save for cases in which either we don't have enough information to determine the manner of death. That might happen in the event of, say, skeletal remains. Or we can't make a decision between 2 of the other categories. So somebody might die from a drug toxicity, a drug overdose. And we're not sure whether that is a suicide or an accident. So that category is reserved for those situations.
Now, are you familiar with what's sometimes referred to as the standard anatomic position or the anatomically correct?
Yes.
What is that?
The anatomic position is created so that we can all speak the same language when we're talking about a person. So the anatomic position is viewing somebody with their feet flat on the floor standing straight up with their palms forward. So when I refer to something that's left, I'm speaking about that person's left, right, their right, up, down, front, and back. All is relative to that person, not my own orientation.
Does that allow if someone else were to look at your report, they'd be able to know exactly what you're describing?
That's correct.
And you described it as I'm standing right now in front of the jury. Is that the anatomic or standard position?
Yes.
Okay. But they'd be on a table, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm not going to get on the floor, but it would be in this particular position.
That's correct.
All right. Now, I want to make sure we understand. You talked about the anatomic standard position: the front of the body, the back of the body, top, bottom, right, left. Is that fair?
Yes.
There is one kind of caveat about the anatomic position. I want to talk about palms of hands. The palms of hands being up would be, in fact, the front of the hand. Is that fair?
That's true.
Even though most individuals usually stand with their knuckles to the front, in the anatomic position, it'd be the palms.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you are going to be talking about where wounds are or where you see injuries on a body within this standard position, can you tell us how someone was situated when they received any of the wounds we're about to talk about?
Usually I'm not able to tell you what position somebody is in when they receive the gunshot wounds or the location.
We are listening to testimony from our chief medical examiner there. We heard from one of the obviously persons involved with the case, one of the investigators just before that, about cell phone activity, towers, how they ping locations of cell phones. They are really being fastidious in making sure that they get all of these information and nuances down to the jury. We're going to continue to listen to the testimonies here and the trial of Tremaine Jones. We need to go over to our main channel there, of course. We'll recap everything at 4, 5, 6, 9, and 10, but we're going to continue streaming here on Fox Local. Mary Stoker-Smith, glad to have you with us today. Thanks for being here.
Of wound paths, specifically relating it to the anatomic position.
So, for example, if you're standing in a certain position and something were to impact you or cause harm to you in the front, depending on how you're situated, that could change exactly where the person was, but it won't change what you're seeing on the body.
That's correct.
Okay, so I now want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 218. I'd ask you to take a look at this for me and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a copy of my autopsy report, which is also referred to as an autopsy protocol. The last 2 pages are the toxicology report, which is produced by the toxicology lab in our office.
And in terms of what we're seeing, this would be the autopsy. Is this a fair and accurate copy of the report as we're looking at it?
Yes.
Okay. And if we're also seeing regarding the toxicology report, in this particular case, Officer Corder did receive medications and was in fact treated for a while. Is that fair?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to look at the medical records detailing Officer Corder's treatment?
I did.
And are you familiar with those, and did you take those into account in terms of the conclusions we're about to talk about?
Yes, I did.
Now, doctor, when you are conducting the autopsy of Officer Kendall Corder, did you observe any injuries to his body?
Yes.
How many did you observe?
Mr. Corder has a total of, well, I saw it as 3 gunshot wound paths to his body, so 3 gunshot wounds.
Okay. So, and you stated 3 gunshot wound paths. Is that because we're going to refer to entry, exit, and a re-entry in particular in regards to his body?
We are.
Okay. Let's just kind of talk and kind of understand what we're talking about there. What's an entry wound for? Sounds like a dumb question, but let's understand.
So an entrance wound is, simply the entry point for a projectile or a bullet. Yeah, but gunshot wounds all have entrance wounds. They don't all have exit wounds.
Are you familiar with what we refer to as a penetrating gunshot?
Yes.
What's a penetrating gunshot?
So a penetrating gunshot wound would refer to a gunshot wound that enters the body but doesn't exit, so it penetrates the body.
And that would be one where you would expect to find a bullet within the body.
Correct.
Unless it's been removed from surgery.
That's correct.
In this case, are we going to both see a penetrating gunshot wound where you recovered a bullet, as well as a penetrating gunshot wound where a bullet had been removed during surgery?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with the term perforating gunshot?
Yes.
What's a perforating gunshot?
Perforating gunshot wound would be one in which there's an entrance wound and an exit wound or exit wounds.
And sometimes referred to as a through and through?
Yes.
Bullet goes in and then exits the body.
Correct.
Now, a re-entry, is that kind of just exactly what it sounds like? The bullet has gone and exited the body at one point and re-entered the body at another point?
Yes.
Are we going to see that in this case?
Yes.
Now, doctor, are you also familiar with what we refer to as range of fire characteristics?
Yes.
What are range of fire characteristics?
Range of fire, it refers to it refers to the distance from the muzzle of the gun to the surface of the body, but it refers to our ability as forensic pathologists to look at the injuries associated with the wounds and to associate those with different distances or ranges of fire. So we have things such as contact wounds. So the muzzle of the gun's in contact with the body. You will see an abrasion to the skin, which is from the front of the gun touching the skin as it goes off. You can see some soot associated with that. We can then see some close range wounds in which there's soot deposition, for instance. And then as you get a little further away, we have a category called intermediate range gunshot wounds. And I guess it might be easiest to back up and just remind you that you're more than just what comes out of the barrel of the gun. So there's flame, so that if it's close enough, can sear the skin. There's soot, which is smoke. It's not very aerodynamic. It doesn't travel very far. So if we see soot around or in the gunshot wound, it tells us a little bit about range. And then unburned gunpowder particles exit the barrel of the gun as well. Those gunpowder particles are a little more aerodynamic than the soot, but they don't travel very far either. If those gunpowder particles have enough energy to hit the skin and create little scrapes or embed themselves in the skin, we refer to that as gunpowder stippling. And that is basically the definition of an intermediate range gunshot wound. And then at some point, there's not enough energy to the soot or to the gunpowder particles, and they fall away. And all we see on the surface of the body is a hole from the bullet itself. And those we refer to as indeterminate. In other words, we can't determine what the range is from the injuries to the skin. So those are basically the categories that we're looking at to help us to give some idea about range of fire.
Why do you say indeterminate as opposed to long range for ones where you don't see anything around?
It's important to keep in mind that there are situations in which soot and gunpowder particles might be obstructed or filtered out before they get to the skin, even though the muzzle of the gun is close to the body. So clothing, hair, even obstacles in the way between the gun and the shooter, the gun and the victim. So with that in mind, it's possible to have a gunshot wound from a couple of feet away, but for it not to leave any gunpowder stippling. So for that reason, we refer to those as indeterminate range gunshot wounds.
What's the kind of upper range that you would expect to see the signs on an intermediate?
Intermediate range gunshot wounds, which are defined by the powder stippling. You can see some little bit of stippling around the wound as close as a half inch. But typically with these guns, it will dissipate and disappear within about 3.5 to 4 feet. So if you see gunpowder stippling, to me that tells me that the muzzle of the gun was within 3.5 or 4 feet.
Did you see any range of fire characteristics on any of the wounds on Officer Corder?
No, I didn't.
So that could either mean that the gun was greater than 4 feet or there was something in between.
Correct.
And if, for example, this firearm was about the length of the backyard of a house, that'd be consistent with what you're seeing on the body.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned that Officer Corder received 3 gunshot or bullet paths within his body. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to start off kind of the manner in which we're dealing with these gunshot wounds. Can you tell us, to begin with, which wound he suffered first?
No, I'm not able to tell you that from the results of the autopsy. I put them in an order in my report, by the way, but that's just for convenience. It doesn't indicate the importance or the order in which I think they occurred. I'm not able to tell that.
You can't tell us, which one happened first, second, third, anything along those lines.
Not from the autopsy, no.
Now, I would like to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 219 through 227. I'd ask you to take a look at that for me and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
Are you familiar with those photos?
I am.
What are they all photos of?
These are all photos that I took at the autopsy.
And just so we're looking at, we did not do many overly graphic photos or even too many photos that would show Officer Corder's face when he is deceased. Is there a manner in which, or something we can see close up within these photos of Officer Corder's body that allow us to verify that these relate to his autopsy?
Yes, when I take photos, I use a photo label. So it's basically a scale. So it's got a ruler on it. And the unique identifier that our office attaches to each person we do an autopsy on. So his unique number is on the photo label.
So if we are going to be just taking a look at kind of the autopsy protocol as we're seeing, we can see that kind of unique MKE number. Is that fair?
Yes.
And if we look at the particular photos that we see in State's Exhibit number 219 through 227, do they all have that unique MKE or ME number?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit number 219 through 227 into evidence at this time.
I don't object.
Now, Doctor, I want to start off with kind of the lower portion of Officer Corder's body, toward his lower appendage. Did you observe any injuries or gunshot paths regarding Officer Corder's legs?
He does have a gunshot wound involving the right leg.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 219, and I'm just going to kind of withdraw so we're looking at here. What are we seeing here?
So this is the inside of the right knee. So you can see the knee up there at the top. What you're looking at are the injuries that I'm referring to. So there's a band of perforations, superficial perforations or breaks in the skin, in addition to some abrasions, which are scrapes. And you can see that this array or this band stretches from the lateral knee backwards and downwards. So you can see it from the top going to the left to the bottom in this particular photo.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 220 and 221. Does that kind of show us what you're referring to?
Yes, these are close-up photos.
And you referred to this as a gunshot wound. How does a gunshot or a bullet create this sort of damage to the victim's body?
So what we're looking at are all these irregular injuries, and on X-ray and autopsy, I can tell there's some very, very small pieces of hyperdense material, metal, just under the skin here. Some of these could be have been created by something else that the bullet made contact with. Typically, when I see this, this is referred to as pseudo-stippling, which means that there's something that hits the skin and creates these small irregular injuries. I typically see this with ricochet type wounds. So to me, this looks like a ricochet of a bullet with at least the bullet fragments and perhaps some other material hitting the skin and causing injuries.
So if a bullet were to ricochet or impact on, let's say, an alley concrete or something along those lines, you would see injuries like this?
Yes, concrete, asphalt, that type of thing.
Okay. Now I want to move up Officer Corder's body during your autopsy. Did you observe another injury near his neck?
Yes.
And where was this on his neck?
So the gunshot wound that involves the neck, if you put your fingers on your shoulders, your left hand is touching the entrance wound, and so it's the top of the left shoulder. If you move your right hand back a couple of inches to the back of the right shoulder, that's where the bullet was recovered from under the skin. So entrance from the left, bullet recovered on the right.
Okay. I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 222 and 223. What does this show us?
These are photographs of the entrance wound to the superior left shoulder.
And when we are looking at this particular wound, obviously in addition to the fact that there was no exit wound, is there anything that lets us know where we can see that this is an entry wound into the victim's left side of his neck?
Yes, in this particular instance, this entrance wound is characterized by its round nature and the thin abrasion around its edges as the bullet slides through the skin. It's larger to the lateral side or the outward side of the left shoulder, and that's because the bullet made contact at an angle as it moved into the skin and made the perforation.
Now, when this bullet enters the left side of Officer Corder's neck, where does it travel within his body?
So it travels from left to right and front to back, using the standard anatomic position we talked about before. So it basically travels from the left shoulder to the right shoulder and posteriorly.
What does it do inside Officer Corder's body? What does it do?
That bullet hits the cervical spine or the neck, and it transects or cuts the spinal cord itself in half.
Cut his spinal cord in half.
That's right.
Would that have an effect on Officer Corder's ability to stand and walk?
Yes, at the moment that happens, all connection between the brain and everything from the neck down ceases to exist. So there's no motor or sensory control below that point.
You expect him to drop it then?
Right away, instantaneously.
Now, you had mentioned that you had recovered a projectile from his right shoulder. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 229, can we see that recovery as well as the indicators from your unique MKE number that lets us know that this was the projectile that was recovered?
Yes, that's the bullet I recovered.
To show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 319, I would ask you to take a look at that for me and tell me if you recognize that.
Yes, you do.
Is this the bullet that you recovered from the right posterior shoulder of Officer Corder?
It is.
Your Honor, the state would move 319 in evidence.
I don't object.
Want to make sure I understand this. What we talked about so far is ricochets to the right inside knee of Officer Corder.
Yes.
A wound that came in kind of on the left part of his neck and shoulder. The bullet recovered on the right, going from left to right, front to back.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about the third bullet path you observed in Officer Corder's body. Where did that enter his body?
This one gets a little more complicated, but if you take your finger and you place it on the side of your left upper arm, halfway between your shoulder and your elbow, and then you move it back a couple of inches, that's the entrance wound. It's to kind of the back of the left arm.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 225. If we're looking at State's Exhibit number 225, what does that show us?
That's a photograph of the entrance wound to the left arm.
And when this bullet enters Officer Corder's left shoulder, what does it do?
Yes, this wound path passes through the left arm, and actually there's an exit point that is, you put your finger right in the front part of your armpit. This is the location of where the bullet exited and then re-entered. There's actually a complicated injury here that represents an exit and a re-entry of at least a portion of a projectile.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 226. Is that a close-up of that entry wound?
Yes, that's the close-up of the entrance wound to the arm.
And lastly, State's Exhibit number 227. What are we seeing here?
So what you're seeing is, and this is important because Mr. Corder went to the hospital. He underwent surgery to revive him and to attempt to save his life. This is part of it. So this is actually within the armpit, kind of in the middle of this injury, is where the injuries are. They're related to the gunshot wound. So there's entrance and exit. There's abrasion, scraping to the skin where the skin comes together there. The rest of this is an incision that was made up into the chest and down the inside of the left arm by the surgeon in order to fix the damage that the bullet had created in the arm.
Now, when you were doing your autopsy at the re-entry point into the chest, did you find a bullet in that part?
No, I didn't.
Did you check medical records to see if there had been a bullet that had been recovered during surgery?
Yes.
And so in terms of the bullet that enters on the left side, exits, re-enters, according to medical records that you were able to review, that was recovered during surgery?
It was.
So if that was turned over to the police department, you don't know. All you know is what you're seeing.
Right. Correct.
So I want to make certain that I understand this. We are talking about on the interior right side of his knee, Officer Corder suffered ricochet. On the left shoulder, he suffered a gunshot wound that severed his spine in half, and a bullet was recovered on his right posterior shoulder. And he had another one that went into his left arm, exited, re-entered, and that bullet was recovered during surgery.
That's
okay. Doctor, did you come to any conclusions as to the cause of Officer Corder's death?
I did.
What was that conclusion?
I certified his death as gunshot wounds to the neck, left arm, and chest, with the gunshot wound to the right leg as other significant figure or other significant condition.
The two major injuries were both to his neck and his shoulder. Is that fair?
Yes.
Doctor, did you come to a conclusion as to the manner of Officer Corder's death?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
I certify his death as a homicide.
You mentioned that surgery and medical personnel attempted to save his life.
Yes,
According to those medical records, they were unable to do so.
that's correct.
The gunshot wounds killed.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move state's exhibit number 218 in evidence.
I do not object.
No further questions.
I have no questions.
Your Honor, the state is going to call Troy Chadwick.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God, or under the pain and penalty of perjury.
Do.
Please state your first and last name and spell them both for the record.
My first name is Troy, Troy. Last name Chadwick, Chadwick.
How are you employed?
I'm a firearms and tool mark examiner at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory here in Milwaukee.
And how long have you been employed as a firearm and tool mark examiner?
I've been at the crime lab for 13 years. I've been in firearms for approximately 11 years now.
In order to be a firearm and tool mark examiner, do you have to have any specialized training or experience?
Yes.
Can you detail that for us?
First, I have a Bachelor of Science degree. And then once I got my job in firearms, I completed the Firearms and Tool Mark Examiner training program, which here in Wisconsin is an internal training program done once you're hired, and on-the-job training program similar to that of an apprenticeship style training program.
And when you are done with that apprenticeship or training program, is there any proficiency testing that is conducted?
Yes.
And did you pass that proficiency test?
Yes.
In your career and continuing to be at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, are there periodic testing or recertifications that are occurring?
Yes, sir.
Have you continued to pass this?
Yes.
Have you testified as an expert in the field of firearm and tool mark examination?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Over 100 times.
And approximately how many items of evidence have you looked at in your career as a firearm and tool mark examiner?
Ooh. Including training, I've approximately handled and fired over 1,000 weapons and conducted tens of thousands of comparisons.
Now, what is firearm and tool mark examination?
In its simplest term, firearms and tool mark examination, the umbrella term is tool marks. So we are conducting microscopic comparisons of tool marks. But how does that happen? Anytime two objects come into contact with one another, the harder of two objects is going to leave an impression in the softer of two objects. So if you hit a hammer with a nail with a hammer, whichever one of those two objects is harder is going to leave an impression. The same holds true with firearms. The slide and the barrel of firearms are metal objects that are produced with mechanical machining techniques. And through that process, each firearm is left with a unique set of patterns that get transferred to fired ammunition when it is fired in the gun. I can examine that transfer of tool marks on fired evidence.
So, for example, if we were to provide you a number of casings, fired cartridge casings, would you be able to examine those casings and attempt to determine if they were all fired by the same firearm?
Yes.
How do you do that?
So any area of contact inside of the contact with ammunition during the firing process will be a transfer of tool marks. With fired cartridge cases specifically, our primary areas for examination are the firing pin impression, the breech face impression, the extractor, the ejector, and the chamber mounts. Those are all individual different parts that lead to a transfer that we can examine.
And Are you using a specific tool to be able to do this?
Yes.
What is that?
We use what's called a comparison microscope. It's like any standard compound microscope you may have used in any high school or college science class with magnifiers and a stage, except our microscope has two stages, and they're hooked together through what's called an optical bridge with one eyepiece. So in my one field of view, I can see two physical objects simultaneously, and that allows me to compare either two pieces of evidence to one another or an evidence to a standard from a firearm, and compare tool marks and render an opinion.
Now, when we're going to be kind of talking about these cartridge casings, you mentioned some of what's happening. Are some of these markings that are placed on the cartridge casing coming from both the firing as well as the ejection procedures from a semi-automatic firearm?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you've been able to use this optical bridge in an attempt to determine if they were fired by the same firearm.
Yes.
If you have that firearm, or I guess a suspect firearm, are you able to compare those cartridge casings to that suspect firearm?
Yes.
How do you do that?
So one of my primary job responsibilities is called function testing firearms. A function test is a physical and visual inspection of a firearm to test any safety features or functionality that the gun has to ensure that it's in good enough condition to shoot. Because our goal is to test fire the firearm. So a function test ends with a test hearing where we, with various traps and devices at our office, can catch bullets and recover cartridge cases. So I will personally fire at a minimum 2, if not more, rounds of stock ammunition in a specific firearm so that I know that they act as a relative sample of that firearm, and then use that to compare to fired evidence.
And then you do that kind of same thing using the optical bridge to determine whether or not they were fired by your potential suspect firearm.
Yes.
I want to talk about fired bullets now. Are you able to take a look at fired bullet evidence and attempt to determine whether or not they were fired down the same firearm barrel?
Yes.
How do you do that?
So the process of the comparison is the same. We are just dealing with different areas of tool mark transfer. So whereas the extracting, all the ejecting, all of that is part of the receiver or the frame of the gun, rifling is inside of the barrel of the firearm. And when a bullet is pushed through the barrel of a firearm, the rifle bites into the copper jacketing and leaves a transfer of tool marks called rifling impressions that we can examine. But the process is the same. I can recover test-fired bullets and compare them to evidence bullets.
I want to talk to you just a little bit about rifling in the barrel. What is rifling, and why is it in the barrel, and why is it important?
So rifling is a process by which a helical or a set of helical grooves are cut into a smooth bore pipe, what would become a barrel. And that helical pattern is just tight enough that when a bullet is pushed through the barrel of the gun, it makes the bullet spin. And that spin imparts stability on the projectile, allowing it to fly straight.
Kind of like putting a spiral on a football.
Yes,
You get a spin that allows you accuracy, it allows you distance.
correct.
And that is something that's a feature within firearm barrels.
Yes,
And so are those the markings you're looking for in attempting to determine whether or not bullets were all fired in the same firearm barrel as each other?
that's correct.
Now, same question, if you have a suspect firearm, can you determine whether or not fired bullets were fired down that firearm barrel?
Yes.
How do you do that?
So at the end of the function testing of a specific firearm, I can recover the bullets that I have personally fired through the barrel of that firearm, and those act as the standard representatives of bullets. I can compare those known standards to the submitted evidence bullets, and it's the examination of those rifling impressions that allow me to render an opinion on my conclusion.
Okay, now, I want to just do one last thing in terms of this area. If you can tie cartridge casings to each other into a weapon, and you can determine that bullets were fired down the same barrel as well as a specific barrel, can you tell us whether or not a specific bullet was fired from a specific casing?
No, it's not.
Why not?
So there's no method by which we can compare the transfer of tool marks from a bullet to a specific cartridge case. And to understand that a piece of unfired ammunition, where a single bullet has 4 primary components. There's the case, which is the brass colored cylinder that contains gunpowder, and on the bottom there's a primer. That cartridge case is seated, physically pressed in a bullet at the nose to seal the entire unit. When a piece of ammunition is fired, the bullet is stripped from that case. There is no method by which we as firearms examiners can examine that transfer, the bullet leaving the cartridge case. And then furthermore, that bullet is now moving through the barrel of the firearm. So it is getting added layers from the rifling, from the barrel, that would destroy any tool marks if there were any from a specific cartridge case. So I cannot compare a specific bullet to a specific cartridge case.
So you can tell us if a firearm fired casings and whether or not that firearm barrel had those bullets go down it, but you can't link the two.
Exactly.
You can link them to the same firearm, but you can't link them necessarily to each other.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention specifically to what we refer to as State's Exhibits numbers 231 and 331. I ask you to take a look at both of those and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I recognize these.
What are those?
Court Exhibit 231 is a report that I issued with respect to laboratory case number CL25-03531 on January 26th of this year. And Court Exhibit 331 is a report that I issued with respect to the same laboratory case in February of this year.
And just so we're clear, both of these are related to firearm evidence regarding this case. Is that fair?
Yes.
It's just supplemental information we asked you to take a look at.
Yes.
Now, in terms of this particular case, were you asked to take a look at 3 different firearms?
Yes.
All right. Now, to begin with, I would like to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 238. And if we're looking here at State's Exhibit number 238, again, this has been made safe. We can see that by way of all of the things by the Sheriff's Department. Do you recognize this particular item of evidence?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
So if the jury can see on the top of this slide of this firearm and on the barrel, there's silver marker. That is the laboratory case number, specific item number, and my initials that I added to this firearm when I examined it.
So when you were taking a look at this particular firearm, you actually make markings that lets us know that you examined, test fired, and basically processed this firearm pursuant to what you do as a firearm to mark exam.
Exactly.
Do you do that on every piece of evidence that we're about to be talking?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in particular, just looking at here, which is State's Exhibit number 238, which is crime lab, we can see in here item number 3 in terms of your report. What is this firearm?
Item number 3 is a Glock model 23 Gen 5, which is a 40 caliber pistol.
Was it a functioning firearm?
Yes, it is.
So that means it was able to discharge a bullet down the barrel.
Correct.
Now, let me get this right here. Were you provided and asked to take a look at State's Exhibit number 239? I'd ask you to take a look at this for me. Tell me if you recognize it. Again, it's been made safe by the Sheriff's Department.
Yes, I recognize this.
What is that?
This is a Smith & Wesson model M&T 40, which is a 40 caliber pistol.
And again, if we're looking at it, just so we can have it, so we can see it, does it have all the markings on it as well that lets us know that this is a fully, that this is a firearm that you took a look at?
Yes.
Was this weapon functioning?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So that was a fully functioning weapon.
Correct.
Now, I would like to talk to you and show you 4 pieces of evidence. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 248 and 251, as well as State's Exhibits numbers 249 and 250. Would you take a look at those 4 and keep them in those 2 piles for me, if you wouldn't mind, in terms of what we are seeing here?
So court exhibits 248, 249, 250, and 251 are 4 fired .40 caliber cartridge cases.
Okay. And I just want to use, I'm going to use as an example right here, State's Exhibit number 250. And if we're seeing, can we actually see any markings on the exhibit itself?
Yes,
Who placed that on?
I did.
And what is the point of placing that on the exhibit?
That is the item number, the unique crime laboratory item number for that specific piece of evidence.
So this lets us know that you examined this particular item, or this particular piece of evidence.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated that they were fired .40 caliber cartridge cases. Is that correct?
Correct.
Just to be fair, at least at this point, all you're doing is just reading the back.
It's a little more than that, but yes.
Okay. And also in terms of .40 caliber, there's other measurements that are being taken into account.
Correct.
Now, did you do any comparisons to determine whether or not all 4 fired .40 caliber cartridge cases were all fired by the same firearm?
Yes.
Were all 4 fired .40 caliber cartridge cases fired by the same firearm?
No.
I want to take a look at and just look at here. Let's look at State's Exhibit numbers 248, which is crime lab number 24, and 251, which is crime lab number 27. Those 2 fired .40 caliber cartridge cases, were they fired in the same firearm as each other?
Yes.
And were they, which firearm were they fired through?
Can I refer to this report?
Absolutely, go look at your report.
Laboratory items 24 and 27 were fired in item number 3, which is the Glock pistol.
So this particular firearm right here, State's Exhibit number 238.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to take a look at here, which is State's Exhibits numbers 249, crime lab number 25, and State's Exhibit number 250, crime lab 26. Were they fired in the same firearm as each other?
Yes.
And what firearm were they fired through?
Those were fired in the submitted Smith & Wesson pistol, crime lab, item number 2, court exhibit 239.
Okay. And that would be this firearm here, we see 239.
Correct.
Okay. So 240 caliber handguns, each fired 240 caliber cartridges.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 263. I would ask you to take a look at this for me and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a Palmetto State Armory model PA-15, which is an AR-15 style firearm.
Okay. Now, there's a couple portions of this that I would want to just refer to here. When you've mentioned kind of lower receiver and then kind of the barrel, is that fair?
Yes.
Firearms are consistent and have multiple different parts.
Correct.
This is a rifle PA-15 lower receiver, is that fair?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay. And when we are looking at this particular item of evidence, this firearm, did you determine it to be a rifle that you're looking at?
Based on the measurements of the barrel and the overall length of the firearm, based on my interpretation and my understanding, I described this firearm specifically as a short-barreled rifle.
Okay. Now, when you were referring to this as a short-barreled rifle, did you measure it?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe those measurements for us?
Yes, I can. Can I present this to the jury?
Sure.
So when measuring the barrel of a firearm, our policy is to measure from the end of the muzzle to the face of the breech or the bolt of the firearm with the bolt closed. So the bolt carrier of this firearm would be closed or simulating a loaded condition. And so it would end approximately right here. So the measurement from the end of the barrel to the closed breech is approximately 7.5 inches or 9.5 inches, accounting for this muzzle device. And then furthermore, I measured the overall length of the firearm. So from the end of the buttstock here to the end of the muzzle is approximately 24 inches or -2 inches, 22 inches, accounting for this muzzle device.
Now, you're familiar with Wisconsin state law as it comes to those measurements, is that fair?
Yes.
And in terms of the overall length for a rifle, a short-barreled rifle is defined as the overall length of less than 26 inches. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And when you measured the overall length of this particular rifle, what was its overall length?
Approximately 24 inches.
So less than the legal standard for a rifle.
Correct.
And then the other portion about it is the barrel. You mentioned something about this measurement, which I want to make sure I have it specifically correct, which would be the length from the closed breech or bolt face to the muzzle of the rifle. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that length under Wisconsin law for it to be a short-barreled rifle is 16 inches. What was the measurement you made in this case?
So accounting for the muzzle device, my measurement was that the barrel length is approximately 7.5 inches or 9.5 inches when accounting for the muzzle device.
You're saying a device that was added to the muzzle.
Correct.
So even without that muzzle device, this weapon has too short of a barrel.
Correct.
Okay. Now, to be very clear, this is a device that is kind of appears to have been assembled from a number of different parts. Is that fair?
AR-15 style rifles are very modular, yes.
Okay. And in this particular case, the lower receiver is legally able to be purchased.
Yes.
The barrel itself, potentially, if it were placed on, instead of a rifle receiver, but placed on a pistol receiver, would be able to be legally purchased.
Yes.
It is the conclusion of putting this short barrel on a rifle receiver that makes this two legal parts an illegal weapon under Wisconsin law.
Correct.
Additionally, I want to refer to kind of the butt portion or the stock portion of this rifle. Is it missing that?
It is missing the buttstock, yes.
Okay. And that buttstock is what makes this a kind of shoulder fired or kind of this is a weapon that is either fired from the shoulder or from the head. Is that fair?
Fair, yes.
Okay. Now, even if that buttstock were on it and potentially making it an overall length that was legal, the barrel length would still be illegal.
Correct.
Okay. Now that we're past the short-barreled rifle portion of this,
Give a sidebar.
Sure.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't believe we're going to finish the testimony of Mr. Chadner today, so we're going to take a break. This is the break point with the testimony. So I'm going to send you. I'm going to ask you to be back at 8:45 tomorrow. That's different than 8:30. I have a couple cases I need to handle myself right at 8:30, so I'm going to do that. Have you back at 8:45? Want you to enjoy your evening and do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented or investigating this case on your own. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any reports on radio, television, or any other electronic application about this trial. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experiences as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use any electronic devices to share any information about this case, and do not permit any